love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a very special, very important, spectacular, freaky-ass day. Folks, we are live. We are alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is, and you might have guessed it, Friday, folks, and Friday is always a cause for celebration regardless, and the vibes will be immaculate regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. It is Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. 71 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles. The city is not on fire, but there is a city on fire, which we will be talking about in a brief moment. But before we get to that city on fire, right now, the vibes are immaculate, and we will maintain the immaculate vibes as always because Friday is a very important day. Our forefathers fought long and hard for us to be able to enjoy a sense of normalcy, a sense of humanity, a sense of dignity, so that we can enjoy the weekend, feel like a human being again, and we are going to celebrate it regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Friday the 13th, and even if there is an imminent nuclear threat happening in the Middle East, I'm, of course, as always, going to be streaming through it, as you expected. There is no real time for personal news right now. Obviously, I'm going to dive directly in to the news because there's so much happening, okay? I'm going right into it. Iran has launched its counterattack. Ladies and gentlemen, there are clouds coming out of Tel Aviv. In the night sky, like shooting stars. I could really use a wish right now. We're going to take a look at everything. Do not Fed post in the chat. Do not Fed post in the chat. That is crazy.
The conflict and saying he respected Israel's right to self-defense. That's coming to us in the last few moments, apparently from the Times. So we'll keep across that situation. As you can see, the Iron Dome, the defense system that Israel deploys, working successfully at the moment. Citizens across Israel have been told to go to shelters. Alerts and sirens have been sounding across the country. Keeping across the situation in Jerusalem and indeed Tel Aviv, that footage there of smoke rising on the horizon. Well, just 6 months ago, Iran's foreign minister told Sky News that Israel would be crazy
not
to
an
attack
idiot immediately
its nuclear
defend
sites.
Israel
A lot
ongoing
has
terrorism
changed since then, including a nuclear deal proposed by Washington and a new assessment of how close Iran is to making nuclear bombs.
I can't believe they're still fucking talking about this. Jesus Christ. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. Al Jazeera. Smoke billowing in Tel Aviv after a barrage of missiles targeted central Israel.
In Israel, and judging
the Iranian
from my
retaliation has started, ladies and gentlemen.
That looks like it's a residential area. We still obviously don't know if there's anyone been injured, but this
I think it's going to be limited. I think it's going to be restrained. I don't think that it's going to. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think Iran has the smoke. But perhaps I'm wrong.
It absolutely was. And in fact, we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister, from the chief of the National Security Council.
Do we have a blast-off meme? Chatters, do we got a blast-off meme or not?
To mitigate, in order to limit the amount of damage that Iranian retaliation can do. And so there was an expectation of a very violent response from Iran. And this...
Oh, Bibi's on the run?
You know, as we've been hearing from military experts and analysts in Israel, is the beginning of such a response. We don't know, like I said, we don't have confirmation.
Can you imagine if
Greece, on the location,
a signatory of the ICC, can you imagine if Greece fucking turned around and arrested Benjamin Netanyahu? Please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, for the love of Allah, for the love of all the gods, okay? Could you imagine a world where during this Iranian retaliation, it's an excellent five-head play, an excellent 5D chess move, where Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, flies hold on. Anyway, as I was saying, I can't believe you were talking so highly of Greece and you call yourself a Turk. I mean, guys, I'm desperate. Okay, I'm desperate for justice. I'm desperate for justice. So yes, in desperate times, even a Turk such as myself will hope for Greece to do the right thing and not assume that they will be cowardly participants. Except they are going to be cowardly participants, let's be real. But I'm just fantasizing.
Is in a state of emergency. Schools have been shut down since the early morning hours, businesses as well. Everything by way of a normal daily routine has been halted, and only the very basics, the more than crucial activities are being allowed to proceed, including public transportation, that it's only being allowed to be used if absolutely necessary. Hospitals are on high alert. They've been told to clear as many beds as possible.
Medics in Tel Aviv, no initial injuries reported. That is expected.
Medical attention in smaller facilities. So there are those precautions, there are those preparations, plans that have been in place for months, if not years. They keep being updated on a regular basis because attacking Iran has been central to Israeli foreign policy, certainly under the leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu for many, many years. And the Israeli bureaucracy, the Israeli army is ready in terms of planning of how to respond, how to anticipate and try to mitigate any kind of damage to civilian infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much, Noor Al-Day, for that update on the latest that you're seeing, the situation that we're seeing in Tel Aviv with those explosions. We're still getting more information now. Iran has launched hundreds of ballistic missiles towards Israel, and that's according to the Iranian news.
ABC special report just started.
Uncertainty, and certainly one.
God damn, dude.
For the kids, and possibly here.
Right, well, moments ago, the skies of Tel Aviv were ablaze as Iran fired a barrage of missiles.
We heard the radio announcement on the loudspeaker, like we've heard before, telling people to get to a shelter, and we'll be here until we get the all clear, and when it's apparently deemed safe to be able to leave this shelter here, Diane.
And Martha, we had already been told that there were plans underway to potentially try to
Israeli
get
Ministry of
American
Defense headquarters has just been struck. Okay, there's going to be a lot of fake news that's flying around everywhere, by the way. obviously, first of all, let's blast off. I just dove right into it. And there's a lot of backstory that I have to cover, but obviously the breaking story is happening at this very moment. Had to get into it immediately, but yes, moments ago, Iranian missiles were launched towards Israel, and from what I understand, multiple missiles have not been successfully intercepted. Remember, this is a multi-billion-dollar operation. You got Tamir interceptors that are for the smaller munitions, like, and you have the Arrow systems in Israel as well. But then on top of that, you have anti-defense missile systems to protect Israel and Jordan, and you have the entirety of the American Central Command working actively to stop, working actively in real time to stop all of these fucking missiles from touching a hair on the head of anyone in Israel. And even then, in spite of all of that, Iranian missiles have been able to penetrate into Tel Aviv, as you have seen before, and they're still doing it. I mean, you can see it. Look, the ones that are flying from the ground are the interceptor missiles. They're anti-defense missile systems, and yet, in spite of that, the Iron Dome can be overwhelmed, as the Iranian retaliation last time around showed. This seemingly, according to Elant News, who's in the chat already, appears to be in the vicinity of IDF headquarters. We don't have enough information coming yet. Obviously, Israel also has deep censorship laws. I mean, even though they got hella fucking smartphones out there, and there's like literally Israeli chatters in here who can just like confirm or deny what's going on. But I think last time when this happened, the Israeli military immediately applied censorship and tried to stop the information from coming out, like confirming strike targets and whatnot. But the reason why I'm mentioning this is because obviously in the interim there is going to be some misinformation. There's going to be a lot of misinformation flying around as always. So just, you know, be aware of that when you're bringing in information here, and try to go after trusted resources. I suspect that Iran is not done yet. This barrage is just simply the first salvo. There will be more that comes. They have to, in terms of self-preservation, self-defense, and ensuring that they do not get completely eviscerated. I suspect that the Iranian government's calculation here is going to be part restrained, so not so aggressive that they actively try to take out like heads of state or anything like that. Just like Israel itself demonstrates some of that restraint in comparison to how fucking belligerent they are when they don't actually go after heads of state and stuff like that, but they assassinated a big chunk of the military command. They assassinated some top military officials, some nuclear scientists in residential areas. I don't know the exact number of casualties in Iran due to the Israeli strikes, but there was a relatively sophisticated infiltration campaign that Mossad had conducted, as far as I understand. This is not like glazed to Israel at all, but I think it also shows a weakness within Iranian national security that directly stems from the resentment that the Iranian population, some in the Iranian population, have towards this administration due to its fundamentalist attitudes, especially amongst the Iranian youth, and also the fact that also the fact that the country is in turmoil economically, and it's much easier to basically purchase allegiances internally within Iran. The fact that Mossad was able to create a drone shop inside of Tehran, from what I understand, and then utilize those drones immediately to take out anti-air defense systems that Iran has, and then go after the missile salvo, goes beyond the notion of Israel gets to do whatever it wants and can use overwhelming force because they're backed by the most powerful country on the planet. Obviously, that plays a major role. There are no repercussions for Israel, but make no mistake, The very fact that they are able to build a drone facility, like a tiny drone facility, inside of Iranian national boundaries implies that there are massive fucking leaks within the IRGC, within the Iranian government, and that they can take advantage of the Iranian population's discontent to a certain degree. So this is a major problem for Iranian sovereignty in general. This is a major problem for Iranian security, and I suspect that a big part of the reason why this is even taking place, or even took place, is because of that glaringly obvious weakness, one that I have even mentioned in the past. The regime's attitude and fundamentalist attitude specifically, paired up with the economic sanctions strangling the economy of Iran and causing volatility, creates a major weakness that the Israeli intelligence has clearly exploited successfully. Now, like I said, does Iran have the capability of really punishing Israel, like doing the deed, right? Doing the thing that people are worried about, understandably, like killing a bunch of civilians or potentially even assassinating like heads of state, or even simultaneously activating sleeper cells that I suspect they might have internally inside of Israel, as they did last time around? No, it's not, of course not, situation. It's more so governments have tremendous power. Does Israel have the power to assassinate the Iranian head of state? Yes. Did they do that? No, not yet, at least. Okay? You forget. Just as Iran has more power than what it is showing right now. Okay? Israel calls for regime change all the time. There's a difference between calling for regime change for decades and then actually forcibly decapitating the regime. The idea that Iran does not have enough prowess or enough power to be able to really deal a massive blow to Israel, in spite of Israel's unimaginable defense capabilities that we are fucking paying for, by the way. The answer is they could. It's more so a matter of do they want it? Do they want the American response that will come in retaliation? Are they willing to withstand? Are they willing to go to the unimaginable? Are they willing to go to the place where maybe it's World War III? Because Israel's goal, very clearly in unison with the United States of America, because Israel and America are not separate entities. They work alongside one another. They're hand in glove. Israel and America is the same, okay? I need you to understand this. This is a very important thing that people refuse to recognize. This is the reason why I kept repeating myself over and over again, saying Donald Trump and fucking Israel are like this. There is no real divide. The only divide maybe could be from how narcissistic he is, but beyond that, in terms of foreign policy goals, this is not Israel's doing, this is America's doing. America is the primary responsible party here. America and Israel are like this. They are one inseparable unit. Israel is simply America's wishes in the region, America's grand design in the region. Okay? That's precisely the reason why myself and a few other people in the process of like Donald Trump doing his like Middle Eastern conversations, in the process of like getting Edon Alexander, it was like myself, Zay Squirrel, I think it was like 4 other people that were like, this is bullshit and it's most likely not going to amount to anything, in spite of the fact that plenty of very smart commentators were still assuming that there could be a real separation between Israel and America here. But it was not happening. It was all just smoke and mirrors. And very clearly, the negotiation process, I said, the negotiation process was being used to basically develop this perfectly crafted, this perfectly crafted strike against Iran, a fairly sophisticated military campaign that they've obviously been implementing, that they've obviously been planning for quite a while. They don't get to do this without America's go-ahead. They don't get to do this without America's logistics. I'm talking about Israel, of course, and what they did last night. And I covered this extensively when they struck Tehran and they struck the nuclear facility as well, one of the nuclear facilities, and killed a bunch of nuclear scientists and also high-level IRGC commanders. Now, while Iran does clearly have the targeting capabilities of striking Tel Aviv and overwhelming the Iron Dome, as we have shown, Iron Dome is not the only defense that Israel has. There's numerous defenses. Will they actually deploy enough munitions to really punish Israel, to really actually show Israel their prowess and force Israel to back away, force Israel to back down, especially now that Israel has communicated, as we covered yesterday, on numerous occasions, that they are invested in a much longer military campaign here. Okay, because they called the American troops to move away from Bahrain and Kuwait. They called the embassies to pull out. Americans did, knowing full well that Iran was going to retaliate. And then the Israeli government came out and basically said, this is our big, last, final huzzah. This is the thing that they have been waiting for, attacking Iran and pulling America into the fucking battle and basically going to war with Iran is the final design, is the final piece of the puzzle for Israel and America's ambitions in the region.
They cannot think that they've hit us and it's over. No, they started this. And now they've launched a war. We will not let them get away with this large-scale crime. The forces of the Islamic Republic will deliver huge blows to the Zionist regime. My dear people should know that we have no shortcomings in delivering an answer to this.
Right, well, let's unpack some of the incredible pictures that we're seeing that not only have been coming out of Tel Aviv. You can hear those air raid sirens there warning people to get into their shelters, but we've also been seeing Israel attacking Iran also in the last few hours. Let's go to our senior political analyst, Marwan Bashara from Paris. Marwan, we're just hearing those air sirens. Anyone familiar with the area will know that that usually means attacks, missile attacks most likely. And it seems now Iran has confirmed that there is a second wave.
It was actually interesting that the Iranians decided to respond so quickly, so speedily to the Israeli bombing last night. Clearly, the political, the strategic, and even the public relations damage caused by the Israeli bombing was as such that the Iranian government had to respond as quickly as possible in order to restore some kind of a confidence in the government and in order to show that it is capable of responding to a sudden, unprovoked Israeli bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities. Now, I think, as you were saying earlier, I'm not sure if it's residential, but certainly if Iran is attacking civilian infrastructure in Tel Aviv, then I think that will continue to change the equation and perhaps allow for even greater escalation moving forward.
Marwan, when we're looking at those live pictures, what we're seeing now is those missiles
Israel's
being
awful, but their air defenses paid for by the U.S. are really impressive. Yeah, it's ours. We are doing this. That's why I'm saying this is a... That's why I am saying this right here, what you are experiencing, what you are watching is our doing. This, we paid for it, we built it, we did the R&D. This is what we are doing. I can hear the interception above my house right now. We allow the Israeli state to be as violent as it wants to be. We want the Israeli state to be as violent as it wants to be. Israeli racism that actually allows, and the dehumanization of Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims alike, makes it feel like Israeli society is on board with everything that's going on, and to a certain degree they are, right? But that is just making it easier for America to enact its ambition in the region. Israel and America are not separate entities. Do not mistake. Make no mistake. Israel and America are not separate entities at all. Okay? This isn't what is it? The tail wagging the dog situation whatsoever. It's not like, oh, this is the Zionist occupied government or whatever the fuck people say. Okay? Everyone in the American government is a Zionist in the sense that they are like pro-Israel because they're pro-America, and their calculation is, as Joe Biden very famously said, if Israel did not exist, we'd make one. Okay?
Is capable of defending against long-range missiles from the likes of Iran. But certainly, if Iran decides to launch a whole bunch of them against one particular angle, it's going to be very difficult for Israel to fend against all of them. So predictably, some will eventually fall. And that and by itself will be a new development for Israel, whereby such huge missiles would be able to, create damage in the city centers of Israel. Now, as far as the United States is concerned,
remember,
now we have to ask ourselves a whole bunch of questions because our old assumptions no longer work.
Also, remember, Israeli society is designed for this as well. Obviously, the Iron Dome has created a ridiculous sense of comfort for Israeli society that who knows how they'll react to this level of disruption. Having said that, however, they knew that this was going to happen, and they very quickly said, essential services only, we're fighting Iran, we're going to strike Iran, we're going to go to war with Iran. Like, it was a basic war declaration, right? And they knew that there was going to be retaliation, which is why I assume all the fucking, the remaining anti-Zionist Jewish Israelis in my chat right now are probably watching from a fucking bunker. There are protections for this. Right, you have the Iron Dome, you have the Arrow defense systems, you have numerous incredibly expensive defense systems. They are not infinite, though. They do not have infinite ammunition. They have the THAAD, they have the Patriot, they have American defense as well, working alongside the Israeli defenses. They have the Jordanian defense that is also intercepting missiles and drones. David Sling is another one as well. Just something to consider. Iran's air defense is now actually working at intercepting Israeli attacks. Yes, I suspect that they blew their first load. I don't know if there's more. I'm sure there might be. But oh fucking Christ, the alert's busted again. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm getting an editor to look at it. Is it possible Iran could get some help from somewhere else? No. Iran has no allies. Russia is entirely too busy doing an illegal and unjustifiable occupation of Ukraine. Obviously, and China is a non-interventionist. At most, they'll offer some supplies. Who knows? But obviously, Hezbollah is gutted, eviscerated by endless bombing from Israel against Lebanon. And, there's no, it's just Yemen. And I believe Yemen this morning, before Iran even struck, actually turned around and sent a missile that struck, I think, the West Bank. It might have hit Hebron. Not sure if they actually hit a Jewish settlement in Hebron or if they actually hit a Palestinian Palestinian village in Hebron. But the entire axis of resistance against American imperialism and Israel in the region is incredibly limited. It's just militancies that Iran funds and offers logistics to and offers training to. And the takeover of Syria obviously played a major role in the supply chain, destroying the supply chain that... Yeah, look, the Houthi missile fired earlier this hour was not intercepted, according to the IDF. It struck near the West Bank town of Hebron. So with Syria being overtaken by an American asset, with Zelensky, former Al-Qaeda, Zelensky, there is no sustainable way of sending munitions into Lebanon for Hezbollah to utilize against Israel now. Anyway, here's some images. It is also very interesting seeing like Fox News and Western media coverage over like some apartment complexes in Tel Aviv incurring damages, because like now you know how the media covers like actual human beings in a civilian, densely populated civilian area when they get bombed. Like they remembered that there are humans in those buildings. So it's also the dichotomy is very interesting, because like literally not even 24 hours ago they were talking about how awesome it was that Israel was like, you know, launching this incredibly sophisticated campaign in Tehran. But once once Israel gets penalized in retaliation from a sovereign state that it violated the sovereignty of, all of a sudden everyone's like, the horror, the shock, I can't believe it. Meanwhile, of course, Israel has been doing a fucking ethnic cleansing campaign that it even escalated in the last 48 hours in Gaza. Okay? Like, that helmet is not going to help you, big dog. You know what I mean? Trey, what's that helmet going to do, Trey? It's not going to help.
Is Iran capable to, in its words, unleash so much chaos in the country there? Is it capable of doing it now, especially being hit by Israel?
You mean the West Bank? Wait, what? No, they're hitting Tel Aviv, big dog. The fucking clouds of smoke are coming from Tel Aviv. Obviously, the Yemen targeting capabilities are very different than Yemen's targeting capabilities are very limited in comparison to the Iranian targeting capabilities.
But in terms of those hits that left enormous craters just north of Tel Aviv, very close to the Mossad headquarters, you know, I was there on the ground, and when you saw the size of those craters, had that struck a building, you would be talking about incredible damage, enormous numbers of casualties. And so the Israelis did get quite lucky.
Soon in Tehran, Israeli minister posed with son of deposed Iranian monarch. Israeli Diaspora Affairs Minister Amichai Chikli shared a photo with Reza Pahlavi, the exiled Iranian opposition figure. Yeah, they're like, we're going to put back the fucking monarchy. We're going to restore the monarchy so that you can have a democracy, a democratic monarchy in Iran.
Devastating picture in terms of casualties on the ground. You know, the sources that I've been speaking to in Israel over the course of the last 24 hours have all made clear that they expected that Iran's retaliation this time would look quite different, that it would be much more significant than what we saw in October. And while we certainly haven't yet seen that in terms of the numbers of missiles that Iran appears to have fired, at least according to the information we have right now from the Israeli military, it certainly is looking like those Israeli officials were right when they predicted a very significant Iranian retaliation. And then, of course, you have to keep in mind that this is likely going to continue for days, if not weeks. You know, the Israeli military, the Israeli prime minister has made clear that Israeli attacks in Iran will not be limited to a one-day operation. We have seen, of course, Israeli jets.
Yeah, that's the other side. Red Alert app in Israel has crashed. I mean, it makes sense. The entire fucking skyline is lit up right now. It's just... The Red Alert app is insignificant to use in the situation. It's just all Red Alert. Everything is red. Hey, Hasan, how can I explain to my Cuban mother that Israel is engaging in a genocide? I don't know. I don't know how, if they haven't figured it out by this point. I mean, just literally tell them all the children that Israel has murdered. And also, it is utterly irrelevant in this at this point. Like, that part is an utterly irrelevant piece of the puzzle here, okay? Anyway... If America intervenes, Iran should burn the Saudi oil fields. That is the nuclear option. The real nuclear option here that Iran has is not necessarily like actual nukes, but it's actually disrupting the entirety of global trade with its action against the oil refineries. Okay. The Skyline live, by the way, third wave coming soon. Yeah. So Netanyahu calls Iran strikes necessary to prevent the war he just started. I like that The Onion is trying to not be aggressive in its commentary, for the record. Wouldn't China intervene before it came to that? I don't know. I suspect. Okay. Iranian news outlets announce a second wave of missile strikes on Israel labeled Operation True Promise 3. In addition to military sites, the attacks are suggested to be targeting nuclear facilities inside Israel as well. The thing is, they don't have they don't have a reliable way of consistently pummeling targets targets inside of Tel Aviv, targets inside of Israel in general. They don't. So it's more so about overwhelming the defense systems to the best of their ability, while also having a couple of the missiles that they lobbed get through. Iran does not have a way of consistently striking inside of Israel in a way that, like, Israel has a way of, in the same way that Israel is allowed to do this, or Israel is capable of doing this, specifically because Israel can do precise striking. Israel can fly and get refueled on the way, all the way over to Iran, and make up that distance and use airplanes to directly, like jet fighters, to directly target inside of Iran, right? Iran can't do that. Iranian Air Force does not have the capability, obviously, and also Iran would have to fly over hostile airspace to be able to get there. That's never going to happen. So the only thing that they have at their disposal is missile strikes and drone swarms. Okay? Israel starts this. My friend, there's never been a moment where Israel hasn't started shit, okay? Hold on. But yeah, second and third wave of ballistic missile strikes is making its way to Israel right now. How much is Jordan helping? A lot. You should stop reading chat. What do you mean? The hypersonics that Iran are using are not getting intercepted in great numbers. This isn't even about overwhelming the defenses. Listen. There are this is the decades happening, if you know what I mean. All right, this is the decades happening in weeks right now.
You can. What we're hearing from a spokesperson following the red alert sirens that have been happening across the country, the MDA teams have provided medical treatment in the greater
Mossad IDF's very own Barak Ravid, Israeli official U.S. forces participating in intercepting missiles in Iranian attack. Of course, I told you that that was going to happen.
We're seeing the damage done to the building there. This is a live shot of Tel Aviv. 5 injured individuals is the latest that we're hearing. 1 in moderate condition, 4 lightly injured by shrapnel. They have been evacuated to the hospital as we do await an update on them. As you can imagine, right now they're still responding to the scene there, Jen.
Well, it's interesting, and as serious as it may sound in terms of injuries on the ground, that is a very light casualty toll. If those individuals are not seriously injured and that nobody has been killed, given that 100 ballistic missiles were fired at Israel tonight,
I'll be honest with you. Worst case scenario is America says, all right, it's time, and we're going to war with Iran. Best case scenario is Iran is able to deter Israel and America by way of Israel into backing down. Okay? Backing down, getting back to the fucking negotiations table and getting back to the bargaining. This is, here, I'll use an analog that white people care about, like Ukraine and Russia. Remember when we were talking about like how Ukraine did this like massive drone strike on Russian aircraft, the Russian bomber planes? And I talked about how sophisticated this plan was and how good it was technically to develop leverage in the negotiations process. Think about it like that, okay? I know it's going to be really hard for some of the white people to comprehend what I'm saying here because, like, you're like, what? You're comparing Ukraine, a Christian country, to Iran, the scariest nation on the planet? But, like, major forces like this, regional powers like this, whether it be the global hegemonic superpower, the United States of America, or a regional power like Russia, they only respond to deterrence. And deterrence only comes from force. Okay, at its most basic form, might is right is the only thing that these guys operate on. So you have to issue penalties to the state that is enacting this violence. This is what Israel has shown every single country in the fucking region. Therefore, the best case scenario is that this retaliation for a relatively comfortable Western adjacent nation like Israel is too much to bear, right? Because we don't know what this is going to look like. We don't know what the end point of the Iranian response is going to look like. We don't know how much they will be able to target military facilities or even like a nuclear facility, right? But in that process, if they are able to, or rather, even if they don't target nuclear facilities, what will Israeli society say when finally met with a fraction of the damage that their military conquest has pursued in all of their neighbors, in their entire neighborhood, whether it be Syria, whether it be Lebanon, whether it be obviously the worst version of this in the Gaza Strip? What will Israeli society do? Will they go, stop playing, stop gambling with our lives, enough is enough? Or will they actually respond with increasing militancy and an appetite for more death and destruction? That's another factor to consider here, okay? Same with the United States of America. Is this deterrence going to be enough for America to basically abide by the wishes of Israel, or for America to say, okay, we'll dial it back. We'll de-escalate here. Okay? That line of thinking is very American. They like us have to taste for their own blood. Wait, what? No, I'm saying that the only way that the modus operandi here is responding to I tweeted this earlier, okay? I tweeted this earlier. I said Iran has to retaliate because Israel has shown that they only back down when met with deterrence. Do not let anyone tell you that this response was unexpected. Israel and the U.S. both knew it would happen. That's why they declared a state of emergency right as they blew up Tehran. Okay? The nuclear negotiations was, okay, don't send me Felix Biederman tweets today, okay? This is, I can't respond. I love Felix. I'm talking to him privately, but I cannot publicly say anything about whatever Felix is posting. Don't do it. Look at the new video they're showing on Al Jazeera.
Issue and its unwillingness to make peace with the leadership of the Palestinians, of the PLO, and negotiate the two-state solution with them. But in that case of Iran, I believe that Iran has no case at all.
Hello there, I'm Laura Kyle. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of a major escalation in the Middle East. Iran has promised retaliation to Israel's unprecedented attack, and it has begun. Just in the past hour, Tehran says it's launched hundreds of ballistic missiles towards Israel in 2 separate waves. The skies of Tel Aviv were ablaze. Israel says its air defenses are working to intercept incoming projectiles. Israeli media says at least 7 people have been injured. Now, Iran's supreme leader says Tehran will attack without mercy,
POV.
saying Israel has, quote, launched a war.
Life will become bitter for them, without doubt. They cannot think that they've hit us and it's over. No, they started this. Now they've launched a war. We will not let them get away with this large-scale crime. The forces of the Islamic Republic will deliver huge blows to the Zionist regime. My dear people should know that we have no shortcomings in delivering an answer to this.
Ori Goldberg is an Israeli political commentator and is currently taking shelter following Iran's strikes on Tel Aviv. Now, he joins us from the phone from inside a shelter, so the line may not be terribly clear, but we're going to persevere and see if we can get an idea from him more the situation. Ori, just checking first of all that you can hear us clearly and whether you can tell us what's happening around you.
I can. I hope you can hear me. The entire country pretty much is sheltering. Although there are localized alerts, the general guidance to enter what is officially called protected state. When further notice will come is unclear. Apparently, there are either preparations for a third wave of missiles to be launched, or that third wave has already been launched.
We are indeed hearing reports here that Iran state television saying that a third wave of missiles has been launched towards Israel. Are you then able to access news and the latest developments from underground in the bunker where you are?
Well, I wish I was in a bunker that had such accessibility and a residential shelter. It depends on the shelter and depends on the building. There are shelters where the residents have taken care and have full access to sometimes have television sets. The one I'm in right now has access to AM radio, so we radio bulletins. But information through, and this isn't really a barrage that's landing, certainly on where I am at the moment. So the door is sometimes open to improve reception, and people, it's unclear how long we will be sheltered.
I'm going to be honest with you guys. Listen. Iran, at a certain point, has to fucking recognize that Israel is not going to stand down. Israel is not going to back away. Israel is going to continue pummeling Tehran and killing people. I don't know what the actual number of total killed is in Iran right now from Israel's 10-hour bombing campaign. They dropped by the time I went to sleep, I was looking at it, it was like 300 fucking munitions that they deployed. Okay? Insane. At a certain point, it's going to turn into a war of attrition. It's going to turn into 2 states with missile capabilities and targeting capabilities that are just going band for band, if you know what I mean. Iran obviously has the upper hand in terms of having a mountainous region and also in terms of having a much larger population. Israel has the upper hand in terms of unlimited supply. Well, I guess not unlimited, but like a much larger supply of weapons transfers, American targeting systems, American targeting capabilities, American military in the region as well. Having said that, in terms of like this being a tit for tat between Israel and Iran, Iranian restraint in this process is not going to be met with Israeli restraint in retaliation. It's clear that Israel is always interested in increasing the damage. Last time they blew up Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, or the time before that, they the time before that they shot the Iranian embassy in Syria. And then this time, they directly struck Tehran, killing a bunch of civilians in the process as well. As of this morning, there's 78 people that Israel killed in Tehran, wounded 328, and the killing still hasn't stopped around the country. There's been nothing like this since the war with Iraq in the 1980s. Like, in retaliation, if Iran is doing like a much more restrained retaliation, then Israel will continue bombing the fuck out of Tehran. Here's a squirrel says, as Iran launches its retaliatory strikes, remember that Israel's intel and military headquarters are intentionally located in the middle of civilian areas in Tel Aviv, which by Israel's regime's own standard for Gaza makes everyone their human shields and legitimate targets. Schumer breaks the silence. Senate Dem leader Schumer on Israel's Rising Line operation. I've long said that Israel has a right to defend itself and that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The preferred path to preventing a nuclear-armed Iran has always been a strong, unrelenting diplomatic effort. Israel in 2021 built its new IDF Supreme Command in the command post in the heart of Tel Aviv, buried beneath blocks of civilian buildings. Called Fortress of Zion, it was deliberately placed so it couldn't be attacked without seeming to target civilian sites. Yeah. Projection, baby. Projection. Remember when Israel was like, oh, they got human shields. They got human shields. And I told you when they were talking about fucking Hamas, they have human shields. They have human shields. Pure projection. Pure projection. And it seems as though the 7 impacts that were counted all are around Tel Aviv in central Israel, and with one of the ballistic missiles landing near and causing damage to the headquarters of the Israeli Defense Force. Defense Minister Israel Katz says Iran has crossed red lines after it dared to fire missiles at civilian population concentrations in Israel. We will continue to defend the citizens of Israel and ensure that the Ayatollah regime pays a very heavy price for this heinous action, he adds. Bitch, you just killed 80 fucking Iranians, man. Yesterday. It hasn't been 24 hours. Like, what is the expectation? That Israel has a right to blow up whoever it wants at any given moment. Whenever it wants, Israel can do it. And if anyone responds to that with a much more limited, with a much more restrained and much more limited strike, a retaliatory strike, then you're still in the wrong. Incredible. This won't calm down, will it? No, of course not. Of course not. 75 years of apartheid, military occupation, ethnic cleansing campaigns, numerous pogroms that the Palestinians withstood does not mean that that the Palestinians have any right to fucking defend themselves at any given point. History started on October 7, as you know, and also history ended on October 7. Do not look to what Israel did since October 7. Do not, because that would be anti-Semitic. Okay? No, Iran was not unprepared. It seems like Iran was unprepared. It seems like they would do a better job of hiding their leaders of what the fuck happened in Lebanon. This shit is so gross. No, it's not that Iran was unprepared. I think the Iranian government is not a very popular government at all. And also there is tremendous economic instability in Iran, which also leads to further unpopularity beyond the fundamentalist policies that I think cause tremendous resentment, especially amongst the Iranian youth and Iran's allegiance or allies in the region like Assad are a fucking leaky faucet, which I think played a formative role in Mossad operations being so successful, both for Hezbollah and also Iran, as opposed to October 7, where famously Yahya Sinwar did not inform Iran ahead of time, nor Hezbollah ahead of time of October 7. This plays, by my assessment, there are two competing theories on October 7. One theory is the idea that like Israel knew about it and they let it happen because they wanted to use this as like a final solution play. Okay. And the other competing theory, which is the one I believe, is that Israel's hubris made them think that this would be a manageable situation, that they would never be able to fucking break through, penetrate the Gaza boundary and go into Israel and kidnap as many people as possible, right? So I think it's the hubris side, and it actually plays, it goes back to the same thing that I was talking about. Like if Israel, if Mossad has unimaginable penetration in both Hezbollah and Iran, as they have shown that they do, right? Then maybe they thought, considering that Hamas was not coordinating or corresponding with Iran or Hezbollah before October 7, they might have literally thought, yeah, no, they're not going to do shit. They're not going to do shit at all. Because the highest priority intelligence is, I assume, the people that they have on the inside, the people that they have, that they are relying on for round-the-clock surveillance. And they most likely thought Hamas would never conduct a military operation like this without letting Iran and Hezbollah know, and therefore, with October 7, they just didn't think that it would be this. They did not think that it would be this large and with this many casualties in general. But yes, this of course shows once again that Mossad had deep penetration into. Again, what are you trying to say? Iran is currently striking Israel. So are you trying to say they stop and get eviscerated since they retaliated after, or start striking civilian targets that Israel have less restraint? Because, or are you just describing the situation? I don't know what to make of this analysis. You kind of stop midway after saying, listen, boop, what? Question, knowing how much the USA has to gain from fucking Iran up, do you believe Israel truly made the choice on its own? No, of course not. Chatters, make no mistake. I will never entertain silly baby shit attitudes. Okay? I will never entertain the baby-brained attitudes that you hear from mainstream press about how, Israel was really fucking over Donald Trump and how, America did not give Israel the go-ahead or even literally help Israel conduct these strikes. Make no mistake, America and Israel are not separate entities. America and Israel are not two separate sovereign nations. They are one. This is why I always say simultaneously that Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage capabilities. But I also routinely tell you that Israel is like a state. And it's not like a state that is a nuclear sponge state, for example. It's not like North Dakota. It's not like South Dakota. It's the most valuable state. Israel is America's most valuable state. America would entertain blowing up South Dakota before letting Israel fall. Okay? It's not a vassal state. It is different than a vassal state. Israel is a fully blown, Israel is like up there with New York City, Washington, D.C., and fucking California as a state. That is on the value metrics. Israel's value to American foreign policy is seen as basically is akin to New York City. Okay, Tel Aviv is like basically fucking New York City. Two Israeli officials claimed to Axios that Trump and his aides were only pretending to oppose an Israeli attack in public and didn't express opposition in private. We had a clear U.S. green light, one claimed. Of course. By the way, yes, as I also said, Squirrel was right on this. Everything being done by the Trump admin now to push the turn on Israel Netanyahu line is pure misdirection aimed at reestablishing the element of surprise ahead of the attack on Iran, which requires both a sustained operation at nuclear. For the attack to have at least some chance of success, it is essential for the element of surprise to be reestablished. Think about it. This person is a, whoa, what the fuck? Little F, little baby F, mini F, mini F, mini F. Calm down, mini F. We're still here. It's a small F, chatters. Stop freaking out. Stop freaking out. Calm down. Now, remember. For the attack to have at least some chance of success, it is essential for the element of surprise to be reestablished. The fake negotiations in Oman with the Iranians, the motion of waltz, and the whining about neocons like the Saudi Arabia speech, the fake defeat against the Houthis, and all the fake leaks about how Trump is really very angry and feels betrayed by Netanyahu are all intentionally designed to create a feeling of passivity among the Iranians and the belief that the attack may not actually happen. Netanyahu's trips to D.C. was where they decided to adopt the strategy, and then immediately thereafter it was launched, and the Trump turn on Israel propaganda began in full swing. The entire media class is, of course, playing along with it, with their anonymous sources giving them leaks that establish and launder the narrative. Trump's trip to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf puppet regime is aimed at shoring up support among U.S., NATO, Israeli empire's Arab shield and consolidate inclusion of Syria's Erdogan-Jelani fascist puppets into it ahead of the attack. By the way, the reason why this is important is because they wrote this on May 14th, 2025, when every single person was full tilt talking about how, like, Trump is going to fucking figure it out. Trump is going to actually fix the situation. Zay was one of the very few people out there that was like, nope, all of this is fake. All of this is a sham. And America and Israel are aligned on this. Israel doesn't do anything without the United States of America. Yeah. I told you the U.S. and the genocidal Israeli death cult were just buying time and using deception to prepare for the war in Iran. All the experts who bought into that bullshit and helped launder it should never be listened to. Zionist hegemony dictated that the war would happen. And when they say Zionist hegemony, they're talking about, like, America first and foremost. They're not talking about Jews. They're not talking about Israel. They're talking about America's ambition, okay? America's ambition in the region, its grand design for the region is inherently a Zionist one. This is precisely the reason why you have so many Christian Zionists that are in positions of power, that are ideologically super invested in this. That's why there are a million different fucking tweets from Donald Trump from 2011, 2013, talking about how, like, why aren't we bombing Iran? Why are we not bombing Iran? Asked President Trump if the U.S. was given any heads up ahead of the operation. Heads up. It wasn't a heads up. It was, we know what's going on. POTUS said he spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday and plans to speak with him again today. So remember this. Remember all the fucking anti-war championing that was coming from dumbass Republicans. I fucking told you that it was all bullshit over and over again. And make no mistake when I say this. Democrats would do this exact same thing. Democrats maybe won't do the same, like, you know, song and dance in the way that Donald Trump does. They wouldn't go about it the same way, but they would do the exact same thing. Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them. Why? Kamala Harris's own campaign aides have actually come out and talked about how they would be doing a better job defending Israel right now. Chuck Schumer has come out and launched his support. Chuck Schumer, a week ago, was complaining that Donald Trump was Taco Trump. He wasn't going to actually fucking strike Iran. American foreign policy, as I have said a million times over, is fucking uniparty. It is uniparty. There's only one goal here, okay? That's it. Make no mistake. I said this as well. I've repeated this a million times before the election, but we'll continue to say it. American foreign policy is uniparty. Israel rarely does anything without America's go-ahead. Trump was never a peaceful dove, but them war hawks let him lie like that, and Trump is a weak baby. Okay? I mean, look at this. Look at every single senator, every single fucking politician, Republican and Democrat alike. Pray for Israel, 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 please. Pray for Israel. This is after Israel struck Iran, by the way. Not when Iran is striking Israel in retaliation now. This came literally minutes after. Fucking minutes after Israel struck Iran. Kamala's campaign had attempted to outflank Trump on Iran and assail him for not retaliating against Iran further in 2020 when he assassinated Soleimani, and Iran in turn attacked al-Assad air base. A sign that Kamala would not have been any different was this woman was her national security advisor. The statement from Secretary Rubio conveys that Israel struck Iran without the umbrella of American support. While Biden twice deployed U.S. troops and resources to defend Israel against direct Iranian strikes last year, Trump isn't promising Israel defense against an Iranian counterstrike, though it's clearly planning for one. Grateful that successive Democratic administrations have provided Israel with the means to defend itself. This was Kamala Harris's, this was going to be a foreign policy advisor for Kamala Harris. What makes you fucking think that Kamala Harris would be any different than Donald Trump? You guys are fucking delusional. If Kamala Harris genuinely had a perspective that was even a little bit different than Donald Trump when it comes to Israel and defending Israel, she would have fucking let it known. She would have let it be known right now. It's like an 80-20 issue. It's like a 90-10 issue at this point. It's a 90-10 issue for the fucking Democratic Party, and she still hasn't said anything about, like, why hasn't Trump actually implemented a ceasefire? I thought he was going to be a peaceful president. She didn't say any of those things. Why? She's no longer running for president. If she truly was this peaceful dove, as all these fucking dickhead Democrats kept telling me over and over again, why has she not said anything? Don't let anybody fucking move the goalposts on this, by the way. I'm talking specifically about Israel, okay? In terms of like mass deportations, I'm sure mass deportations will still be happening under the Democrats, as this always has happened under the Democrats. It just wouldn't be as gross as it is currently with Donald Trump. But Democrats play a different role when it comes to deportations in this country. They play the role of calcifying right-wing white nativist immigration policies, as they did this past election cycle. What is this pointless discourse? Jesus fucking Christ, stick to who's in power? No, this is not pointless discourse at all. This is incredibly important discourse in this moment, because I'm a leftist, okay? And as a leftist, I have a lot of people that are on their own journey right now, a lot of liberals that tune in here, okay? And it is important for them to recognize so that they're smarter next time when they make an assessment, okay? My job is to make sure that you're not fucking duped. Just as I said, when everyone in the media, including very smart analysts that I rely on, people who have direct contact with Hamas, who talk to Hamas, who release Hamas communiques like a drop site, they had a more positive outlook on this. Even they thought that Trump might present a different alternative, more peaceful outcome for Israel's continued genocide in Gaza. When I said to Jeremy Scahill directly, I was like, I don't think that's going to happen. I don't believe that. Why was I doing that? Why shouldn't I have just shut the fuck up and not offered analysis in that same way? Because this is my job. My job is to tell you sometimes hard to swallow pills so that you are better equipped in your analysis next time around. $90-20 issue. That's our big, beautiful himbo, always giving 110%. Okay, I immediately fucking turned around and said 90-10. Calm down. Trump spoke to Saudi Crown Prince MBS about the war between Israel and Iran. The Saudi state news agency said the two discussed the need for de-escalation and resolving all disputes through diplomatic means. Yeah, two dogs talking to one another. This doesn't mean anything, okay? Oh, we need to de-escalate. It's all fucking bullshit, okay? It is all bullshit. Every single one of the GCC nation states, including even Qatar, who has obviously a massive U.S. base that it houses, they are all full tilt in support of this. The joke in the Muslim world has always been that if Israel was a Shia nation rather than a Jewish one, Saudi Arabia would have nuked it by now. Okay? Those guys hate Iran a lot more than they hate Israel. They have to play this song and dance as though they hate Israel because their fucking population understandably hates Israel and Western intervention. Okay? They don't care. They like being monarchs. They know that American military will make sure that they remain monarchs. And also on top of that, freely travel between European countries and Israel and wherever the fuck they want to go. And they can get foreign capital to come into the country. They can whitewash and sport wash their crimes and play a role as loyal servants to American empire in the region. That is what the Gulf states do. That is not what the Gulf states used to do, but that is certainly what they do now. Okay? And those who do not play ball get thwarted, okay? Those who do not play ball, even if they are democratically aligned or even if they are democratically voted into power like Mossadegh famously, okay? Those who do not play ball in the grand design that Western powers have in this resource-rich region will be destroyed, okay? You will be fucking destroyed. There was a coup that took place in Egypt because it had to happen. It was very scary. It was very scary to have a Muslim Brotherhood guy in power. Very scary for America's interests. Okay? Saddam Hussein being a fucking douchebag and violent all on his own was not the real reason why America had to take him out. Okay? Same with Bashar al-Assad. Incredibly weak tyrant. Okay? Incredibly weak tyrant. But in that weakness, there was opportunity for Iran to use Syria as a logistical supply hub. That is why he had to go. Iran is the final piece of the puzzle, which is precisely the reason why, since the fucking 90s, Benjamin Netanyahu has been salivating at the prospect of doing this to Iran. They gonna shut you down for that? What do you mean? Who is they and why would they shut me down? I'm not saying anything that's like out of pocket at all. I'm perfectly cool, calm, and collected. I'm not actually, I'm not saying anything that's like even remotely fucking problematic. I'm not even saying anything that you can perceive as potentially problematic. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Here's Jeffrey Sachs.
Supposed to be another round of negotiations between the United States and Iran this weekend on the nuclear issues. Instead, Israel clearly, together with the United States, in advance, opened a war with Iran. despite the ongoing negotiations. There is no diplomacy.
Benjamin Netanyahu speaking live at ABC.
In Israel, we just heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking directly to the Iranian people, encouraging them to rise up and rebel, saying the Islamic regime has oppressed you for almost 50 years. We are clearing the path for you to achieve your freedom. Your thoughts, Matt?
You know, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Kira, has been pretty consistent with this message. He's done it, I think, 3 or 4 times before over the past couple of years, or at least a year, in which he has tried to appeal directly to the people of Iran. And what Israel is hoping might happen is that the dissidents and the opponents of the Iranian regime might have enough courage right now to come out of the woodwork and try some sort of civil uprising against the regime. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen because the regime has slammed the door shut on any sort of street protests in recent years. But I think that that's what they hope happens, that this not only breaks down the nuclear and missile arsenal of Iran, but also the political weaponry of the Iranian regime. And, you know, I think Steve Ganyard mentioned this earlier, as did Martha. Israel did not go after political leaders in Iran. This appears to be strictly aimed at Iran's military apparatuses, again, missiles, scientists, the leaders of its military and headquarters. And that appears, and obviously nuclear facilities. And they appear not to be going directly militarily after the political echelons, but it does appear that Netanyahu wants that to happen if it is possible. And again, he's been consistent with this kind of message for years now, Kira.
All right. So, Selena Wang, let's take it to you at the White House. We understand now that
Part of the reason why they're saying that they're not going after the upper echelon is because the upper echelon is clearly like, look, you know, this is, I don't want to strike someone while they're down, okay, this time being Iran. But part of the reason why they go after the IRGC is because those are the dudes with the fucking actual motion. Those are the dudes who actually can issue penalties to Israel, whereas the actual the mullahs, the ayatollah, like, they are not exactly popular leaders, and therefore they're them continuing to run the country is beneficial for Israeli interests in the same way almost as the initial assessment that Netanyahu and his coalition made about Hamas being propped up as the primary party responsible for Palestinian statehood.
They got hit about as hard as you're going to get hit, also saying that there's more to come. But the president today, Kira, he is signaling and holding out hope that he thinks this will put the pressure on,
But yeah, they want regime change. They'll say they want regime change, but what they want actually is obviously not the fucking Ayatollah, but they want to bring the Shah back probably. They're, you know, they want to do what America did in Iran initially. They want to do what the Western powers did in Iran initially.
Going to move ahead.
So,
and there's plenty of people in diaspora, plenty of Iranians in diaspora that also would be willing to do that, would be on board to do that, which is really fucked up.
Sirens, air raid sirens going off in the northern parts of Israel as well.
You know what I think Iran learned from the previous 2 rounds of missile attacks against Israel, Kira, is that Israel and its missile shield is pretty well equipped to defend against Iran if they spread out the attacks, right? If there are attacks happening simultaneously in multiple locations. But what they figured out in the October attacks was that if they concentrate the missile fire on one specific area, Israel cannot defend that some of those missiles or pieces of missiles will get through, and that's what we saw today. So we saw them appear to concentrate on Tel Aviv, and now they appear to be concentrating on more northern areas, probably, and I'm presuming this at this point, but Israel's northern air bases in the country. And, you know, why has there been so much focus on Tel Aviv? Well, obviously, it is the population center of the country with, you know, about a fifth of all of Israel's population concentrated in that central area right along the coast in and around Tel Aviv and its suburbs. but also Tel Aviv itself. In the very heart of the city of Tel Aviv is where Israel's defense and military headquarters is based. And it's sort of a vestige of the 1930s and 40s when they started this base. And Tel Aviv was much smaller. The city expanded around it. So it may not.
So one of the judges, can we not watch IDF propaganda? No, we have to watch IDF propaganda.
To it, trying to target,
okay, of course we have to watch IDF propaganda
of the Israeli military and defense establishment. And not only is the military and defense establishment in the heart of Tel Aviv, but its intelligence establishment is just to the northern suburbs of Tel Aviv, only about 3 or 4 miles as the crow flies from that defense headquarters. So imagine if the Pentagon were in the very heart of Washington, D.C., right next to the White House, and then, Langley was next door, just across the river.
Listen,
so in Israel, everything is very...
All I'm saying is...
And it's important to remember that Israel itself is...
All I'm saying is the Hasanabi doctrine remains true. If Iran had actual nukes by this point, Israel would not be able to do any of this shit. This is not just my assessment. John Mersheimer, who's much smarter than myself, even if we don't completely align on our worldview overall, John Mersheimer is still a very important academic in international relations. He says if Iran had nukes, the region would be infinitely more stable. That is literally true. And anyone that fucking says that is not true is only operating on the notion that Iran wants to develop nukes so they can fucking use it against America, so they can use it against Israel, whatever, and not simply abiding by the same principle of mutually assured destruction that would make it a lot harder for Israel to fucking strike Iran in the way that Israel is doing currently. No country, unfortunately, in the age of nuclear proliferation, no country on the planet can be a sovereign nation without nukes. I want no nukes. I want complete denuclearization. But in the absence of complete denuclearization, the only way that a country can maintain its sovereignty is if they have nukes, a nuclear program. This much is clear.
So Israel is able to fly over Iran now without really fearing for its pilots or its planes. It has complete supremacy of the sky. And the second thing is what you're noting, the change in military tactics that we are seeing develop.
What? Unlikely, I guess, but do you think anti-Zionist Israelis will rise up against Netanyahu for this? Fuck no. Fuck no. For Israeli society to actually turn around and get angry at Israel as the Israeli government for putting their lives on the line, they would have to experience a lot more of what Israel does to every other country in the region for them to finally turn around and be like, we are a pariah state in the West, and also simultaneously our living standards have eroded as a consequence of direct bombing. The entire missile defense system that Israel has, in unison with the American with the American defenses that are deployed in the region, would have to collapse. Okay? There is not enough of an ideological movement in Israel to push for anti-Zionism to begin with. There are far too little people in the state of Israel that are anti-Zionist. It just would not happen. Did Germans rise up against Adolf Hitler in the 1940s? They did, actually, by much larger numbers than the anti-Zionist movement in Israel. According to the German estimations, I believe 800,000 Germans were jailed specifically for resisting against Nazi Germany. So yeah, they had a much larger presence of resistance, much larger presence of communism as well in the buildup. Liberals still point to the communists and the resistance against Nazis from trade unions, communists, and socialists alike as a primary reason for why capital owners were forced to make this gamble with Nazis because they were too afraid of capitalism being thwarted in Germany. Israeli society is held together with this glue of complete domination of all of its enemies, and the fear, the fear-mongering narratives that like another Holocaust is imminent right around the corner, but this time an Arab Holocaust, like Arabs are going to do the Holocaust to us. That is the primary thing that keeps Israeli society together. And it is also the primary reason why Israeli society has gotten more and more right-wing over the past couple of decades and eroded civil liberties, for example, without even the liberal Zionists recognizing how or why this is happening, because they will never examine the heart of the contradictions within Israeli society, within Zionism, which is that it is a supremacist, fascist ideology that is built around the principles of exterminating the outgroup. That's it. If you don't tackle the root cause directly at the root, you will never understand why the Itamar Ben-Gvirs of the world dominate your fucking politics all of a sudden. That's it.
One could assume that the stated goal is to destroy whatever Israel could destroy of Iran's nuclear program. If such is the case, then it wouldn't be bombing also scientists, also military leaders, Revolutionary Guard leaders, and so on and so forth within Iran, which is, of course, as you know, is leading to further escalation, including those scenes that we are watching now as Iran bombs Tel Aviv. So one could expect certain escalation moving forward, depending on the end game here. There's also been reports about Israel's end game being far more than the nuclear program, to actually contain and humiliate Iran back into surrender. A third possible scenario is regime change, that this is only the beginning of a continued military humiliation of Iran, coupled with economic sanctions against Tehran, as well as a destabilization program within the country in order to allow for a change of regime. Of course, as you know, the Israelis the past 24 months have made such threats, except now that they are in the logic of war, any one of these scenarios could be the end game, or all three of them could be the end game.
To that point, Marwan, there's something I noted down just within the last half hour or so that I saw.
Israel says Iran will pay a heavy price for hitting civilian areas. Here's the issue. If Israel retaliates and greatly escalates its intensity in its bombing campaign,
what can we read into that?
which, by the way, they probably have the capabilities of doing so.
The logic that he thinks,
okay.
There's room for
if they were to do that,
if you remember,
I don't know what it will take for Iran to recognize that, like, Israel only responds to force.
To admit it. Clearly,
do you see what I mean?
Change of regime in Syria, right? Certainly, there was a movement within the country.
Like,
it wasn't exactly encouraged.
At this point, it's like Israel started this. Israel started this war, and it's very clear that they want to see it through.
Attacks on Syria and weakening Hezbollah certainly contributed to that. There's no doubt. So I think Netanyahu thinks there is room for regime.
The issue I feel about the retaliation strike is that now Ibn Sharmuta Bibi will have more war-calling voices in Israel. Dude, Israel is already maxed out. My friend, what did I tell you? The glue that holds Israeli society together is domination of all Muslims in the region. Okay? It's the extermination of all Muslim nations that have any semblance of sovereignty and any interest in resisting against Israel's complete exterminationist campaign. This is precisely the reason why the opposition forces came out in support of Benjamin Netanyahu on numerous occasions. When he was bombing Lebanon, and now when he's bombing Iran, every opposition leader, every liberal Zionist will come out and be like, nope, it's so fantastic that our big, beautiful, brave Israeli Air Force, which is seen as like the peak of liberal Zionism, the secular nation, the most secular elements within the Israeli society is considered to be the fucking IDF. Okay, those guys, oh, they're so brave, they're so awesome. Look at how they fucking struck Iran immediately. No matter what happens, like it's not like Netanyahu needs more support. It is the quickest way for Netanyahu to basically bring the entirety of Israeli society together. The moment that they strike Iran, everyone is on board. Iran has announced that they downed 2 F-35s and captured a pilot. Yeah, I saw a video. A video documents the Zionist pilot ejecting from the aircraft that was shot down by Iranian air defenses and his subsequent capture. I don't know if this is real or not. We don't have any confirmation. We don't have any real confirmation that F-35s have been struck. But given how much even the fucking Houthis were able to, like, when I read the New York Times report, on this stream, on this broadcast, of all of the retaliation from Yemen, from the Houthis, that led to America setting up a ceasefire agreement with the Houthis in Oman, I could not believe it. That they claimed that an F-35 was almost struck by the Houthis' surface-to-air missile capabilities. The fact that that was even a possibility, the fact that the latest generation of fighter jets that the American government has can be potentially struck by the poorest nation on the fucking planet is unimaginable. Okay? Like, already. It renders the entire process of R&D useless. Like, the whole purpose of new generations of fighter jets is so that they are creating air superiority unconditionally. Okay? That is something to consider. Now, I don't know. I don't know if this is like, I don't know if it's true that they struck an F-35, but that is a big blow. That is almost as big as a blow as like the Pakistan Chinese defenses taking out the French fighter jets that India uses. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it is instantly, all of a sudden, the dynamic changes. Okay? It's like how drones are changing warfare. Yes, that too. Have never seen destruction like this in any previous Iranian attack against Israel. Previous focus on IDF bases may have massive levels of destruction there. The focus is on Tel Aviv, as the IDF focus on Tehran is producing devastating images that Israel cannot bury. Now, what will this do to the Israeli confidence is perhaps the only thing that I can think of here. Like, will this... And I don't know, maybe there's some Israeli Hasanabi heads in the chat that can fucking confirm or deny this. Is this a moment of anger? Is this a moment of resentment? And is that resentment directed towards Iran and is only galvanizing the population for more war? Or is this like a first instance where Israeli society goes, hold on, we are no longer safe. We are no longer as safe as we thought we were. I don't know. I suspect that without economic pressure, without Israeli society recognizing their pariah status in the Western world and simultaneously feeling unsafe in Israel as a direct consequence of the Israeli government's actions and recognizing that the Israeli government's actions and violence is bringing violence back to Israel, the Israeli society will never fucking turn around and go, yeah, maybe we need to dial this back. Maybe we need to change course and cause enough instability that they, reconsider how they can dominate the entire region for the United States. Yeah, these are some of the images that Mossad's operational force on Iranian territory while deploying precision strike systems designed to destroy Iranian air defense systems. So basically, in order for their fighter jets and other missile targeting systems to work effectively, Israel conducted a very sophisticated campaign internally inside of Iranian territory, where they were able to build drone facilities inside of Iran and then launch those drones immediately at the anti-air defense systems that Iran had before launching their strikes. That right there, I think, is an indication. That right there, I think, is an indication that the Iranian government, the Iranian government is unstable and not able to defend its citizens appropriately. And I think a part of the reason why this major blow to Iranian security exists is because there are collaborators internally inside of Iran as well, partially, like I said, as a consequence of how easy it is to take advantage of the economic instability in Iran, but also it is important to recognize that the fundamentalist attitudes of the Iranian government and its reception by the Iranian population is a matter of national security at this point for Iran. It plays, in my opinion, a major role in instability in Iran beyond even the economic volatility born out of strangling the Iranian economy. Okay? Like Western powers strangling the economy, the Iranian economy could only work if the population also has resentment towards its government. And it's clear that there is enough resentment towards the Iranian government from the Iranian population.
Continues right after this.
Iran has no defense against the missiles? No. They did a drone strike. This was not an impressive strike. This was a lot smaller than the salvo last year. I think the Iranian capabilities have been limited by the Israeli attacks, and if this was the entire response, it just shows Iran is weaker than ever. 5-7 hits launched compared to 30 to 40 last year.
Makes the best and most lethal military shared with Marco Rubio.
Mersheimer is talking about first strike by Israel. Can Iran defeat Israel? Lil bro, say I don't know again. What should I do instead? Say yeah based. Wouldn't you rather have me admit things that are beyond my capabilities of knowledge instead of just like confidently speaking on shit that I don't know, like other political commentators who don't know anything about Iran or Israel and are simply reacting to the images that they're seeing on camera and just going, yeah, based. Trump is based.
By the story. And there is a domestic political part of this too, Cedric, which is that there are a lot of people in the MAGA movement who think that this is Israel dragging the United States into a global conflict, and that this is not what people who voted for Donald Trump voted for, notably Tucker Carlson, the commentator who spoke at the Republican
Israeli officials told
convention,
CNN that the cabinet is meeting to discuss response. The expectation is that Israel will escalate further in its next wave of attacks against Iran.
And of the United States playing whatever role it did.
Yeah, it's a really interesting juxtaposition of things here that we're dealing with, Jake, because, quite frankly, it's in the U.S. national interest to defend Israel. And so when you have a situation where Israel goes preemptively and does conducts an attack on the Iranian nuclear facilities and other aspects of the Iranian command and control structure, you really have, in some ways, something that the U.S. administration may not have supported at the beginning, but they can take advantage of it now. And that's one of the key things that I think is very interesting about this. The other thing is, since it gives us this strategic opening here from a diplomatic and military perspective, you can also look at some of the movements of
Can we say Turkey stands with Israel?
This,
Turkey absolutely stands with Israel. The Turkish population hates Israel. The Turkish government absolutely stands with Israel. It is the same dynamic that exists within the GCC. It is the same dynamic that exists within every single fucking Arab state. Okay? The states themselves, the governments themselves are firmly lapdogs to American interests in the region and therefore aligned with Israel and will defend Israel. Whereas the populations are not, which is why you hear a lot of anti-Israel sentiment from the politicians and the governments of these countries.
Look, in my view, this is preemptive.
And that is simply to ensure that there is no rebellion against the governments themselves.
Decades, and they're trying to build and try to weaponize a nuclear weapons program. We knew they've had for a long time this ability to increase the enrichment of uranium. Now they're talking about weaponization. Prime Minister Netanyahu last night on TV said, we've seen evidence of weaponization. So he's saying things.
Every single conversation that's taking place right now about Iran's nuclear capabilities is bullshit. And it's just a way to offer cover to Israel striking Iran out of nowhere and trying to defend Israel's ridiculous actions here. You have to remember that, okay? Understand that. Anytime any fucking dipshit goes on television to say Iran is 2 seconds to midnight about to have a nuke, something that stupid ass Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying since the Israeli state has been saying since 1984, by the way. Okay, and much louder calls have been coming from Benjamin Netanyahu directly since 1992. Every fucking year they've said this. Every goddamn year they have fucking repeated this over and over and over again. It's bullshit. The reason why they're saying this is to offer cover to Israel as to why Israel attacked out of fucking nowhere like a bunch of violent hyenas. Ehud Barak argues that if Iran is not compelled to agree to the imposed terms of its nuclear program, then for Israel's war to achieve its strategic aims, it will have to become an American war with the regime change as the goal. Here is Jeffrey Epstein's buddy, former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, speaking to CNN, also manufacturing consent.
In my judgment, it's not a secret that Israel alone cannot delay the nuclear program of Iran by a significant time period, probably several weeks, probably a month. But even the U.S. cannot delay them by more than a few months. It doesn't mean that immediately they will have it. Probably they still have to complete certain weaponization or probably create a crude nuclear device to explode it in somewhere in the desert to show the whole world where they are. But it's clear to me, in spite of all the impressive achievements until now, we cannot say that we delayed them significantly. As you mentioned, Fordo is it's probably beyond our capacity to really penetrate. And the reality is that Rafael Grossi, the head of IAEA, said just a few days ago that the most sensitive elements of the Iranian nuclear military program are buried hundreds of yards underneath the surface in some remote deserted mines and so on. And because they already have about 400 kilograms of enriched uranium to 60%, which still had to be pushed to 20 to weapon grade, which is over 90. But that's an easy process. Could take place in any any garage with enough advanced.
All right, so what's the point
So
then,
basically-
Prime Minister? What is the point then of this mass bombing campaign? What is the point if you're telling me that they can potentially only damage by a month at worst and maybe a couple of weeks? What is the point? Then what is the strategy? What's the goal here?
It's problematic, but it still has a justification point of view of Israel. Instead of sitting idle, Israel feels, our government feels that they have to do something. Probably together with the Americans, we can do more. My judgment is that because Iran is already what's called threshold nuclear power, the only way to block it is either to impose upon it a convincing new agreement, or alternatively open a full-scale war to topple down the regime. That's something that together with the United States we can do, but having said that, I don't believe that any American president, neither Trump or any one of his predecessors would have decided. America didn't win in Korea.
My dad just did the meme. He told me to be nice to Israel verbatim. Shit you not. He sent me a J-Post article. I talked about Israel becoming an international pariah, and he told me to be nice to Israel and say something positive for once. I, of course, used a Hasanabi headline and said, fuck no, that country is Satan incarnate. Don't say this. The ADL is going to come after me again. He's going to be like, Hasan is molding the minds of the Jewish youth in this country into the most anti-Semitic statement, which is, of course, saying that the fucking fascist nation of Israel is fascist. And engaging in a dual suicide death pact alongside the United States of America.
Did win in Vietnam, did win in Iraq, did win in Afghanistan.
Right.
I don't believe that they're about to open a full-scale war over Iran.
Right, which really begs the question, Mr. Prime Minister. You've just listed the number of wars that America has not won. Your own country is in a war that it has not won in Gaza. Yes, it's degraded Iran's capabilities, and now it's done this, and it's going to go on for a while, according to your Prime Minister, but it's also taken out the key layer of military leadership. What effect do you think that will have?
Look, I think that what the Israelis will tell you is that we did our part. We did whatever we can in order to delay, slow them down, or coerce them into a more reliable, more convincing agreement. Israel will tell you that the role to complete it is America's, not our own. And that's not simple. America has a major role, even for Israel to continue the war for a longer time, for several months or so. We need the logistic depth of America. And if they decide to operate, of course, their operational capabilities, which are much wider than the Israeli capabilities. But, you know, I still bear in mind what happened with the Houthis. America announced a war on the Houthis, and after some 4 or 6 weeks, they decided to leave. So it's not sure we're entering the first 24 hours.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a call to action to bring America into the fucking, bring America. Dude, oh my God, look at this. You will see these images as though Israel has not fucking destroyed every single building in Gaza. You will remember that, you know, there are people that live in apartment complexes, it seems. All of a sudden, the media will remember that, like, human beings are capable of living inside of apartments. They won't say that same... They won't have that same kind of attitude when talking about apartments in Tehran. They certainly will not have that same attitude when talking about apartment complexes in Gaza and not in Lebanon. But, of course, now it's humans, like actual people, real human beings whose lives have been threatened.
Netanyahu were in constant contact, had multiple phone calls, including before those strikes on Iran. That was news given that we were told by a number of people that the U.S. was not involved. Now, the U.S. still says that they were not involved in the actual strikes, that Israel acted unilaterally. However, this communication timeline obviously changes the idea of the U.S. or Israel informing the U.S. and the U.S. talking Israel through what was happening. Now, there are still a lot of questions about what this means moving forward. Remember, Donald Trump and the administration's really big goal here is to get a deal, an Iranian nuclear deal. And there were the 6th round of talks on Sunday in Oman with the Middle East envoy, Steve Witkoff. We are told that the administration is still hoping for a 6th round of talks with the Iranians. Now, there are still a lot of U.S. officials who are casting doubt that this can happen given these strikes, but you're hearing from Donald Trump repeatedly on social media today and in calls with reporters where he's saying that the Iranians need to come to the table, that everyone has essentially been killed or wiped out, and that it's going to be too late if they don't make a deal as soon as possible. So he clearly believes, the administration believes, that this could give them an edge. These strikes could give them an edge in this process. Unclear whether or not that's actually going to play out the way that they want it to, but that is what we are seeing unfold, at least from the U.S. side and from the White House side.
All right, Kristen, stand by for me. I actually want to go straight back to Oren Lieberman in Tel Aviv because we're getting some updated reporting about the injuries there in Israel. Oren, what are you learning?
We just got an updated number from Magen David Adom. Again, that's effectively Israel's Red Cross, and the number of injuries that have come in from the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. The latest update is there are 17 injured that we know of so far, based on Magen David Adom. In Tel Aviv, 1 moderately injured, 3 lightly injured, and then in a city called Ramat Gan, which is also in the central Israel area.
I used to believe that Israel was doing something they had to do, and I thought it was justified, but this completely changed my opinion. Now I see what you're saying. You're right. Hell yeah.
Men and women admitted as a result of the incoming
every
ballistic
single
missile
day there
fire.
are new people.
So, again, as I had said, the initial number of 7 was only the first. Effectively, the first number as emergency responders got out there and evaluated the results of these strikes. This is a number that could continue to rise, but we will certainly keep an eye on it. Again, the latest right now that we have from Magen David Adom, and let me see if I can get you a time on this. This is just 10 minutes ago, are 17 injured, 2 seriously, a couple moderately, and then the others lightly injured. And we will keep an eye on that number as the evening
Israel telling sailors to stop posting Iranian strikes. Oh, yeah.
All right, let's bring in
Iran's Tasnim news agency reports the capture of an Israeli fighter jet pilot.
Now, who,
according
course,
to Israeli media, the occupation army
in the
urges
region,
settlers to not take photos and videos of the sites where Iranian missiles have landed. They did this
Jeremy,
last time,
I know you've been
too.
talking to sources about the response across.
They did this last time, too. They don't want Israelis to take phone photos, like any sort of footage of successful Iranian strikes. They worry what this does to the confidence.
You know, what kind of support would it receive from the United States, from partners in the region in terms of air defense? And we have started to get an answer to that. We know from multiple officials, both Israeli and American officials now, that the United States did indeed help Israel to shoot down some of these missiles that were incoming. We know the United States deployed THAAD missile air defense systems in Israel last year. That was under the Biden administration.
America,
and those
dude.
batteries are indeed operated largely by U.S. forces. They have been active in this air defense effort. In addition to that, I'm told that there is some regional cooperation as well from some of the Arab countries in the region, although we don't yet have full details on what the extent of that cooperation was. We know, of course, that several of those countries in the region, some overtly, some more covertly, did indeed provide assistance to Israel during the 2 previous Iranian attacks.
Not to glaze Israel, but Israel killed many top officials and Iran didn't kill nobody, not even a civilian. I think it's safe to say that the first round goes to Israel. Bro, what are you talking about? Is this fucking team sports? The fuck?
In addition to that, I'm also speaking with sources
Average American, average European or American assessment of the situation. It's like 1-0 Israel, I guess.
To discuss the next of Israel's military
Sick, man.
Inside of Iran. I'm told that the expectation is that the result of that meeting will be an escalatory step from Israel, meaning not just a tit for tat, but climbing up that.
You have to also understand,
in a way that Israeli officials have made
Israeli
clear,
society only gets to operate with this level of bloodlust under the banner of Israeli security, under the banner of Western security. So any kind of penetration of that security umbrella is going to have extreme impact is going to have a much different impact amongst the collective conscience of Israel. Look at post-October 7 and the anger and resentment that they had towards Netanyahu. Obviously, that's swept away with the bloodlust. Bloodlust is always, like I said, the fucking glue that holds Israeli society together.
To escalate likely as early as tonight. Casey.
All right, Jeremy Diamond, do
But
stand by for us as well.
I don't know. I don't know where this goes. I just don't think that, like I said, there's two options. Either this is deterrence. Force is the only thing that Israel responds to with restraint, unfortunately. And this is a reasonable deterrence, depending on what the rest of the strikes look like once they land in Israel. Because like, there's been a second barrage and a third barrage. I don't think that they've actually made their, I don't think they've actually
as they put it, and they
hit Israel yet.
The source that I've been speaking to, that the Israelis are in for a long, dark night, as they put it. The Iranians are saying that they're first and foremost targeting.
There's also, hold on, Ayatollah. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has addressed the nation following the launch of Iran's missile strikes earlier tonight. Below is the full translated transcript of his speech in which he vows Israel started this and will not escape unscathed. Okay?
الرحمن الرحیم. عرض سلام دارم به ملت عزیز و بزرگ کشورمون. شهادت سرداران و دانشمندان عزیز که البته برای همه سنگین است و تعدادی از مردم غیر نظامی رو به ملت ایران به خانواده های اونها تبریک و تسلیت عرض میکنم. امیدواریم انشاءالله خدای متعال درجات اونها رو عالی کنه و ارواح طیبشون رو مشمول لطف ویژه خودش قرار بده. و اما مطلبی که مایل بودم با ملت عزیزمون در میان بذارم اینه
The Zionist regime made a grave mistake, a serious error. They made a big mistake, a miscalculation, and they will face the consequences of their actions. By the grace of God, the Iranian nation will not overlook the blood of its honorable martyrs. It will not ignore the violation of its airspace. Our armed forces are ready, and the country's officials, along with all segments of the population, stand firmly behind the armed forces. Today, messages of unity have been issued from all political factions and various groups across the country. Everyone feels that we must act decisively against the vile, despicable Zionist entity. We must act with strength, and God willing, we will act with strength. There will be no leniency with them. Life will become bitter for them. Let them not think for a moment that they can strike and get away with it. They started this and they initiated the war. We will not allow them to escape unscathed from this great crime they have committed. Certainly the armed forces of the Islamic Republic will deliver heavy blows to this malicious enemy. The nation is behind us, supporting the armed forces, and by God's permission, the Islamic Republic will prevail over the Zionist regime. Know this and be assured, rest easy, knowing that no negligence will occur in this matter. Blessings be upon you, peace of God be upon you. How unified is the Iranian populace behind the Iranian government? I mean, regardless of the unpopularity of the Iranian government through certain segments of Iranian society, in times of military action against the Iranian state, many segments of the population that would normally be against the Iranian government will obviously harden in their opposition to external forces. So it's always a galvanizing factor, which makes me also, which also caused me to think that like Israel also will have a similar situation as well. But this was the reason why the Iranian Revolution took place to begin with, and this was the reason why the Islamist forces were seen as the most anti-West, uncorruptible forces. It was because of external intervention, American and British intervention, and the defense of the Shah, the brutal Shah monarchy. Rally around the family with a pocket full of shells. What does that mean? If this escalates dramatically, would Russia or China not support Iran? How the fuck is Russia supposed to support Iran, dude? If anything, this actually hurts Russia's position in Ukraine because they rely on the Shahed drones that they get from Iran as well. Oh, it's Rage Against the Machine lyrics. Okay, I didn't know that. I don't listen to music.
Who said it was a full spectrum blitz. They're still trying to figure out exactly what was impacted here, but based on what they are seeing, there is an indication that there could have been a cyber element to this military attack as well. We're watching to see if that actually plays out, if there was a cyber element. But of course, the U.S. trying to figure out what Israel accomplished and, of course, what that means for what it'll want to continue doing as they're promising more strikes.
All right, Kylie Atwood for us. Kylie, thank you very much for that. I want to go now to Natasha Bertrand. She's at the Pentagon. And Natasha, you've been reporting on the U.S. involvement in trying to thwart these Iranian strikes, this retaliation. What do we know about that? As, of course, we seem to be expecting more through the afternoon and evening.
Yeah, Casey, this had been kind of an open question whether the U.S. would help defend Israel against
Bernie
this
is wrong.
Iranian
This is not
barrage
Netanyahu's illegal unilateral attack on Iran. It is not unilateral. Okay, it is bilateral.
Is yes, the U.S. is using its military assets that it has all across the Middle East, really, at this point, to help take down many of those projectiles. The U.S. has assets in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. They have ships in the Red Sea as well as in the Eastern Mediterranean. They have Patriot air defense batteries that are stationed across the region. They also have terminal high altitude air defense systems, all of which can help take these missiles and drones down. Now, it's unclear at this point the extent to which the U.S. has been helping. All we have from U.S. officials at this point is that the U.S. military is engaging. And of course, the U.S. also has interests in the region as well. There are hundreds of thousands of Americans that live in Israel. There are also a number of very important military assets in the region, as well, of course, as U.S. troops. And so the U.S. sees this not only as an imperative to help defend its key ally in the Middle East, but also, of course, to help defend its own troops and its own people. And so it remains to be seen just how many of these missiles and drones the U.S. has actually been able to help take down. But safe to say it is probably a significant number if history is any sign, because the U.S., of course, over the past 2 times that Iran has hit Israel with ballistic missiles, the U.S. has been very instrumental in helping take those projectiles down, Casey.
All right, Natasha Bertrand for us. Natasha, thank you. I want to bring in Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel Leighton, it's always good to see you. Thanks for being here. Can you just help us understand a little bit more about the reporting that Natasha just laid out there for us? What does this say about the U.S. posture going forward?
Yeah, Casey, I think that's a really interesting piece that Natasha put together there, because what you're talking about is really how much the U.S. has helped with the air defense of Israel, the air and missile defense of Israel. And what we're seeing is based on what happened so far in this particular situation, as well as what happened back in October and before that during the past summer, you have a situation where the Israeli missile and air defense systems, the Iron Dome, Dome, David Sling, and the Arrow systems. They are very good, but they need some help. And that help is what we're providing in the form of the Aegis systems that are on board the Navy vessels, as well as Air Force assets and other assets that we have in the region. So it's a combination of radar and intelligence support that is being provided to the Israelis, and that helps them figure out.
Are you still in the
kinds of
chat?
missiles
If you are, can you send me like one of these graphics that shows the comprehensive defense capabilities that Israel has? I know you got one of them ready to rip. Or if anyone else has one of those graphics, because I want to show the full extent. Because Israel has American, like Western funded and Western R&D researched defense capabilities that go far beyond Iron Dome, even though it's like colloquially all under the banner of Iron Dome. Iron Dome is just simply for like, do you mean OSINT? Elint News is an OSINT account, but is a reliable one. But outside of that, there's still obviously the Western forces in the region that are also and additional American weapons that were sent into Israel under the Biden administration that plays a role in the Israeli defenses. And then beyond that, you got Jordan. You got defenses inside of Jordan. You have defenses all around. Yeah, Israel has a right to defend itself, guys. That's why you have to look at this fucking building, this one building. I like that they're only showing this one building and not like potentially a nuclear facility or even, I guess, the IDF headquarters. Like, it's interesting that they are not showing any of that shit. What is this?
Okay. יא בני זונות, יו, אני בהלם. אני בהלם. יו, אני בשוק.
What is this? Why the fuck are we back in this? Like, I don't understand. They're doing a whole ass genocide and we're just okay with it now. This right before Trump's big beautiful day and we're gonna back them. Dude, Trump's big beautiful genocide is what is going on. And it was Biden's genocide before it was Trump's genocide. It is America's genocide. America is a belligerent in this occupation. America is a belligerent in this genocide. Okay? You have to understand. This isn't Israel's own actions. Israel is not a sovereign state. Israel does not do anything without America's go-ahead. Israel cannot do anything without American munitions. Israel cannot do anything without American funds. Israel is an extension of America. It's not just an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region. It is a state. I disagree. That is, you can disagree with facts every day of the week. And you will constantly find yourself duped. This is why I kept fucking saying over and over and over again that the whole charade of Donald Trump is at odds with Israel was not going to amount to anything. And Donald Trump showed that it was not going to amount to anything with the Edan Alexander deal with Hamas. American taxpayers keep spending tens of billions to restock these systems under the completely false premise that they're defensive when they enable Israel to feel like it can strike civilian targets in other countries cost-free. Diplomacy is impossible without consequences. You would not strike apartment buildings in Tehran if you thought the blowback would be 24 districts hit on Tel Aviv. It's that they think most of the damage will be avoided because of the billions because of our billions and weapon systems that emboldens them to act crazy. This is 100% correct. This is absolutely correct. We also need to stop funding the Iron Dome and David Sling interceptor systems that give Israel the leadership in a sense of invulnerability and only function to enable more bellicose and crazy acts of aggression by the IDF, not serve as a self-defense. Okay? This is the other side of the story. Without the Iron Dome, without David Sling, without the Arrow systems, Israel would not be able to act in this manner. This is why I'm saying that even with all of the damage, the IDF has now attempted to claim this kind of damage Tel Aviv was mostly caused by shrapnel. Israel are able to spend much more on defense than their neighbor states. USA definitely helps if they're able to act independently. No, they are not. If that was the case, they would not spend billions of dollars doing endless amounts of influence peddling in the West. You are wrong. Okay? You are wrong. You are the most wrong. No one has been more wrong than this. I will not entertain this. I'm sorry. You are out of your fucking mind. This is like Ethan Klein level analysis. If America wasn't doing this, then Russia would no, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Israel would be nothing without Western powers constantly backing it, constantly defending it, constantly giving it political cover, constantly fucking re-upping and rearming Israel. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. The very fact that this is the only damage, okay, a couple buildings like this is the only damage that Israel's incurred here, is directly because America spends billions. People said Barack Obama was the most anti-Israel president, okay, in recent history. That's what they said. They said Barack Obama was a Jew hater. That's what they kept saying. Barack Obama gave Israel $38 billion on the way out. Okay? That was a defense package for Israel's interceptors, Tamir interceptor missiles. That was a defense package for Israel's Iron Dome. Okay? Without the Western powers engaging in this settler colonial enterprise, in the defense of the settler colonial enterprise, there would be no Israel. It would be Palestine. Okay? This doesn't mean that there wouldn't be Jewish people living there. Of course there would be Jewish people living there. There were Jewish people living in the region when the Ottoman Empire controlled it. It was a much more peaceful region at the time. Okay? But without Western intervention, there would be Jews living in Palestine right now, alongside their Muslim and Christian neighbors. Is there any nugget of hope in all this? No. When you say U.S. gives money to Israel, is it there's just donations or loans to purchase weapons? It's everything. What do you mean? It's economic aid. It's financial aid. It's military aid. It's fucking free weapons. It's weapons that they offer on loans. It's money that we give them so they can purchase the weapons. Israel literally would not exist without constant American defense. Israel plays a formative role as an American state, not just like a client state, not a vassal state, a straightforward American forward operating base, a state in and of itself. And not just any state. Not just Western intervention, bro. A lot of, oh, dude, what are you talking about? Not just Western intervention, bro. A lot of bought up Arab governments like Jordan and Saudi are directly protecting Israel by hitting Iranian missiles. Iran is fighting the West, U.S. and many Arab nations at the same time. You just said Western intervention twice. It is reductive. It is reductive to separate the Arab nations and the role that they play here as though it is outside of the scope of American defense. That's it. You've already recognized that when you say they're bought up. Those are client states. Those are client states. They can be cast aside. Israel is in a different position. While those Arab states could be fucking destroyed by Iran and America would never even bat an eye, Israel is in a unique predicament. Though those states are only valuable to America as long as they play ball and defend Israel.
Able to take non-essential personnel out of harm's way. So there were some signals, but there was supposed to be a next round of negotiations between the Trump administration and the Iranian regime in Oman this Sunday. So I don't think, from what I know now, that there was explicit approval or participation in this attack by the Trump administration. I do think that in the last few days, the statement by the board of the IAEA, the world's sort of nuclear watchdog, that Iran had taken significant steps to increase enrichment and was operating outside of the non-proliferation treaty, and the response by Iran to announce a new enrichment facility that moved us into a more dangerous period. But I expected that the next thing that was going to happen this weekend would be negotiations in Oman, not an Israeli preemptive strike.
Yeah.
Sir,
Israeli preemptive strike. Oh no, Israel is playing us a fool again.
Tenuous
we're so mad. Stop defending Israel.
He faced the possible.
Stop defending Israel then. Demand that we cut off defensive capabilities to Israel to force them, not just offensive capabilities, defensive capabilities to Israel, to force them to the fucking bargaining table, to force them to actually implement a real negotiations process. Israel lobbying funds means that Israel has effectively bought support from Congress. They've always done this before. World War II funding systems were focused on the British Empire in the 1930s. Yes, but the Israel lobby is the same as, like, I believe, if I were to put it on a sliding scale, okay, Mearsheimer says it's primarily the Israel lobby, and Noam Chomsky says there are additional ideological interests at play, Zionism specifically, right? It's both. It's not one or the other, it's both. There is the real ideological investment that Christian Zionists have, evangelical Christian Zionists have. There's the real ideological investment in the project of Israel, the project of greater Israel from America, from the perspective of their ambition in the region to control the region entirely, okay? But then there's also the lobbying. Now, it's both, and that's precisely, and the reason why it's both is because it's not a separate entity. Israel is not a separate entity. Israel is an extension of the United States of America. Stop arguing with AUK 2000. Wait, this person, I don't think, I'm not even arguing with this person. I'm in agreement with this person. I don't know why you guys think this is like that fucking stalker account. Calm down. Anyway. Israel, saying that Israel is even a, saying that Israel would, even saying that Israel is a puppet state of America is wrong. Israel is just an extension of America. Israel is an expression of America in the region. Israel is just a state, okay? Israel is just an American state. So both the influence peddling and the lobbying works hand in hand. But the way that the lobbying works in this country, in the United States of America, is not dissimilar to the NRA. The NRA plays a role in making sure that politicians act in a way where they, when push comes to shove and there's a lot of political pressure from the public to make changes to gun laws, the NRA is paying constantly their politicians to ensure that they do not step out of line. This is the same thing that the Israeli lobby does, right? These people are already organically pro-Israel, but when there's tremendous pressure from the constituents to not be pro-Israel, that's when the AIPAC lobby's influence plays a big role. That, and also, quietly trying to craft legislation, as they have done successfully, like the anti-BDS legislation, where you have to do a loyalty pledge to Israel, all this stuff. Israel definitely has greater influence in U.S. politics than the U.S. does in Israel. You're absolutely wrong about that point. The United States has full control over Israel. It does not matter. None of these countries are real democracies. These are theoretical democracies. The United States is a theoretical democracy, and so is Israel. Okay? If the United States were to turn around and say, it's no longer in our best interest for you to continue doing a genocide in Gaza. Israel would be forced to stop tomorrow. If the United States said, do not strike Iran, we are very serious about our nuclear negotiations, the denuclearization agreement that we have with Iran, we don't want you to fuck that up. Israel would never strike Iran. Never. In terms of like influence, does the U.S. have influence over what the Israeli society thinks? Maybe not, but they don't need to. They don't need to influence Israeli society. Israel, on the other hand, does need to influence American society because they don't want the level of pressure that currently exists against Israel to exist at all. That is the reason why there is a incredibly sophisticated, incredibly pervasive influence peddling campaign in the Western world. That's the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu, who is an American dual citizen, by the way, who also worked with the American intelligence in the past, a person from Philadelphia who grew up in Philadelphia, who went to fucking MIT, okay, is the leader of Israel almost in perpetuity at this point, and will deliver speeches in English. His first speech that he delivered after striking Iran was in English. Why did he do that? Israel speaks Hebrew. They understand the importance of trying to change the dynamic, change the narrative, and massage the narrative and contextualize why these violent and belligerent actions have to take place, and feed the American population with the appropriate contextualization better than you do, I think. Israel's an extension of American ideology, saying direct control is an exaggeration. No, America has direct control over Israel. It's just ridiculous to suggest that that is not the case. Without America, right now, you see those interceptors? You see this missile right there intercepting? Those missiles would not be intercepting shit. Those missiles wouldn't exist.
And perhaps drone and cruise missile attacks as well. But that's just scratch.
How is it in America's interest to genocide Gaza? Very simple. The greater Israeli project is part ideological for a lot of Zionists and part ending the disruptive force that is a constant pressure on Israel's complete conquest in the region. Sağ ol baba. It's the same as the Houthis. It's the same as Hezbollah. These are pressure points that can cause at times penalties to Israeli society. Diğer sosu verir misin? Diğer garlic sos. Bu değil. S olmayan üzerinde. O da garlic de diğerinde üzerine S yok.
Message to the nation, he said that the military was prepared to counterattack. He said, don't think that they hit and it's over. He said they started the work and started the war. He went on to say that he will not allow them to escape safely from his great crime they committed, and that's what Khomeini is saying. Morgan.
All right, Lulu, let's bring you back in because what are U.S. assets currently in the region, or what type of assets are currently in the region, and what steps might the Pentagon take next from here?
Right, Morgan. We have 40,000 U.S. military troops in the entire region, many of them on large bases in areas like Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and it's of course, the 2,500 troops in Baghdad and other parts of Iraq, and about 1,500 now inside of Syria. But there are also 9 U.S. Navy ships in the in the Middle East region. And we've just learned that earlier today, 2 additional Navy vessels capable of shooting down down incoming ballistic missiles, as happened last year, that the United States provided assistance to Israel in shooting down some of those barrages of missiles coming from Iran, that 2 of those ships are now in the eastern Mediterranean, obviously closer to Israel than they had been yet last night, and that this move was done by U.S. European Command as a precautionary move in light of Israel's attack against Iran. And I think part of that is the thinking that Iran was going to retaliate with missile barrages like they did last year. Now, those 9 other ships that we're talking about in the Middle East 3 of them are in the Red Sea.
Okay, everyone wants me to show my food.
Destroyers are.
Everyone wants me to show my food. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers. For $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime, you can continue supporting the show and maintain my editorial independence. You can also gift subs in the broadcast. The Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, is funded by you, the viewers, and it's for you, the viewers. I will show my food if you gift. 35% off, by the way. St. Dark Bloom! Thank you for the 20 gifted.
Large military presence in the region, and in terms of assets that could be used potentially to shoot down any incoming barrage of Iranian missiles. We have ships that are capable of doing that. We have the THAAD that Darrell Blocker was talking about, and we also have Patriot missiles there. And in the past, when Iran has fired drones, launched barrages of drones, American fighter aircraft were also involved in shooting them down. Now, we don't have any indication so far today that has happened, but at least we know that there has been U.S. assistance in shooting down some of the Iranian ballistic missiles that were fired at Iran.
Pita bread.
All right, Louis.
Excuse me, at Israel. Excuse me.
All right, let's bring in Javed because Javed, we know that Tehran is calling this the beginning of the quote crushing response. How might this attack embolden Iran's proxies, and what would that mean for the region in addition to the United States? As Louis was talking about all of the resources that are spread out across the Mideast.
So looking at Iran's axis of resistance, that web of groups and organizations that Iran had supported for decades, the Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Iran's relationship with the Houthis goes at least a decade. So I don't think actually the resistance partners are going to do much for Iran right now because they've been so degraded. I think the threat is more directly from Iran.
All right, let's go back to Lama Hasan. Lama, give us a state of play here. We're seeing the video come in. We talked about the Iron Dome. We talked about just the resources that are in the area. But we also know that this comes in advance of nuclear talks. Where does that stand, and how does all of this impact those potential talks?
That's a good question. I think right at this point, I think it's unlikely that those talks will go ahead, given what's going on. And now we have to see how Israel is going to retaliate and what is going to happen. As we've been reporting all night tonight, that this could go on for days or weeks. So I think it will be interesting to see the next steps, what Israel does,
I'm not doing
and
ad
how
breaks.
this will impact
It's
these talks.
ad-free.
But I think at this point, it's probably safe to say that
this broadcast is ad-free.
Them not to
the
go
only
ahead
way to
more
fund
than-
and support
All
the
eyes on
broadcast
those
is
talks
by
to see if
subscribing.
those are on or off the table. Lama, Louis, Matt, Darrell, and Javed, as always, thank you both. All right, and we'll have much more breaking news coverage just ahead of Iran launching another barrage of missiles as Israel. As tensions soar across the region, you're watching ABC News Live reports.
What about the Suez Crisis? Went against the Eisenhower administration's wishes. Israel attacks a sovereign nation unprovoked, and the U.S. was against it. This doesn't mean Israel doesn't step out of line every now and then, chatter. But Israel gets to step out of line every now and then because of its importance.
And authority.
Israel gets to step out of line and even do USS Liberty, for example, and fucking kill a bunch of American Navy members for the crime of spying on Israel.
Safeguarded nuclear facilities defied not only the fundamental principles of international law, but also basic common conscience. Any damage to these facilities risks catastrophic radiological, consequences that would not be confined to Iran, but could spread across the region and beyond. Only a regime devoid of humanity and responsibility would endanger millions of lives in pursuit of its destructive ambitions.
What is happening? It's okay. Frame dropping, frame drops, drop top. It wasn't a big F. It was a mini F. We're back. 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 We're back.
The Geneva Convention and multiple Security Council and IAEA General Conference resolutions, all of which prohibit attacks or threats against nuclear facilities under safeguards. Above all, this aggression is a grave breach of the United Nations Charter, particularly Article 2, Paragraph 4, which prohibit the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any member state. Israel also violated Iraq's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The permanent mission of Iraq today formally protested and condemned this violation of its territorial integrity in a letter to the Security Council and the Secretary General. Madam President, those who support this regime with the United States at the forefront must understand that they are complicit by aiding and enabling these crimes. They share full responsibility for the consequences. Supporting Israel today is supporting war crimes, crimes against humanity, and deliberate undermining of global peace and security. The Israeli regime's long-standing crimes against the oppressed Palestinian people, its repeated violation of the sovereignty of regional countries, and its possessions of undeclared weapons of mass destruction have made the Middle East a cauldron of chronic instability since its creation. It is long overdue for the international community to act. This regime must be disarmed of all weapon mass destructions, placed under international supervision, and held fully accountable. Madam President, this is not a regional issue. This is not merely an attack on one country. This is a direct assault on the international order, an attack on the Charter of the United Nations, the UN system, the global nuclear non-proliferation regime, as well as the authority of the IAEA. Israel's leadership, including its criminal prime minister, has shamelessly and publicly claimed responsibility for these heinous acts. Israeli officials say that this aggression aims to wreak nuclear talks. This confession alone is enough to reveal the real motive behind the attack: to kill diplomacy, to sabotage negotiation, and to drag the region into wider conflict. This leaves no room for denial. Furthermore, the aggression was intentional, coordinated, and fully backed by a permanent member of this council, the United States. The United States' complicity in this terrorist attack is beyond doubt. The officials of the United States have expressly and brazenly confessed their willful aid and assistance in the crimes and gross violation that Israeli regime committed as of last night, including the deliberate transfer of arms. We will not forget that our people lost their lives as a result of the Israeli attacks with American weapons. These actions amount to declaration of war. They are the latest in a long and well-documented pattern of lawless, destabilizing, and aggressive behavior by the Israeli regime, a regime that acts with impunity because it is shielded by powerful allies. This must end. Madam President, the Security Council must act now, firmly and decisively. In 1981, this very council responded unanimously to the Israeli military attack on Iraqi Osirak nuclear reactor by adopting Resolution 487, which unequivocally condemned the aggression as a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The Council also called on this criminal regime to refrain from any such acts or threats in the future. Had the Council enforced that resolution and held Israel accountable at that time, this regime would not have been emboldened to continue this unlawful behavior with impunity. The current aggression is a direct consequence of decades of inaction and double standards. Madam President, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its...
By the way, Newswire is reporting that there are new strikes in Iran. Israel is now going back to pummeling Iran again in retaliation for the retaliation by Iran.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that the Trump administration was fully aware of what he was going to do before he did it, what his government was going to do. Do you believe him?
Yes, no Israeli government would launch this type of attack without first coordinating and alerting the American government, regardless of who the prime minister and president is.
And do you know, is there anything that you can tell us about whether the United States tried to dissuade this from happening? I mean, what is your understanding of their posture when this was all set to unfold?
I can't, and candidly, I'm not confident that there was a coherent response from the American government. I mean, think about who we have on our side of the table right now. You got Ambassador Huckabee, who is entirely focused on issues in the West Bank and is quite extreme on those issues. You've got Donald Trump, who says a different thing every 12 hours about Gaza and the West Bank and Iran, and there's a deal, there's not a deal. You've got Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard, who are not exactly wired tight on national security issues, as anybody who's watched their congressional testimony will tell you. So it's just not clear to me that there was a coherent response from the American government when this alert was given. And I'm not saying that in a partisan capacity. It doesn't make me happy to say that. Again, what I want to see, regardless of whether it's a Democrat or Republican in the Oval Office, is strong, bold leadership of the free world, the kind of leadership that George H.W. Bush would have offered, the kind of leadership that Joe Biden offers for Ukraine. So both parties can do it. It's just that this guy.
Look at my fucking Democrat dog.
Congressman, one person you didn't mention there is.
Look at my Democrat dog. We're fucking cooked.
Personal envoy and has actually been in these rooms. I think I got a sense of what you think of him there based on your reaction. But what role do you think he's playing here, and is it productive?
He was part of the hostage negotiations that got an American home from Gaza. So I compliment and appreciate that work. And to the extent that he can credibly speak on behalf of the President of the United States to both Iranian and Israeli political interests, that can be helpful. I mean, that is one of the roles of the United States right now, is to de-escalate while ensuring security. And so if he can play that role, then someone's got to. But you know, he's not someone whose track record inspires a lot of confidence.
It's so funny that people still try to act as though there is no uniparty position on Israel in American foreign policy. Like, every Democrat is like coming out to be like, hey, I think the real problem here is Trump's aesthetics. Like, he is just all over the place. We would show a unified front and defend Israel harder than Trump. Psychotic. Like, psychotic. This is psychotic. This is utterly insane. Oh my God, I'll fucking die if I listen to Danny Denon right now defend this shit.
Welcome back. We're staying on top of our breaking coverage here on ABC News Live Reports.
Diplomatic
Tensions flaring in the
cable.
Middle East as Israel and Iran exchange heavy strikes. The IDF now saying Iran launched less than 100 rockets towards Israel. Emergency officials say at least.
Media is always late to this. Diplomatic cable also emphasized the IDF's remarks that the strikes are part of a planned war rather than a limited option. U.S. diplomats in Tel Aviv had to request assistance from the Marine Corps because so much of the local guard force has been activated by the IDF, per diplomatic cable leaked to me. Ken Leakenstein at it again. U.S. government personnel and facilities. SBU Mission Israel requested MSAU assistance to Embassy Branch Office Tel Aviv as a significant portion of the local guard force were activated by the IDF. SCSO CMS would request DOD support to transport MSAU to post. U.S. citizen issues, Embassy of Jerusalem urged U.S. reservists from different units as part of preparations for defense and offense and deployed them to all combat arenas. IDF spokesman called overnight strikes the initial phase of a planned war rather than a limited option. I thought this was, no holds barred because they were just pushed to this final solution by Israel. It turns out this is a pre-planned military operation. I wonder. Interesting. Shocked, I tell you. Shocking revelations. Also, look at this fucking asshole. Again, a federal agent. The real divide isn't between the people who support Israel and people who support Iran or the Palestinians. The real divide is between those who casually encourage violence and those who seek to prevent it, between warmongers and peacemakers. Who are the warmongers? They would include anyone who's calling Donald Trump today to demand airstrikes and other direct U.S. military involvement in the war with Iran. On that list, Sean Hannity. Wait, hold on. 1 second. I just have to inform someone that the gray bars came out again. Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, Ike Perlmutter, and Miriam Adelson. At some point, they will all have to answer for this, but you should know their names now. Tucker Carlson spells out a list of conservatives who are pressing Trump to dedicate more U.S. military resources and personnel to Israel's war with Iran. Except Tucker Carlson himself also plays a role in this, okay? Do not make the mistake of assuming that he is an independent actor here or that he is in any way, shape, or form against this kind of war. He's not. Okay? He absolutely is not.
Israel has opened up this massive front with Iran. They are still fighting in Gaza. What do you think the Israeli people will tolerate here?
Yeah, Casey, look, the Israeli people will tolerate, without a doubt. Coming up now on almost 2 years of military action in Gaza, consistent mobilizations of the reserves, and the reserves are the population. So there's exhaustion there. But, this really was the most daring military gamble that Israel has taken since the Six-Day War in 1967. And the dice are still rolling. So we don't know how this is going to unfold. And I think for the Israeli people, there is a deep fear and concern and trepidation about Iran.
Oh no!
They look at where Iran has been going, what it's been supporting along Israel's borders, this advancement of the nuclear program. And I think, to David's point, there's going to be a lot of unity of support for these strikes, certainly in the near term. But if it continues to drag, it's really going to burn out the population.
It's so daring. Yeah, the
All
real
right,
concern
just as
is,
you were finishing your thought,
the real
there,
concern is
Joel, we just got
how much
Israel
appetite Israeli population has
on Iran at this hour
for
of course,
going back to kill children in Gaza.
And,
oh no!
David Sanger, I will say, it's very rare for us to see
no one
physical damage.
We
are
Israel,
watching
reports
full
of
injuries because, of course, of the air protection system that they have. Were you surprised to see that? And what implications do you think it has for the next phase of this conflict?
Well, I think certainly when there were the missile exchanges last year, the United States and
full
other
spectrum,
allies were in a better position to go do the interceptions.
Coverage.
I think we've come to over-expect on the Iron Dome
every
system,
single
which was
mainstream
really
media.
for these somewhat slow-moving
We have full spectrum coverage on every single mainstream media resource outlet right now. Not a single one is talking in a way where they're like, Israel is so belligerent, Israel is so insane. How is Israel planning to fucking bring America into this war? No one is saying this. Everyone is talking about how Israel is a victim, how Israel had to do this incredible military campaign, all of this shit. Incredible stuff.
Joel Rubin, David Sanger, thank you both very much for your time and your expertise today. Thanks to all of you for joining us throughout this hour. Don't go anywhere. CNN's breaking news coverage continues.
Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that no one is fucking calling out Israel's behavior? It's ridiculous actions here.
They deliberately.
Here's that animal, Danny Denon.
The destruction of these missile systems is a moral imperative. These are weapons with the capacity to reach thousands of kilometers. Leaving them in the hands of a radical regime, one that openly dreamed of wiping our nation off the map, was not an option. We will not hesitate. We will not relent. And we will not allow a genocidal regime to endanger our people. Third, we struck the core of the nuclear program, the underground enrichment facilities at Natanz. This facility was operating at a military-grade capacity. Intelligence confirmed that within days, Iran could have produced enough material.
It's so crazy hearing Israel say genocidal regime and not refer to itself, and how dangerous and belligerent another country in the region
Madam
is.
President, this operation was carried out because the alternative was unthinkable. How long did the world expect us to wait? How long? Let's speak about it. Until they assembled the bomb? Until they mounted it on a Shahab missile? Until it was en route to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem? Like the more than 100 missiles that they sent an hour ago? How long should we wait? And if anyone in this chamber still believes Iran would never use such a weapon, I invite you to remember October 7. On that day, we saw what Iran's proxy Hamas was capable
I remember.
of.
Everyone,
and then in
remember.
Gaza, they did it with Kalashnikovs, with grenades. They butchered families, they burned children alive, they mutilated women.
Yeah, remember October 7th. That's why we have to do what we have to do. Remember October 7th. Remember the Holocaust. Remember October 7th. Remember the Holocaust. That's why we have to do a Holocaust right now. Every time, bro. Every time.
To that end, we uncovered intelligence revealing a multi-front plan directed by Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas for a future assault on Israel. This one would be far more sophisticated than October 7. It envisioned mass missile launches, first from Iran, then from Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, followed by coordinated infiltrations of our borders. The plan was not aspirational. It was operational, and it was nearing execution. This council has convened countless times in recent months. You have passed resolutions, called for restraint, demanded ceasefire. You met in emergency sessions when Hamas was under
all
threat.
Anti-Semitic.
But when Iran marched toward nuclear capability, you said nothing. When they crossed line after line, you drew none of your own. So we acted. We acted to ensure our people alive. We acted so that Jewish children in Jerusalem will not wake up to the sound of air raid sirens triggered by a nuclear launch. We acted so that Iranian missiles will not carry radioactive payloads into civilian neighborhoods. We acted because history has taught us that silence is complicity and hesitation is fatal. We acted because 80 years ago, the Jewish people made a promise to ourselves, never again. The promise applies to a nuclear holocaust as well.
Come on!
This was an act of national preservation. It was one we undertook alone, not because we wanted to, but because we were left no other option.
I know, it's going to fix itself. Hold on.
We now turn to this council, not for permission, but for recognition.
It's going to be fixed in a second.
Recognition that Israel did what the world should have done.
Hold the fucking line!
Recognition that the Iranian regime violated every obligation they ever undertook. Recognition that Israel had the undeniable right to defend its people from extermination. We urge the Council to condemn Iran's nuclear violations. We urge the Council to finally acknowledge the existential threat Iran poses to the world. We urge the Council to join us in our commitment to prevent their genocidal dreams from becoming a reality. But we also expect something even more basic: moral clarity. Stop equating aggressors with defenders. Stop treating a genocidal regime and a democracy under siege as two sides of the same coin. The Iranian regime was preparing for war. This war would have stretched across the Middle East, to Europe, to Asia, to the Americas. It would have been against the international order.
There we go. We're back.
For his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Iraq.
شكرا جزيلا السيدة رئيسة المجلس على استجابتك لعقد هذه الجلسة.
Man, shut the fuck up. I did that on purpose so the chat would no longer be delayed, okay? Shut the fuck up. Yes, I don't know how many times I have to describe to you guys that I'm literally hitting a refresh.
Iraq expresses its deep concern and condemnation of the dangerous military aggression committed by the Israeli entity against the territories of the Islamic Republic of Iran, including their blatant violation of Iraq's sovereignty and the inviolability of its airspace.
We just heard the Israeli representative addressing the UN Security Council this evening on Israel's attack on Iran and their subsequent retaliation. He began by saying, as we speak, hundreds of ballistic missiles are striking Israel's cities, neighborhoods, and communities. They're striking population centers, not military bases, not Air Force bases. And he ended by saying the Iranian...
Oh my God, bro, excuse me. Israel is using its civilian population as a human shield. They literally are hitting the IDF headquarters. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a threat to the entire world. It acted because the UN Security Council didn't. It acted because it waited for diplomacy to work. And how long, he asked, did the world expect Israel to keep waiting?
Hello, good evening. I think we heard two speeches there from the Iranian representative, head of delegation, and the Israeli one. And we know this event is still fresh. It's less than 24 hours old, and there is no sign of any of the sides ready to climb down. I think the other head of delegations there, the ambassador, tried to de-escalate, or at least start talking about de-escalation of something which probably one of the most serious events in the Middle East for many decades. And if it won't be de-escalated, then we might face weeks of this kind of exchange of attacks. We see what Israel has done the last less than 24 hours, and also the retaliation from Iran that we saw buildings were hit within the center of in Israel with at least 40 people injured, some of them critically. And the question, yes, if you ask about the mood in Israel, whether I agree or not of that, is that, and this is not new, in the last 20 plus years in Israel, the general mood that Iran poses an existential threat, especially if it possesses nuclear weapons, and it was prepared to basically to this moment. Some of us thought that the JCPOA actually worked and could avoid this, but now we are in we are in the middle of this event, and we need to see how it's going to evolve.
How does it get de-escalated?
I think it's up to, again, we saw the United Nations, it's the United States, it's other forces, those, Russia and China put pressure basically on both sides to ensure that this doesn't get out of hand. The implications are not only for Iran and Israel, the implications far beyond in the region internationally. It affects the economy. It can deteriorate even to escalation in other places. We all know that, Iran is its weakest position as a result of what happened to the so-called axis of resistance. But still, as we saw just in the last few hours, it can hit Israel. And in Israel right now, many of the reports there that this was painful. On the other hand, we said that Israel still is capable of keep hitting Iran, and if this escalates, it will get to a point that's of all-out war between two of the major powers in the region. With far-reaching implications to well beyond these two countries, and this is for the international community, for regional powers to put pressure. And it's probably will last another few days, but ensuring that it doesn't go beyond it.
I mean, Israel says it's facing an existential threat, that it is forced
Iran,
to act against Iran.
If given the opportunity to use nukes, Iran would not nuke Israel, okay? Israel already has nukes, and it's not nuking Iran. The entire purpose of nukes at this point, and nuclear proliferation at this point, is for sovereignty.
Which some would justify.
Israel has fucking nukes. Israel has the highest density of nukes per capita than any other country on the planet. Israel has the highest nukes per population density. Okay? Iran will 100% use nukes on Israel? No, the fuck it wouldn't. No, the fuck it wouldn't. The idea that like any country that has nukes is going to use it is so stupid.
Deeply in a corruption trial, discredited because what happened on October 7, the inability to defend the people of Israel then. The hostages are still in Gaza.
Israel has nukes. Why is it not using it in fucking Iran?
Right now is a pariah state as a result of what happened in Gaza.
Yeah. Useful information this morning. Iran has 0 nuclear weapons. Israel has up to 500 nuclear weapons. Iran has signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel refuses to sign the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran has welcomed the IAEA international observers to inspect its nuclear program. Israel has refused the IAEA oversight.
Of Israel. How far do you think that support is going to go? Because it's uncertain, isn't it, just how much President Donald Trump is in support of Prime Minister Netanyahu's
You sound exactly like you sounded before the Russian invasion.
I think
Israel has nukes. Up until this moment, it is yet to use nukes. The purpose of nukes is sovereignty and being a part of the mutually assured destruction policy. Israel would not be able to fucking nuke Iran or even strike Iran in the way that it did if Iran actually had nukes by now. The only country on the planet that has deployed a nuke on a civilian population with a state that it was in war with is the United States of America. Okay? No other country has ever before or after deployed nuclear weapons. That's it. If there is one country that has a fuck ton of nukes that have actually shown their interest in using it, it's us. Israel. Oh, AP has a new death count for Israelis? No, Israel hit by missiles. They only show the Iranian death count, which is 78. Yeah, the ambassador says 78 people were killed and over 320 injured in the Israeli attacks. This is in Iran. How long do you think these attacks from Israel will last? I mean, America is backing Israel, so it just entirely depends on what kind of runway America has to continue pummeling Iran. That's what it's about here.
You had evidence of it, you knew it was coming, and so you jumped ahead of that attack.
By the way, as we're speaking, as there is the next, I thought that there was another salvo of Iranian attacks that were expected in Israel. I don't know how many hours it's going to take. Barrage 2 and 3.
That's not really what
they haven't reached Israel yet.
In fact, the Israelis in 1967. That's the classic.
Iran has been getting bombed.
Broadcasting their intention to invade.
Iran's been getting bombed by Israel already.
So, but in international law and international tradition, you always want to say that you're preempting because that's the much more acceptable.
Yes. Also, the courts sided with the Trump administration in keeping Mahmoud Khalil detained. Court sided with last-minute Trump admin effort to deny Mahmoud Khalil's release. Admin argued he could be detained for a frivolous charge they gave him after his arrest, and the judge agreed. I covered this earlier, or I tweeted about this in the morning. The post hoc claim that the admin slapped on here is that Mahmoud was a part of student organizing and worked at UNRWA and didn't disclose while getting his green card. Neither of these things would have stopped him from receiving his legal permanent residency status.
There were several things that
And they added it after the fact to continue his detention.
One was
The administration is actively doing the arrest first and then sort it out later policies
a
here.
nation missile program that could be an ICBM program eventually. They still had nuclear
This is,
scientists
from-
that they were not allowing to for inspectors to have access to. And in this sweep,
Oh, they're showing the Iran.
Israeli officials say the IDF damaged a key nuclear facility early this morning.
Oh, wait, never mind. They're not showing it anymore. Here it is. IRNA, air defense is activated in Tehran to intercept the new Israeli strikes. Iran state media says air defenses in the capital have been activated again amid a new wave of Israeli attacks. Just one day after the strikes targeted Iran's nuclear sites and military command, Israeli army radio has confirmed that Israel is once again striking targets inside of Iran. Multiple videos circulating online show Iranian air defenses confronting incoming missiles. Give Iran an Iron Dome. Iron Dome or a nuke? Or both? I find it strange that you would not tell anyone, in fact, that Iran is Hamas. No, Iran itself is even more... Iran itself is more Hamas than Hamas. Iran is the ultimate Hamas. So you don't have to say Iran is Hamas. You can simply say Iran is all of it. Hamas is Iran, if anything. Remember, Iran in and of itself is the ultimate enemy here in the eyes of the Western world.
Well, right now, I may make more defined, but ultimately, the goal, I think, for Israel, and I think for the United States as well, is to present Iranian leaders with a choice. Either they remain in power or they give up their enrichment facilities. You can't have both ways. And I think where we are, today was the first good step toward realizing that goal.
Well, Michael, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu confirms more retaliatory attacks are coming to Iran. European leaders are calling for a de-escalation between the two countries. Is that possible at this point?
It would be possible. I don't think it's likely. I think Israel has opened a corridor from western Iran into central Iran. That was the goal of many of the bombing raids today, was to eliminate all of Iran's anti-aerial defense systems, and Israeli now operate almost with impunity against these targets. So Israel has a tremendous advantage. And this is not just about the nuclear program. Keep in mind that this is a regime which, for the last 46 years, has pledged weekly, if not daily, to destroy us. And has not just acted, not just said those words, has acted on it. Has killed thousands of Israelis directly or through its proxies, through terrorist acts, both in Israel and against Israeli and Jewish targets abroad. This is a regime that's deeply, deeply committed to our destruction. And Israel has, of course, every right and indeed a duty to defend ourselves against this threat. And I think that at this point, having really displayed tremendous forbearance over the years vis-a-vis Iran, there's an opportunity now to make a regional change. And at stakes here, Morgan, is a really, truly a Middle East, a new Middle East, where Israel could have peace with Lebanon, peace with Syria, peace with Saudi Arabia.
I hear some people making fun of his naturally occurring Levantine accent. Excuse me. That's racist and anti-Semitic. This is an organic accent that you can find in the MENA region and in the Levant in particular.
Israeli civilians.
Well, it's not just the Iron Dome, as I mentioned, it's these other systems as well. And who knows, maybe the United States is contributing too. They have 3 very advanced systems, the Aegis system, the Patriot system, and the THAAD system, as well as American aircraft that shoot down drones and shoot down rockets.
It is pretty crazy, though. Like, the mainstream media is just full tilt. Like, Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel was unjustifiably attacked. It's like Israel is the one who fucking attacked Iran.
That's normal, by the way. That's not.
They killed all. They have like 400 casualties. They killed almost 100 fucking people.
Yes, these bomb shelters which we have.
And it's so wild that like they're making it seem as though even when Israel attacks, Israel's still the victim.
Pounds of TNT. That's not enough just to take down my building. It's enough to take down my neighborhood. So I am confident, but I'm not calm.
Confident but not calm. Michael Oren, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Morgan.
And we'll have much more breaking news coverage just ahead.
Hasan not even commenting that America is the one actively destroying the Middle East. Lazy commentary. You're right. I've been repeating it over and over again, and you're right. It bears repeating once again. This is not just Israel destroying the Middle East. It is America destroying the Middle East. Yeah, what do you expect when these are the commentators? CNN's diverse stable of commentators tonight. Danny Danon. Jonathan Concuncreus, retired Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Concuncreus, Amos Yadlin, former head of Israeli military intelligence, Danny Danon again. These motherfuckers get more play and more airtime on U.S. news than they do in fucking Israeli television, dude. Immediately, the permanent contextualization begins, you know?
Iran last night. Yeah, Jake, and it was in the early morning hours of this morning, in the overnight hours, that people in Iran started telling us that they were hearing loud explosions in Tehran. It really seems as though in the first wave of these attacks that the Israelis carried out, most of them were actually apparently carried out by F-35 jets with obviously stealth capabilities, making it almost impossible for the Iranian air defenses to detect those jets. But another thing that we've also since learned from the Israelis is that they apparently had Mossad operatives on the ground, clandestinely acting there, and essentially putting together an entire drone base or drone bases with which they then attacked some of these Iranian.
Wait, you think they actually successfully fucking took down F-35s then? Holy
that
shit.
Were conducting these air raids. The Israelis later came out and they showed some footage allegedly showing these operatives on the ground operating somewhere south of Tehran near an Iranian base and allegedly taking out an Iranian missile system, but also taking out an air defense system of the Iranians as well.
F-35s are so fucking ass.
The Iranians haven't controlled.
How is the latest gen fighter so ass? How can it be taken out already? Like I said, when I heard one of hundreds of F-35s, no. There is no world where any F-35 should be getting taken out. Like, not even one. What are you talking about? It's the entire purpose of the next generation. It's the whole point. It's the whole point is that like it's supposed to not be targeted by existing defense weapons, chatters. What the fuck do you think? Why do you think they go, this is the 5th generation fighting jet? Like, the whole purpose of the generation is so that none of the existing targeting systems are capable of bringing it down. It's supposed to be air superiority, air-to-air combat superiority, and also air superiority over surface-to-air missiles. If Iran already has the capabilities of taking down the F-35s this soon after its utilization, it's over. There is no fucking air superiority. Superiority does not equal invincibility. That's not what I mean. I don't believe that. Wrong. F-35 system was built to be cheaper than the F-22 while remaining passable. it's like I was already shocked. It was already shocking enough when I found out that the New York Times reporting showed that even the Houthis were able to strike near an F-35 and almost take one down. That's incredible. That was an incredible admission. That means that Russia, China, and Iran can, take out F-35s. It's nothing.
The Iranians have refused to attend the session scheduled for this weekend in Oman. And so now we're back into potentially a regional conflict of war, which is going to be very difficult to end.
Well, you said that President Trump was pushing this negotiation, this process to stop Iran's nuclear weapons program. Axios reports that a couple Israeli officials told them that Israel had a clear U.S. green light to attack Iran, and that Trump's statements expressing concern about a potential strike was basically part of a deception campaign to lull the Iranians into a false sense of security. Do you not believe that?
Well, I think there's a great deal of confusion about what the president was up to, but he was publicly saying that there should be time for further negotiations. We scheduled another meeting with our special envoy Sunday in Oman. We were still prepared to go. So I don't think this was part of a deception activity. I think this was generally on the part of the United States an attempt to see if there was a way forward diplomatically. At this point now, I think they might be revising the story, suggesting that, we were with you all the time and this is a great victory. Not unusual for the president to seize on someone else's victory and claiming it as his own.
So I know you don't approve, obviously, of the Israeli strikes against Iran last night. There are voices out there, both on the left and right, that say that the United States should not be participating in the defense of Israel. As you know, the U.S. military has confirmed that they are helping Israel's missile defense, not the offensive strikes against Iran, but trying to stop the Iranian missiles before they hit Israel. Do you think that the U.S. should stop helping Israel when it comes to missile defense?
Absolutely not. I think the integration of the U.S. forces, we have a destroyer now off the coast in the Mediterranean to integrate our Aegis fires with their fires, is that I think we have a solemn obligation to defend the people of Israel. I think at the same time, we have an obligation to speak, as they say, truth to power. If we object to some of their approaches and tactics, we have to make that clear. That's what I've tried to do. But no, we have to defend the state of Israel.
Well, let me just ask you a hypothetical. If Mexico had said that its goal was to rid the world of the United States, and they had a nuclear weapons program, and the CIA believed that it was within a year of weaponizing enriched uranium and putting it on a ballistic missile capable of killing Americans, do you think the United States would hesitate to do what Israel just did?
I don't think any would, but I think the
dude, we're led. These are animals, okay? Jake Tapper is a fucking animal. How is this any different than what Marjorie Taylor Greene says? This is literally developing justifications for why Israel was allowed, why Israel should be allowed to fucking strike Iran. And also simultaneously, once again, uniparty. American foreign policy is uniparty. The mainstream media's sole purpose here is to justify American foreign policy. Israel's actions are not outside of the boundaries of what America wanted. It is exactly what America wanted. This right here is manufacturing consent, okay? These guys are not even hitting the anti-Trump slant. Notice how they are not hitting the anti-Trump slant. Fake WMD allegations, this time nukes, okay? Israel agitating to go to war, begging to go to war. The mainstream outlets in unison saying the exact same things. Welcome back 2001. We are so back. Welcome back 2003. We are back, baby. Fake WMD justifications, War with Iran. We are so fucking back. The media is unified and supporting military conquest in the region. I'm telling you, this is exactly like the Iraq War. We are back to the Iraq War days, dude. Make no mistake. If you cannot fucking see this, if you cannot recognize exactly what's happening here, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, it's a dangerous regime. Even if they didn't have nukes, it's good to decapitate the regime. We have to do regime change. It is literally the same shit. And 10 years down the line, a lot of fucking libshits will turn around and be like, oh, how are we duped? Oh, I can't believe it. While they salivated at the prospect of sending American troops into the region to defend Israel. Okay, to defend Israel's interests, to defend America's interests, to wage war with a foreign sovereign nation, a regional power. Holy shit, dude. It is literally the same. Yeah, Johnny Harris will make a video about this 5 years later to be like, how could we have been so duped? How could we have been so duped? I wonder how. Perhaps it is because we are salivating at the prospect and mainstream media is playing its fucking role. Its role is to agitate. Its role is to manufacture consent for this war. It turns out that the American task force that Dropsite News intercepted and revealed is already in play here. You are watching it unfold.
Altitudes. Also, there were 2 U.S. Navy destroyers in the eastern Mediterranean that were already deployed there, and they both are equipped with missile defense systems that are capable of also bringing down long-range ballistic missiles. Now, this is exactly what happened last year when Iran launched those barrages against Israel. Those Navy ships that were there at the time were able to intercept some of those incoming Iranian missiles. So that's what we know right now. We're working to get confirmation that that is exactly the case in regards to the THAAD missile system, but more than likely that is what happened because there are 2 of those systems inside of Israel right now.
Louis, hang with me for a second because I want to go to Matthew because we're going to stay in this lane of just interception and defense. Matthew, what do we know about the Iron Dome and its capabilities in deterring these kinds of strikes? Just a second ago, we were seeing this video that looks to be that Iron Dome in action. You see that explosion, you see the missile, but how does this work? And how much longer, I guess, can it hold up with all of these missiles coming in? Or what's the threshold
Great question.
there?
Sure, great question. I'm just going to truth up front. I don't have a lot of technical insight into current status of Iron Dome. It's a system that has been wildly effective for many years. The Iranians so far have fired off fewer rockets than they did the last time we had this kind of exchange, which could be, they want to keep something in the tank depending on how long this goes. But as good as the Iron Dome has been, it's obviously it's not. It's got some vulnerabilities. It's not going to be 100% effective. I'm not sure it's realistic to expect something like that. So some missiles have gotten through. Some more missiles are going to get through. But as far as sustainability goes, I think if there starts to be a resource stress in that system, I think you'll see the U.S. step in with whatever it can to bear it up or to complement it with some of the other systems that Luis was just talking about.
Absolutely. And Marcus, let me bring you in here because what are you hearing from Israeli officials and what might come next within the next few hours?
Police, 22 people arrested on suspicion of planning to take out a congratulatory convoy of vehicles in Al-Fam in solidarity with the rocket barrage towards Israel tonight.
But we have heard
nice
from
democracy,
them that they
man.
have said that the airstrikes that they started on Iran earlier this morning, that it would have multiple phases and that this wasn't the end of that. So we anticipate that Israel might launch another strike or multiple strikes in Iran. We'll just have to wait to see if indeed that happens. And one thing is certain, they have said that they expect more from Iran. So we anticipate that that this is far from over. Israel is preparing for that. And one of the things they told the public is for the public to be prepared. The prime minister said that they anticipate that Iran's retaliation will include, quote, severe waves of airstrikes, and that's a bit of what we have seen tonight here in Tel Aviv, Morgan.
Yeah, and certainly some scary hours ahead. Selena, the president told you yesterday that an attack on Iran could very well happen, but that he didn't think it was imminent. Do we know when the White House learned of Israel's decision to strike Iran early this morning, local time? Kind of rewind and take us through how we got here in the first place.
Yeah, Morgan, well, we know that the U.S. was aware. We don't know the exact timing. Before the attack, the U.S. had already started to pull some personnel from the Middle East. The president had said days before that the region could become very dangerous. But that's right. Yesterday, I asked the president just how imminent this attack could be. And the president said he didn't think it was imminent, but that it very well could.
Yeah, by the way, it's like Israel is currently striking Tehran. The difference between last night and right now, however, is that the anti-air missiles are working now. The anti-air defense systems are now working, at least the ones that haven't been fucking destroyed by drone strikes. And of course, the media is not even fucking covering it. The media is not covering it at all. There has been no mention thus far of the Israeli retaliation because we're too busy manufacturing consent for how we must defend Israel, why we must defend Israel, how Israel is the biggest victim in all of this, and how, we have to go to war with Iran. They just, Israel did the right thing here. Who wouldn't have actually struck Iran? We should have struck Iran before this. Iran's in Tehran, including one with the Houthi banner, applaud and cheer as they watch Iranian air defenses fend off Israeli attacks in the sky tonight. Do you think this will spiral out of control? What do you mean? It has already spiraled out of control. What are you talking about? Israel has officially announced its final ambition. This is the crown jewel. Iran has always been the biggest ambition for Israel. It's the most powerful regional power against Israel. And now, right at the precipice of the Knesset dissolving, like the controlling the controlling parties basically falling apart and ripping Benjamin Netanyahu away from power and potentially destabilizing Israeli politics for a little bit, Benjamin Netanyahu had to strike at the last moment that he could to kickstart the final conquest, the final ambition, the final solution to the Arab problem in the Arab Peninsula, the Muslim problem. The Iranians aren't Arab. We are here. Not a single dem has made a peep about Israel getting hit. I'm surprised AIPAC is letting this slide. What do you mean? What are you talking about? They've been coming out of the woodwork being like, we would defend Israel better than Trump. They've all been chirping. They've been going on the news shows to be like, trying to figure out their line of attack. And the best possible thing that they can come up with is like, we actually would do a better job. Tim Waltz, maybe China can negotiate a Middle East peace. Oh, my goat. My fucking goat, dude. What a legend. Good luck. Good luck, Tim.
Israeli attack on Iran. What can you tell us about that operation to take out Iranian generals and nuclear scientists as well?
This was a comprehensive attack, Morgan. Not only we had anticipated that there might be some kind of attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, and that has taken place. We know that the Natanz was struck, but now we also hear that potentially other nuclear site locations will also be impacted. But the thing is that what was really most surprising was that there were also targeted attacks, missile attacks against senior leaders of Iran's military. Not political leaders, but Iran's senior military leaders, as well as some of their nuclear scientists. And the precision with which these attacks were carried out is really very surprising. Not only that, they also knew where to attack some of these military officers, so that they were in a group setting. There are some of the details that have come out about how they plan to essentially move some of these officers of high rank inside Iran's military into a certain location, because they knew that if they
Hasan, what's your take? Do you stand with my country?
A response from them in terms of
do I think Iran has a right to defend itself? Abso-fucking-lutely, okay? Absolutely. Iran does have a legal right and responsibility to defend itself after a severe violation of its sovereignty. What do you mean?
Is how Iran is acknowledging these fatalities. Typically, you would not hear something like this from Iran, but in this case, the information is being made public. Probably. Just
What do you think? I'm a fucking CNN anchor? What are you, crazy?
Of a scale this was, and
why don't you move to the Middle East and make some change? I love that. First of all, I came from there. If I can't make the change here in America, which is responsible for all of the instability in the Middle East, how the fuck am I going to do a better service in the Middle East? I'm in the United States of America as an American citizen, using my First Amendment protected speech, at least First Amendment protected for now, to try to curb back American appetite for violence and instability in the region, and it still doesn't fucking work. Yeah. Whenever someone says that, they just mean like, yo, fly in there so we can kill you easier. You can't manufacture consent and sound like you stayed up playing WoW all night. They need to hire a new guy.
Since October 7th, had been carrying out strikes against the Israelis. All of that is still at play.
I wonder if this will actually move the needle of people perceiving Israel as the victim here. Or if people genuinely are just like, enough is enough, it's over. Like, fucking dial it back, you absolute psychopaths. You know what I mean? Because, like, I mean, this is ridiculous. This is actually fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, how much more death and destruction do we have to fund and support and actually cause until the American people rise up and say, no more. I want healthcare. I don't want my fucking tax dollars to go to endless bloodshed in the region. Like, I don't know. I don't know if this is a turning point again, considering how much the media is screaming their unlimited loyalty and support to the state of Israel for once again bombing another country, while it is also currently doing an unlimited genocide of the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip.
With that breaking news this morning from the Middle East, overnight, Israel has conducted airstrikes on Iran. Now, that is raising fears of an all-out war in that region. Israel says it sent around 200 warplanes to attack Iranian military sites and its nuclear program overnight. Those strikes also killed several Iranian generals. Iran's supreme leader promised, in his words, severe punishment for this attack. Ramy Inocencio is following all of this. Ramy, this is a big, very scary story. What can you tell us?
Yes, good morning. And strikes and counterstrikes are continuing today. Israel says Iran launched over 100 drones this morning, but Iran denies that while saying that Israel hit multiple new sites today. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed more attacks for, quote, as many days as it takes to neutralize Iran. Roaring off to attack Iran, Israel says 200 fighter jets struck more than 100 targets in the capital Tehran and dozens of sites across the country in Operation Rising Lion. including Iran's heart of uranium enrichment, Natanz, with its thousands of centrifuges deep underground, said Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9.
And within a few months or less than a year, he said, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon. Israeli warplanes also hit nuclear sites in Isfahan, Tabriz, and Arak, killing leading nuclear scientists, and military sites in Parchin and Kermanshah. At least 20 senior commanders were also killed, including Hossein Salami, chief of Iran's elite military intelligence force, the Revolutionary Guards. Residents in this Tehran neighborhood were dazed. Others called for Israel's destruction. These are Israel's final breaths. God willing, said this nurse. Some peace will come.
Wow, look at how violent these Iranians are for demanding retaliation after Israel blew up their fucking homes again. In the backdrop, 20 months of unlimited child murder. Okay? 20 months of unlimited child murder in the Gaza Strip, which Israel is a belligerent occupier of. And Israel only has more and more appetite for more death and more destruction, more instability in the region.
Some Israelis preparing for Iran's promised retaliation also invoke.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced that Kyber missiles will be launched soon and the world will be shocked by what it sees. We shall see. Classic New York Times. Donald the Dove, Hillary the Hawk. I have nothing to add, but this person is still a premier columnist at the New York Times. I mean, is that even shocking? Yeah. Hillary is a hawk, but so is Donald. The problem here is not saying Donald the Dove, Hillary the Hawk. The problem here is that the New York Times likes both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton being hawkish. Israel had the courage to do what needed to be done by Bret Stephens. Oh my God. Oh my God. We are all bloodthirsty hyenas, dude. We are fucking animals, okay, here in the United States of America. We are disgusting. Our columnists are the most disgusting people on the planet. New York Times columnist, specifically Bret Stephens, a person whose career relies on endless and unlimited bloodshed in the Middle East and an advocacy for endless and unlimited bloodshed in the Middle East, once again, doing more of the WMD shit. Like, these are the same guys that did the WMD lies, okay? How shocking. How fucking shocking that the very same people that advanced the lies and manufacture the consent to go to war with Iraq are now doing it again to go to war with Iran. Wow. Well, just like if you don't actually offer accountability to Israel after 77 years of unlimited death and destruction, if you don't offer any accountability to the fucking columnists that defend that, 25 years later, they're up to the same fucking bullshit. Bret Stephens, 20 years on, I don't regret supporting the Iraq war. Bret Stephens today. Israel had the courage to do what needed to be done. Huh. Interesting. How shocking. Monster. Fucking monster. You don't understand Donald Trump. He created so much global peace so fast the world couldn't take over, so everyone overcorrected. I mean, by the way, I will make this very clear once again. Donald Trump doing this is not outside of the confines of American foreign policy. This is exactly what Kamala Harris would do as well. I've already shown you enough evidence that this is precisely what Kamala Harris would do as well. Okay? There are differences between Kamala and Donald Trump's administration in terms of like domestic policy. It would be marginally better overall for undocumented migrants and things of that nature. Not by like a significant margin, however, because the Kamala administration was also entertaining a militant response to the criminal migrant crisis, as you know. Having said that, in terms of foreign policy, it would be one-to-one identical. The only difference would be the communications. Donald Trump has a different style where he's brash, he's bold, he doesn't fucking hide the truth, where he'll just be like, yeah, I'm doing this. What the fuck are you going to do about it? The liberal administration, on the other hand, would be trying to manage and massage the narrative in the same ways that the Biden administration did. After the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, Bush approval shot from 30% to like 80%. No, that was after 9/11. In the absence of a 9/11 style situation, okay, God forbid, in the absence of a 9/11 style situation, going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel is going to only lead to an incredible amount of resentment, an incredible, unimaginable amount of resentment. Donald Trump ran on defending the world and defending America and being a peaceful dove. A lot of people that voted for Donald Trump voted because they were like, whoa, he's a peaceful dove. He's going to do peace through strength. If you think, listen, you trusted me already. Some of you did, at least, when I said, make no mistake, once the mass deportation policies start happening in people's neighborhoods, they will realize that this is violent and unacceptable. And they will immediately show their distaste for their neighbors being ripped away from their families. When Republicans realize that Donald Trump is and his enforcement, his immigration enforcement means that, you know, their small businesses are going to lose their employees. Their farms are going to lose their fucking farmhands. The hospitality industry is going to lose all of the fucking employees that they hire. That they're going to have militarized police forces in their neighborhood going door to door. They are going to immediately turn around and say, this is fucked up. And that is already happening. Donald Trump's immigration agenda is now in the red. Okay? The only reason why that happened is because Republicans realize what that looks like, and the Democrats realize what that actually looks like. The people that voted for Donald Trump started realizing that maybe this isn't the best possible thing to do. Maybe maybe we're not going after the rapist criminal migrants. And the same goes for a war with Iran. Okay? Americans do not have any appetite for a war with Iran. They do not. Right now, it's like 12%. It's a 90-10 issue. Republicans do not have an appetite to go to war with Iran. This is especially because of the way that they are framing this as like a defense of Israel, even though it's technically America's own ambition in the region. Americans do not want to go to war with Iran. So in the absence of a 9/11 style situation that universalizes the pain and makes every American fearful of like Iran, there will be no justification to go to war with Iran. And Donald Trump's already lowering approval rating will be in the fucking shitter, as opposed to George W. Bush having a high approval rating in the aftermath of 9/11, where there was a rallying around the flag. Incredible.
It's another call to tell me that another friend of mine was killed in battle. I'm telling you right now, I'm shaking. We've lost countless of great men, and it's not even men, they're kids my age. I'm 23, and they're even younger than me. It's from 18 till 22, 23, maybe 25. People that could have been, you know, having their own families, living their best life, but instead they're killed in a battle in Gaza, in Lebanon.
No, not the Nazis that wanted to fucking do a genocide. Not the 23-year-old kids who joined the Nazi forces to do a genocide in fucking Gaza or to do unlimited death and destruction in Lebanon, getting killed in the process. What the fuck? The horror. The horror. Why won't anybody think about the 25-year-old Rear Admiral General that died because he was dressed up, died after invading the homes of Lebanese women that they had massacred, wearing their underwear as Hezbollah sniped them because they love standing next to windowsills while smoking cigarettes? Why won't anybody think about these brave, beautiful 25-year-old commando admiral generals that are children and also hostages? Why? This was an innocent child general of the Israeli Nazi force. That's crazy. I am so sad. I am saddened. Yeah, you all laugh. You all laugh. But will you be laughing when your 28-year-old child, when your 28-year-old child general is kidnapped from a tank that just got done crushing the skulls of Palestinian orphans? Huh? Will you laugh? Khalil, no. That's what I say. Not so funny, is it? When you think about a general that was kidnapped from a tank, a poor hostage. Anyway. I don't know how true it is, but I saw somewhere the brother of the talking anime avatar knocks something that always criticizes you died when opening a woman's drawer in Gaza and it was a booby trap. No. Nooks Taku or whatever. The VTuber that's like always fucking always. No, I mean I think a relative of his did die. But I don't know if they died on October 7 or if they died invading Gaza. But the other stuff I don't think is real. I don't know what happened. I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that he is really creepy and stalks other content creators, but now he's stalking me. Efendim. Peki. Ne? Anne hadi git, tamam, evet. Yeah, I don't know what his what happened to that person's family members. I think he at some point threatened me for saying he was a pedophile that watches animated child pornography. But then he realized that there would be a process of discovery where, the courts would have access to his, videos that he's posted, while also access to his hard drives, which would immediately be an open and shut case.
Unprecedented attack on Iran. Israel is continuing to attack Iran, sending more missiles after attacks killed top military commanders and damaged nuclear sites. And in an address to the nation...
This music is so cheery. All right, let's keep going with this.
Vote God. God is always with us. We had no choice. We can't wait till they do something, then it'll be too late.
And Iran now says it will not join nuclear talks set for this Sunday, but Steve Witkoff, President Trump's Mideast envoy, is still expected to go to Oman, at least for now. Iran's supreme leader has vowed severe punishment, and its military said that Iran would exact a heavy price on Israel and the United States for these attacks.
Dude, it's so funny because Kyle Kalinske is in shock at videos like this one. He literally sent this to me and then also sent me a tweet from fucking Sex Pestiny. And he's just like, what are these guys saying? Like, it's always funny when you see like actual political commentators accidentally see dumb fucks like this and what kind of commentary is coming out of their mouths. Here is my former podcast co-host, racist Zionist pig, and genocide lover, Ethan Klein, and his opinions apparently on the Israeli strikes against Iran.
Israelis said it's a war now, and it's this is going down. This is like the war that's been brewing for a long time.
I see some Israelis in our chat right now. They're in their safe rooms.
I want to say that you know, whatever you think about Israel, Iran is bad as or worse. They are the fucking evil. They are the evil.
Oh no!
Well, fucking, they're the reason for all this bullshit. Like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi.
Yeah, Iran created Hamas after forcing Israel to do ethnic cleansing and a permanent occupation for, at that point, what, like 60 years? Or even, it was like probably, what, 50 years at that point when Hamas was created? Yeah. Definitely. It was Iran that forced Israel to do ethnic cleansing to the Palestinians and occupy them. Just like it was Iran that told Israel to go and fucking bomb southern Lebanon and instill or promote sectarian fighting in southern Lebanon and do massacres in southern Lebanon so that Hezbollah would be created as a defense force against both Israel and all of the other forces that Israel was helping murder Palestinians and the Shia population of Lebanon. Yeah, famously. It was Iran's fault ultimately.
They're all attacking under the direction of Iran. They are all being these
guys would never have distaste for the settler colonial entity that is doing ethnic cleansing campaigns with regular frequency in the region if it wasn't for Iran. Yeah, Iran actually created Israel. That's right. Yeah, Mr. Pro-Palestine, Mr. Anti-Genocide, by the way. So weird.
Fucking Islamists, like mega, like these ultra, you know, I don't even know how to say it, militant, super religious zealots, right? This is all coming from Iran under their direction, you know? So, you know, and what's interesting is that even you know who hates Iran, the Iranian government the most? Iranians.
The people.
Every fucking Iranian you ask is like, fuck them.
He's like, I went to Beverly Hills and every single, all of my neighbors hate Iran. They hate it. They're always demanding that people bomb Iran. It's so strange. You haven't talked to any Iranians? No, he has. Oh, he has. I know them too. I live here. They live around me. I frequently encounter Iranians that say they are Persian, okay, and demand that the Shah come back to power. They live here, the Iranian monarchists. Okay?
I can't wait for them to be gone.
Can anyone name a country where people fully like their government? Yeah, I mean, we fucking hate our government here. Does that mean that, I don't know, we should fucking nuke California. I hate the government. I've been out protesting the government for its insane actions against some of my community members. It's insanely violent actions, it's abhorrent actions against migrants, the migrant population that makes California what it is, makes America what it is. Okay? Does that mean it's great? We should just fucking nuke. We should nuke America. We should, bomb. We should bomb California. Is that going to solve the problem? Are Iranians not Persian? No, Iranians are Persian. It's just these Iranians won't even say that they're Iranian. They'll say they're Persian. Great out of context clip right there. Iran is launching another round of ballistic missiles towards Israel, expected to hit in the coming minutes. New ballistic missiles launched. The IDF identified that missiles were recently launched from Iran towards the territory of the state of Israel. The defense systems are working to intercept the threat. You must enter the protected areas and remain there until further notice. Exiting the protected area will only be possible after receiving explicit instructions. You must continue to act according to Home Front Command's instructions. All right, we're back to the Tel Aviv skyline.
Get through Israel's air defense shield. But at the time, those that did make it through largely struck, in the middle of roads, on the sides of roads. They didn't really hit any buildings. And so Israel did get quite lucky back in October. And what we're seeing right now is a similar scenario, except this time we are seeing impacts directly to buildings, which is why we are seeing the number of...
It doesn't seem like there's coordination with the U.S. this time. What are you talking about? Oh, you mean from Iran? Like telling ahead of time that they were going to strike Israel. Yes. I mean, they're still saying that they're coming. Iran launches a third barrage of ballistic missiles towards Israel. The idea says as of 1 minute ago. What the fuck? I'm effing again. Iran is launching a barrage of missiles at my ISP as well, it seems. What the hell is going on? Mini F. Hold the line. It's coming back. No, it's back. 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 It's a little bit, okay? It's a little patchy every now and then. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Depending on the level of chat delay, I might actually hit another F,
back in October,
a pre-planned
F.
F.
The strategic air defense. Iran to this day had never responded.
Chat, press 1. Press 1 to test delay.
A number of missiles kind of in the silos.
2,
looks like they launched
3, 4,
it's very unfortunate
5,
some of those got through
6,
downtown Tel Aviv.
7, 8,
obviously, I think we'll look
9,
to why that happened.
10,
I know the
11,
October defense quite
12,
well. So
13,
we had missile
14,
destroyers in the Eastern
15.
Mediterranean. We had
Okay,
all of our
15-second delay.
on land. We now have a THAAD system, which was mentioned in the report, which we deployed in the latter months of the Biden administration.
Subscribe now to test the delay.
Iran can only keep
for
this up,
$6 or for
so
free.
long. Israel, what they have done here is they have demonstrated complete intelligence domination
6,
in Iran,
7,
and now they
setting
have
up a drone
9,
base inside
10,
the country.
and now they
11,
have
12,
total air dominance.
13, 14, 15.
I know a little bit about kind of what the Israelis might be planning.
Okay, no subscriptions
for so
came.
long. I don't know exactly what they have in the hopper here in the coming days.
Oh, subscriptions came right at the 15-second mark.
Round 2,
okay,
round 3,
15-second
round 4,
delay.
round 5.
I am going to...
I think Iran is in trouble. I am hearing that the Iranians are actually reaching out saying, hey, we are going to respond,
I am going to hit
That's hugely significant. We have to
the
see.
reset button
Iran's in a very weak
in
position
15
here.
seconds.
And
So by the
what
time
Israel
you
has
hear
done is quite
this,
extraordinary.
there will be a
The
minor
scope and scale of this
F,
operation is
just so chat
unprecedented.
can catch
The
up
losses,
to
Iran,
the
look, yeah, they
stream.
can replace their
1,
Supreme Leader
2,
names and replacements
3,
today. I wouldn't
4,
necessarily want to be those
5,
people,
6,
but I know these guys.
7, 8,
Hajizadeh
9,
is their
10,
missile and
11,
rocket commander. He is the
12,
guy that basically
13,
built their entire
14,
missile force.
15.
Was dead.
Okay.
2019. Soleimani's replacement, Ashraf Ghani. It looks like he is also
And we're back.
killed. And the leader of Iran's entire military, General Bakari, one of the most powerful people in Iran, someone we used to communicate with when we were trying to figure out what was going on, either de-escalate, try to manage, contain situations. He's dead. And Ali Shamkhani, who is really the main national security advisor to the supreme leader.
All right,
He's been
testing the
replaced,
delay
but
again.
He's still in the
Testing
room.
the delay
He's been
now.
basically the national security advisor of Iran.
How do they subscribe with a Twitch Prime for free? Subscribe with the Twitch Prime for free or gift it. Give the subs. That's how we're testing the delays going forward. Y'all being swindled. No, we're testing. We're simply testing the chat delay. We're simply testing the chat delay with the Piker Broadcasting Services. Chat delays are tested by you, the viewers, by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You get to help me maintain my editorial independence while also simultaneously figuring out whether or not the stream and the broadcast is delayed.
Warren, tell us what you're going through.
Jake, this looks like the third wave of incoming
Fund
ballistic missile
PBS, the
fire
Piker
from
Broadcasting
Iran.
Service.
The Israeli military put out a statement just a few moments ago saying the IDF identified missiles launched from Iran toward the territory of the state of Israel. Sirens were going off in Jerusalem behind us. I don't know if the mic is picking up on it, but it sounds like those sirens were so loud they set off car alarms in the area. And even after they stopped here for a moment, you could hear them in neighboring towns.
This
and
is the
villages.
area you should
and then
avoid.
Over the course of the past probably 2 minutes or so,
God
we heard
damn.
what sounded like 4 or 5.
That's almost the entirety,
likely
dude.
interceptions, but also possibly impacts. We're not sure about that yet. And as I sit here talking to you, the red alerts keep coming in for areas all around Jerusalem. Shoresh, for example, is just west of us. A number of other locations in the area. So this appears to be, from what we're seeing here, the third round of Iranian ballistic missile fire incoming at Israel. Again, the sirens went off here for quite some time, and then they continued in areas around Jerusalem, and we heard a number of intercepts. Let me stop talking for just a minute here. I doubt the microphone can pick it up, but I can hear red alert sirens in the distance, essentially west of where we're sitting right now, that is towards Tel Aviv. And it looks like sirens or red alerts are also going off in the West Bank in places like Shiloh as well. So it's not clear if this is all across the country, but it certainly looks like it is around Jerusalem and potentially central parts of the country as well, with what is the third round of incoming ballistic missile fire. Meanwhile, my cameraman here looking behind me, are you seeing?
Yeah, we're seeing
possibly
it.
an interception or a flame of some sort behind us, whether that's a downed missile.
Yeah, we're seeing some images right now from Jerusalem and also some from Tel Aviv. That's Tel Aviv right now. We're seeing images. And what, for folks not used to seeing this, some of them are missiles and some of them are
And we just saw a launch right behind us.
Anti-missiles.
Yeah, we just heard, you might even still be able to hear it in the background. We just saw an interceptor launched off from pretty much right behind us that was headed up right behind our shot here. We might be able to roll that back a little later, but I think that's the first time this evening, at least, that we have seen an interceptor fired from Jerusalem.
I'm seeing a couple.
Most of the incoming had been towards Tel Aviv, some towards northern Israel, but now it seems this missile fire, at least a portion of it, headed towards Jerusalem itself. Obviously, it goes without saying, this is where the Prime Minister's office is, this is where the Knesset is, this is where major government offices are.
No, not the Prime Minister's office.
And as I say this, just heard what sounded like an interception. Might have been able to see it over my left shoulder here. Another one, potentially a third one. So this looks like, and I'm still hearing them,
Yeah, the flashes in the sky, for those watching, the flashes in the
background
sky
here, this sounds like
are missiles being exploded by the interceptors. When the missiles get through, the flashes are on the ground when the missiles hit. It is quite a thing to be in Israel.
Prayers up for
when
Scott
they are
Jennings.
under attack, which
CNN
is not
Scott Jennings, who is in
when I was
Jerusalem for
Israel,
some weird
after
reason.
October 7th,
Yeah, and Mike
2023,
Huckabee too.
And Hamas was firing rockets.
Hello.
There we go. We see more missiles in the sky.
The sounds of the explosions taking place.
Caitlyn Jenner,
Now we're hearing
Scott
from a
Jennings,
different station.
Mike
Brett McGurk, have
Huckabee.
you ever been in Israel while they were under attack?
We see more behind us as well. Yeah.
Again, if you're just joining us, you're looking at
Wait, Javier Milei is in.
Streaks across the
Yeah,
screen.
it's a remarkable
and
thing.
for a moment, it's silent because you're waiting for them to get in range to take.
Did you just say Javier Milei is also stuck in Israel?
So,
are you
I very
fucking
much
kidding
know
me?
What is going on here? I am thinking about our men and women working.
Are
with
you
Israelis to
joking?
help, defeat that attack. Fortunately,
Oh
we know how to do it. I
my
think we're very good at it,
God.
but also, unfortunately, some do get through.
Well, what U.S. troops are obviously there at the U.S. Embassy, but what are they there in any other capacity?
We have a diplomatic presence. We have military personnel who work with our embassy. We have a THAAD system, a terminal high altitude area defense system.
THAAD system is a missile defense.
Yeah, why do we have that there? We shouldn't
now,
have that there.
We know already that the military equipment that the Israelis use in their defense is paid for by U.S. taxpayers to the tune of billions annually. But now we know, in terms of positioning assets, as well as the existing assets of the U.S. military in the region, that there has been at least some role played by the U.S. military with regard to having the ability to defend Israel against some of these Iranian attacks. What we're being told is not only are
Throwing
two
bagels at the wall, thank you for the
destroyers that are
50 gifted
capable of
subs.
deflecting both cruise and ballistic missiles headed towards the Eastern Mediterranean, but we know already in the presence in the region is the USS Sullivan, the USS Ashley Burke, and we also know that there is, in fact, a number of other naval vessels as well. According to the U.S. Navy, the USS Carl Vinson is in the Arabian Sea. And that's important to note because that is a ship that is there well off the coast of Oman, because there is a need with those potential for talks in Oman, those indirect talks, a sixth round, that was something that was necessary for the commander-in-chief, to U.S. president, to make sure was there. And finally, we should also tell you that according to what we've been hearing here in Washington, the U.S. Army has also employed the THAAD missile defense system, again, in an effort to try and defend Israel against the attacks, the retaliatory attacks, which we understand has been in 3 waves of missiles from Iran.
Very interesting indeed. Okay, Kimberly Halkett bringing us the latest there, reminding us that the US THAAD missile system is being deployed also in Israel, as well as the Iron Dome.
I thought we weren't. I thought we weren't defending Israel. I thought we weren't collaborating with Israel. What's going on? I'm hearing. I'm hearing reports that American THAAD missile systems are defending the genocidal Nazi state. Strange developments all around.
Security Council that the above-ground pilot enrichment plant at Iran's Natanz nuclear site.
What's this? I'm hearing USS Berger is also defending Israel relentlessly and viciously. Huh.
Activity outside the Natanz site has remained unchanged.
USS Ashley Babbitt. USS Ashley Babbitt and USS Berger has been has moved in the direction of Israel in an effort to defend it.
However,
USS
due
Ashley
to the impacts,
Babbitt.
there is radiological and chemical contamination inside the facilities at
USS Kyle Rittenhouse.
The type of radiation present inside the facility, primarily alpha
God damn, those
particles,
motherfuckers are
is
fast as
manageable
hell, bro.
with appropriate radiation protection measures.
Well, meanwhile, the US has warned Iran that it should not target American infrastructure in the region.
Israeli strike
The
on
United
Iran
States
ignites
was
new Middle Eastern
informed
war.
of the
Burgles!
strikes ahead of time.
Thank you for the
but
100
was
gifted
not
subs.
militarily
And Anonymous,
involved
thank you for the 50.
in these strikes. Our absolute foremost priority.
Chatters, where are my missile
US
autists? I need you. I need my missile autists right now. Are the super fast ones the Kyber missiles that they were talking about? Because maybe Iran isn't wrong and it is actually shockingly fast. I need all the missile autists to come to the front. Stand up. Wait, oh, what the fuck? Oh! That one hit. That was, we just saw that one. That hit, right? I saw that up top right corner.
Infrastructure in the region.
Or these are...
The consequences for Iran would be dire.
Well, Gabriel Zondo is at the UN headquarters in New York. And Gabe, what more have we heard from the UN there tonight?
Yeah, and that meeting from the Security Council lasted about 2.5 hours. We heard from the two main players. Let's get to that straight away, Iran and Israel. The Iranian ambassador to the United Nations calling Israel's attack on his country, in his words, barbaric, criminal, and essentially an act of war. He went on to say that the killing of military personnel and others in Iran were targeted assassinations. And he said, Iran will reserve the right and does reserve the right to respond even more at the time and place of its choosing, but said it will do it in the context of self-defense. Now, Israel's ambassador to the UN basically laid out the case in his view and in his country's view that they were taking action in his view of self-preservation for the Israeli states, claiming that they uncovered plans for Iran to strike Israel. And also said that his country waited for diplomacy to try to work, but they could not wait any longer. Of course, this flies in the face of the fact that there were talks scheduled, as Kimberly Halkett mentioned, this weekend between Iran and the United States. Those talks now very much in doubt, to put it mildly. Just briefly, though, I'll also mention several other Security Council members spoke. Pakistan's ambassador said that Israel's attack on Iran was morally repugnant ahead of the Iran nuclear talks over the weekend. China urged Israel to immediately cease all of its, in their words, military
no, that's not new. That's the same one.
adventurism. And Russia's ambassador to the UN also condemned Israel's actions as well.
That's old
and Gabe,
footage.
I mean, Israel, it seems, is once again at odds with the United Nations. So, as you said, it said that
sheltering
it
underground,
acted
large
against
explosions throughout the Tel Aviv
Iran
suburbs.
because the international community didn't.
Yeah, that's right. Israel has one very powerful ally, of course, and that's the United States. An ally not
was
that
a
only,
Khyber
not only
Shikan
is
missile
one
hitting
of the
Tel Aviv moments ago.
of the 193 member state countries, but of course Israel having veto power on the Security Council. But that was something actually that the Iranian ambassador brought up, saying that the United States is directly involved in this because of Israel's use of American weapons. And he said that's something that Iran will not forget, and really pointed the finger at the United States. But clearly, for the most part, the world really points the finger at Israel for starting this, and that's why we saw so many condemnations of Israel's actions. But now you're sensing, at least on the Security Council,
Use the correct
everyone's
map
saying,
of India.
take a step back.
Map
Because
of India
this
is wrong.
could escalate, and it
Map
is
posted by Israel
escalating
Defense Forces currently
and could
shows Jammu and
spiral
Kashmir
very
as
much
part
out
of
control. In fact,
Pakistan.
it might already be, as some
Map of India is
council members
wrong.
stated.
Now you understand
Gabe,
why
just
India
finally, what do you
remains
make of
neutral.
the timing of Israel's attacks on Iran? Because it's
Not
come
much
just
we
days,
agree on,
isn't
but
it,
very
after
forward-thinking to
the
correctly
UN
show
nuclear
Jammu
watchdog's
and Kashmir as a
report
part
that
of
Iran,
Pakistan.
for the first time in 20 years, was found to be not complying with its non-proliferation obligations.
India no longer
Yeah, that's right. But I think
lying
that Israel
in defense of
probably would
Israel.
have launched this attack against Iran, or at least strongly considered it, no matter what the IAEA would have determined. I think that the fact that this comes just hours before another round of nuclear talks between the United States and Iran
Marines,
was scheduled to take place
U.S.
in Oman.
Marine deployed
really
to Los Angeles carried out the
signals
first
that,
known detention of a
this served
civilian.
multiple purposes, if you will, for Israel. As the Israeli ambassador said, it took out military leaders, military infrastructure, and the core of the nuclear program of Iran, according to the Israeli ambassador. But it also potentially now derails.
I call on everyone to join me in unison to demand that Caitlyn Jenner drive around the streets of Tel Aviv right now. Okay? I think in order to fully show her support, she should be driving unrestricted on the streets of Tel Aviv, maybe in the vicinity of the Knesset building or wherever the Israeli Defense Forces are. This could be, I think this would really show how much Caitlyn Jenner wants to save the beautiful nation state, the most moral nation state of Israel. Okay? I think she should be doing that. This is the best way to celebrate Pride Month in Tel Aviv, is what they're telling me. That's what I've heard. I've heard that this is the only way.
And damaged Iran's largest uranium enrichment site, Natanz. Israel says it also attacked a facility near Isfahan. Giorgio Cafiero is the chief executive of...
Perfect time for her to start driving. Right after a couple glasses of wino. Okay, that's... Nobody take away her keys. Everybody stop. Nobody take away her keys.
It very clear to everyone in the neighborhood and really everyone around the world that waging such strikes against Iran, killing civilians in Tehran and other parts of the country, this is conduct that will result in very serious consequences. And I think the Iranian supreme leader is very serious when he says that his country is committed to making Israel suffer as a consequence of this aggression against Iran. However, we should also keep in mind that Israel, especially with all this support from the United States and other Western countries, has the ability to make Iran suffer a lot too. And I fear that we are at the beginning of what could be a drawn-out conflict with a tremendous amount of death and destruction that is yet to come.
The trouble is, both sides have been threatening this kind of action for years. I mean, they've had ample time to prepare their responses.
Yes, you know, as I'm sure all your viewers are aware, for many years, these two countries were confronting each other in what so many called really a shadow war. And then it was a little more than a year ago, back in April 2024, when that shadow war gave way to really direct state-to-state confrontations. And that brought us into this period defined by the so-called
visual confirmation. Hakidia has been hit.
And now what we're seeing is a very,
Israel's
very
most heavily defended, most central military base. I mean, we know that it's been hit.
Hostilities can escalate much further, and I think there is good reason to be concerned about this spilling into many other countries in the neighborhood, becoming much more of a regional, if not a global crisis. It is rather difficult for me to imagine de-escalation at any point soon. I think it is positive that Russia has offered to mediate. I think it's positive that President Trump had a conversation with the Emir of Qatar. The Qataris have always tried to play a back channel role between different countries in the region, different countries around the world, including between the U.S. and Iran. And I hope that some of these back channels can create an opportunity for some dialogue and some diplomacy.
Okay, it doesn't seem
with
like
the
anything's
aim of
happening if we're being
de-escalating the
real.
hostilities. But to repeat, I'm not very optimistic about any de-escalation right now.
No, because one would wonder why Netanyahu would want to de-escalate when there was a channel for discussions and dialogue on the table already. I mean, on Sunday, there was supposed to be the 6th round of talks between the US and Iran about the nuclear program, the very nuclear program that Netanyahu is professing to want to destroy.
Well, yeah, you know, the whole idea of the U.S. and Iran engaging each other diplomatically on the nuclear file, also on non-nuclear files, the idea of tensions between the West and Iran decreasing, the idea of sanctions on Iran being lifted as a result of diplomacy, all of that constituted a nightmare scenario from the Netanyahu government's perspective. And I think one of the motivations, the key motivations that the Netanyahu government had for starting this war was to completely kill any hope for diplomacy between Iran and the West.
I hate how some Democratic candidates have actually been calling out Israel's genocide in Gaza, are now saying it's both Israel and Iran are attacking each other. Super disappointing. Yeah, I saw that. Kat Abu Zalek had a take about it where she was like, Israel attacking Iran is fucked up, and so is Iran attacking Israel. And it's like, I'm sorry, there's no parity here. You know what I mean? There's literally no parity. It is a fucking sovereign nation state. It is a sovereign nation state that was attacked by America's attack dog while it is in the fucking process of doing an ethnic cleansing campaign.
So we're into a very complex moment here with the Trump administration.
It's ridiculous.
Trying to suggest perhaps too late
a completely unprovoked attack amidst Iran's best attempts to try and negotiate with the fucking animals that are the American government and the fucking animals that are the Israeli government. Completely ridiculous. There is no defense for this, and you will never, unfortunately, it is an indefensible position for Israel, and yet, as expected, the American media is giving full-throated defense to Israel. Okay? It's crazy.
Continue to try and get through air defenses, but at a startling moment, frankly, changed dynamics in the region, Jake.
Kylie, President Trump says that Iran needs to make a deal with the U.S., quote, before nothing is left. He also told CNN's Dana Bash that Iran should have listened to him on April 12th when he gave the 60-day warning to make the deal.
It's disappointing. My expectation isn't like American politicians or American candidates being like, talking about how may Allah guide the Iranian rockets or something. You know what I mean? I'm not fucking saying that. I'm not demanding that. That'd be ridiculous. But at least like keep your fucking criticisms to Israel alone, which is always the responsible party. And it is certainly the responsible party here as well. You know? It's fucking ridiculous. Like, what are we doing? Chuck Grassley, oh, my favorite poster. Iran was about to get 2 nukes last night. Israel acted to protect itself, but its action helps protect U.S. because Iran says death to Israel, death to America. My favorite poster, 92 years young, baby. They were literally 1 second away. Israeli police tell me 1 woman was killed and at least 20 people were wounded in the suburbs of Tel Aviv where a ballistic missile hit a residential building.
Into this building. This entire block has been destroyed, and there are currently crews that are going through all of the rubble. Every once in a while, they tell people to be silent. They are looking for survivors.
It's crazy because, once again, Iran doesn't have the same precise targeting capabilities that Israel has because Iran doesn't have access to the airspace near Israel in the way that Israel has access to the airspace above Iran. So when Iran is launching missiles, they're launching it from Iran, okay? When Israel is launching attacks on Tehran, it's launching attacks directly with precise munitions. That's the reason why when they take down an entire apartment complex, like that's unique. But then you'll see sometimes strikes that take out just the one floor, right? This is part of the reason why. Iran is just like targeting wherever it can in Tel Aviv.
And they will call out and then use.
Oh, so it's not Iran's fault they kill civilians? No, I mean they're literally bombing Tel Aviv. They are bombing Tel Aviv. There are civilians in Tel Aviv. So yes, it is still Iran's responsibility, 100%. Are you fucking joking though? Like, do you have any number of smoke for Israel at all? Like, what the fuck is the expectation that Israel is going to bomb Tehran, kill 78 people, and then in the process expect no retaliation? Like, what are we talking about? Is this anti-Semitism again? Is that what it is? Was Iran just anti-Semitically existing in Iran for thousands of years before the Israeli nation state even developed 77 fucking years ago, waiting for the opportune moment to be anti-Semitic? And that Israel had no option but to bomb Tehran, but to bomb Iran while it's in the process of doing fucking ethnic cleansing in Gaza and bombing Lebanon, bombing Syria, occupying Syria. Really? That's your assessment here. What the fuck are we talking about? This death is in the hands of the Israeli state. Every single death is in the hands of the Israeli state. Was Iran bombing Israel yesterday? Was Iran bombing Israel the day prior? Has Iran ever deployed rockets in the direction of Israel without provocation from the state of Israel? What the fuck are we talking about? What are we talking about?
A thermal drone to try and find anyone who is underneath a lot of this debris. You can see how these cars here flipped over from the side.
Sorry if this is a completely lived up take, but why does Iran get to defend itself, but Israel doesn't? I'm obviously with Iran on this one, but it's a confusing perspective. Israel has no legal right to defend itself against a population of Palestinians that it is the belligerent occupier of, as opposed to the Palestinians that have a legal right and responsibility to engage in the act of a spontaneous militia against the state of Israel that is its belligerent occupier in direct violation of international human rights and international law. Okay? Nation states have a right to defend themselves. Israel had a right to defend itself on October 7, for example, inside of the boundaries, inside of the green line of Israel. Okay? Israel had the right to do that. Under international law, Israel had the right to defend itself on October 7 within the boundaries of Israel proper. Okay? Israel had no right to attack and violate Iranian sovereignty on numerous occasions, though. Israel had no right to violate Iranian sovereignty when it bombed the Iranian soil, technically Iranian soil, when it bombed the embassy compound in Damascus, which obviously created a response from Iran. That was the first time when they sent the drone swarms. Israel had no right to violate Iranian sovereignty by assassinating Ismail Haniyeh, the Hamas Politburo chief, the civilian that they killed. Okay, that they were in negotiations with in Tehran, violating Iranian sovereignty, which was the second time Iran retaliated against Israel. Okay, and Israel did not have a right to quote unquote defend itself by preemptively attacking Iran yesterday, last night. Israel attacking Iran, actually illegally attacking Iran, gives Iran the legal opportunity to strike back in retaliation. What are we doing here? America's problem post 9/11 was not that it looked to attack other countries that were responsible for 9/11. America's issue after 9/11 was that it attacked countries that had nothing to do with 9/11. Do you understand? Yeah, preemptive attack is just an attack. You're right. I'm sorry. It's just like attacked Iran out of fucking nowhere. Iran, on the other hand, does have a right to defend itself. Yeah, preemptive strike is unprovoked. That is what Israel did.
Iran making their way out into safety. I think what's more important, if I may, Jake, and I know this is very, very intriguing, of course, but I think what's more important is to understand the selection of the targets at this point. And I've heard the previous set speaking about
like,
the nuclearization of Iran, whether or not
here,
Iran
I'll
has
give
been
you a very
across-
easy to understand example. Okay? If you walk down the street and see someone that you consider looks scary, okay, like a brown person, and you punch them in the face, you can't tell the cops that you engaged in a preemptive first strike against them because you were fearful that they were going to strike you. Okay? That's not how this works. No one, and if that person hits you back after you punch them in the face, no one is going to look at you and go, well, sorry. You know, that other person who you punched first is going to jail. No, you're going to fucking jail. You can't literally, you can do that if they're pointing a gun at you. Iran is not pointing a gun at Israel. If anything, Israel is pointing a gun at Iran and shooting Iran. What the fuck are you talking about? You can't fantasize about things that did not happen just because the Israeli state said it could possibly happen in the future in the process of fucking attacking Iran. What the fuck are you talking about? What is a missile in this context? Who shot the first missile at Iran not 24 hours ago? Literally, it happened less than 24 hours ago. Who was it? In the process of a denuclearization agreement that's taking place with America and Iran. Who shot Iran? Who shot who first? Israel did. Iran is restrained to a fucking fault. Okay? Israel has an automatic weapon, an automatic machine gun. It just did a mass shooting down the fucking street, walks up to a random guy that may or may not have a gun. Israel doesn't know if they have a gun at all, and then starts opening fire at the guy, saying that they have a gun, and the guy turns around and in self-defense takes out a gun and shoots in the direction of Israel, and you want to blame the fucking, not the mass shooter who's now shooting at this other random third party, but instead the third party for self-defense. That's your fucking justification. Your analogy doesn't fucking work. If you want to add a gun to the analogy, it's still Israel having the bigger gun and using it on a fuck ton of people. Israel just blew up a fucking orphanage with an automatic machine gun, walked outside, and there's a guy that said, whoa, 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 are you done justifying the nuclear threat? The real nuclear threat is the country with nukes that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, and it is not Iran, you fucking moron. Your fears that Iran may get a nuke tomorrow doesn't justify killing a bunch of Iranians in Tehran. Bitch just tried to Zimmerman Israel. I know. Feds are working overtime. No, that guy's just a real in the wild dumbass. There's going to be more dumbasses like this, though, because obviously the media, the media doing fucking full-throated defense for Israel is for this reason, so that dumb fucks know what to say to piss other people off or to defend the American foreign policy in the region. That's why the media is doing this. What do you think? There's a reason for why The consent manufacturing factory is going full tilt. Defend Israel at all costs. Israel small bean. Israel victim, even when it's the perpetrator. Say this about Ukraine not having nukes changes dynamics when you have no deterrence. I mean, I do say this about Ukraine not having nukes. I say it all the time. I famously, the Hasanabi nuclear doctrine stems from me saying Ukraine should have never given up its nukes. If Ukraine kept its nukes, even though they were controlled by Moscow, those nukes would have given it the sovereignty that it needs. Why did they give them up? They didn't have the launch codes. Russia had the launch codes. And they also gave it up because they had a security assurance that they got, which doesn't really mean anything, as you have seen. Hey, guys, please pray for my brother. He was at a bar and walked up to a guy and punched him in the face, and he could really use your prayers right now. His brother, the most moral man. It's so funny that Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying that Iran is going to get nukes any moment now, any day now, for like 30, 40 years at this point. And ironically enough, if Iran did have nukes, Israel wouldn't be able to fucking bomb it like this. So clearly, Iran does not have nukes.
Significant setback for the Iranian regime, but it doesn't mean that it would create the kind of paralysis or regime implosion that Israel is seeking.
And what will Israel be looking for from the US, do you think, in the coming days?
Well, I think Israel would like
on its mostly
the US to
bombing
allow
of
this
Iran.
to go on as long as possible, and eventually maybe even join in the fight. I think the objective is obviously way beyond just defanging Iran's nuclear program. It is aimed at destabilizing the Iranian regime. In the best case scenario, it would result in the collapse of the Iranian regime and its replacement with a political order that is not hostile to Israel. But even in a worst case scenario, it would result in internal chaos, maybe civil strife in Iran. Let's remember that Iran has all the fault lines that existed in Syria, in Yemen, in Libya, in Lebanon, in Iraq that led to internal conflicts. And so Iran is vulnerable to that if the central government is weakened, and given the degree of mismanagement and mistreatment
We're rolling the live coverage, so I'll post
that
more when
Iran
I
has had
can.
of its minorities.
But there's a massive amount of damage to the suburbs. Tell you even a few blocks. They're still digging through the rubble looking for survivors.
At least from the perspective of the current Israeli government.
The irony is, if Iran was like Israel, they would double tap. That's what Israel does. They blow up a building, okay? They blow up a building, and when the fucking first responders get to the building, they strike it again and kill the first responders. Of course, Iran can't do that. It doesn't have the capabilities of doing that, but just understand that to understand the true depravity of Israel, let's use this existing example where Israel is, for once, in the crosshairs of the bombing and not doing the bombing itself. Here, Alonzo. Time for my regularly scheduled unpopular opinion regarding Israel-Iran missile warfare. Once Israel's aggression is over, an Iranian armed retaliation unconnected to the original attack is equally unlawful. What? Notice here, unconnected with an attack, though. If Iran attacks the Israeli Defense Ministry as a means to cripple Israel's capacity to launch further strikes, that would be legal, but they have to say it. No, that is what they said. No, he's right. That is what they said. And for the record, it doesn't even fucking matter because Israel didn't actually Israel didn't actually limit its striking capabilities to like military targets anyway. And Israel doesn't have a right to fucking target. Israel does not have a legal right to target Iranian soil out of fucking nowhere. Okay? Not that international law matters at all, obviously, because if it did, every country on the planet right now would be putting together a coalition of the willing to invade Tel Aviv. Okay? If international law was actually just a piece of, if international law wasn't just a piece of paper that people wipe their asses on, and it was actually the guiding directive, we would have invaded Tel Aviv. We would have invaded Tel Aviv months ago. Every nation on the planet, every Western liberal democracy, instead of funding Israel's genocide, would be invading Israel to stop it militarily. But of course, international law means nothing.
To make sure that they actually clamp down.
And if you want to understand why it's dangerous that international law means nothing, look no further than what Russia is doing in Ukraine, where there is someone outside of the field of influence of the Western world, basically violating international law all the fucking time. Okay? That's what happens. And it's even Iran bombing Israel relentlessly would be if they had the capability, which they don't, but if they had the capability, that would be one of the other reasons why collapsing international law is a dangerous predicament. The only reason why the West can stand 10 toes down and say, fuck international law, who gives a shit, is because they know their enemies, they know the countries that they've declared foreign adversaries do not have enough power and do not have enough munitions to actually make other countries that are their allies, like Israel, incur significant penalties. That's the only reason.
Campaign to push back against the United States and to bring international support against Israel and to deter, to shift attention from Iran itself.
And Beth, President Trump recently met with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, MBS. Obviously, the Saudis are publicly condemning the attack by the Israelis on Iran, saying that any sort of normalization talks between Saudi Arabia and Israel are off and never going to happen. How do you think the Saudi?
Yeah, no, Saudi Arabia is definitely really sad that Israel bombed its number one adversary in the region,
targeting so many of Iran's military leaders.
Saudi Arabia literally uses the Iran nuclearization program in the same exact way that Israel does to justify getting nuclear arms themselves. Saudi Arabia is not only an American asset, but Saudi Arabia itself is literally demanding to engage in nuclear proliferation because they keep saying Iran is about to get nukes. And we're probably going to give Saudi Arabia nukes anyway.
You know, we're saying the right
if they don't have
here,
them already.
So don't attack us. And then they're also quietly, almost certainly helping in terms of the radar coverage and the efforts coordinated by CENTCOM to protect Israel.
Beth Sanner, Norman Rule, thanks to both of you. We're continuing to follow the breaking news out of the Middle East. Meanwhile, back here in D.C., final preparations are underway for tomorrow's massive military parade.
Wow. Oops. Sorry about my shine.
The fuck? Israeli medics say at least 40 people have been injured in Iranian missile strikes.
Still make a deal, or has he been so weakened by the attacks that, as I said to you earlier, it seems
this
to
image
me
is
that
like the Hasanabi rockets in a nutshell.
Israel didn't just bomb the nuclear program, it bombed the moderates in Iran. Israel has a military superiority thanks to the United States. You could also say it's not.
Yeah, the Likud run, Likud run health ministry says 40 casualties so far. I call into question these fatality reports, the casualty reports. This attack by Iran is unique for Israel. Usually Israel has to deal with paramilitary groups with barely capable munitions. Now they're fighting a whole ass country. This is Israel's first war with a conventional military since 1973. And even then, they have a tremendous upper hand. Remember, the Iranian Air Force can't fly over fucking Iraq to deliver precise munitions to Israel. Okay? Whereas Israel can do that to Iran. This is important to take note of. Iran does not have the same level of defense capabilities that Israel has. Israel is not defending itself by itself. Israel is defending itself with the entirety of the Western world and all of its fucking military prowess backing Israel, both in its offensive capabilities and also in its defensive capabilities. All of the other countries in the region, including the Arab countries, are also working to defend Israel. What? In any way, air-to-surface missiles from Iran couldn't get past the Iron Dome? Their only capability is ballistic missiles anyway. That's a bad argument. Wait, what? No, I mean, the Iron Dome is, when I say Iron Dome, I just mean all of Israel's defense capabilities. I don't just mean the Tamir interceptors. The Khyber Shakhan is an Iranian solid fuel medium range ballistic missile, 11.4 meters long, 76 meters in diameter, weighs 6.3 tons with a 550 kilogram warhead, a fast and intense explosive type. It is a definite operating radius of more than 1,400 kilometers. The missile can reach speeds of Mach 4 to 6 before leaving the atmosphere. The velocity of the warhead at the moment of impact is estimated to be at 2 to 3 Mach.
This hour. Iranian missiles have been hitting targets across Israel, including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem.
No, Israeli live cams are not down. There's just no more.
These are extraordinary scenes and sights and sounds that we heard.
I will say, Iran's attacks are not, I don't think Iran's attacks right now are limited because of restraint. I think it's limited because they just don't have the capabilities. I will say that. What I'm also shocked by in this, the Iranian response is that last time Iran did this, they also, I think, activated on the ground sleeper cells too. Because if I recall, there was there was a terror attack that took place simultaneously. And this time they have not done that. And I don't know if it's because they're waiting. I don't know if it's because they're waiting or if they just don't have any capabilities. Yeah, bus attack. Al-Mayadeen confirms that Iranian missile hit a nuclear research site in Tel Aviv, and the Hebrew media reports it too. Yeah, there's nothing. Sahad English reports that Israeli gunboats opened fire on tents along Gaza seashore. New footage of the aftermath suggests at least 4 people killed and 10 wounded. Listen to the voice call from reporters below.
الله يرحم أحمد حسن الله يرحم أحمد حسن الله يرحم أحمد حسن
يا الله شارع البحر
Yeah, Israeli army also does not want to release We stress the need not to publish or share attack locations. Israeli army, we stress the need not to publish or share attack locations. They are actively trying to suppress the damage in order not to cause disruption or chaos, in order not to freak people out. All had heard that Trump was agitated all around, all in all, and in a call with BB told him not to, but also maybe you can. One source described it as a green light and a red light. Another called it a yellow light. Yeah, okay. Major breaking: Iran reportedly launched missiles to Netanyahu's bunker. Okay, I don't think that's not real news. It is claimed that sirens sounded at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Oh, military parade forecast. Thunderstorms could disrupt President Trump's massive military parade tomorrow. Here's the forecast and what the army says. Oh my God. It seems like God is trying to tell us something. It seems like this shouldn't happen. We are tempting fate here. How long will this last by your estimations? Israeli officials think 2 weeks. Yeah, as I said last night, when Israel says 2 weeks, that means it's fucking permanent, okay? That means it is going... I mean, they said that about Hamas after October 7. Russia said that about Ukraine. It was supposed to be a 2-week-long military campaign. American officials under the Trump administration said that about COVID. So whenever someone says, oh, it's just going to last 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, know that it's going to be a lot longer than fucking 2 weeks, okay?
You know, various places have various numbers here, but we can tell you this. The top-ranking military officer in Iran and the head of the Revolutionary Guard Corps are among those killed. Israel also says it also struck 2 of Iran's nuclear facilities themselves, Isfahan and Natanz. Natanz is the site at the heart of Iran's nuclear ambitions. We saw massive flames there. The head of the IAEA says Israel destroyed Iran's above-ground enrichment plant at the site. Of course, a lot of the facilities there are so deep underground that you can understand why this is going to continue if annihilation of the nuclear facilities is the goal. The Israeli spy agency, the Mossad, releasing this video of what they say are their agents smuggling weapons into Iran well ahead of the attacks, which would show, obviously, meticulous planning and forethought. We've got much more on that part, the covert operation that went into this ahead, a special report. But at one point, the IDF posted on its social media site today, all of Israel is under fire as Iran retaliated. Iran claims this is just the beginning of what it says will be a crushing response. President Trump says he was aware of Israel's initial attack before it happened, although Marco Rubio has taken great pains to signal to Iran that the United States did not assist, something Iran has made clear it does not.
That doesn't look real, chatters.
On the ground in Jerusalem to begin our coverage. And when I say begin, Warren, you are in the midst of an ongoing developing situation, missiles coming in just moments ago to where you are. What is the latest you're learning?
Well, we were sitting here just about a half an hour ago when the sirens were going off, not only in Jerusalem, but in the entire surrounding area. And based on the red alerts we kept on getting into our phones across much of the country, we saw red alerts in Tel Aviv, in Beersheba, in the north as well in some places, as well as the occupied West Bank, with the IDF saying just moments ago that there were dozens of missiles that had been launched from Iran toward the state of Israel. Some, quote, some of the missiles were intercepted. We saw interceptors fired off from right behind us here where we sit in Jerusalem. And I should note that what we look out on, which is generally southward facing from where we sit, is Israel's Knesset. We saw both interceptors launched close enough that it was quite loud here behind us, as well as what appeared to be interceptions themselves, and then falling shrapnel. It's unclear if any of the missiles that we were able to see got through. But over the course of several minutes, we heard the loud explosions of several intercepts. We heard red alerts the siren warning going off west from where we're sitting right now, and that extended for a period of several minutes. It wasn't all that long before the Israeli military gave the heads up that people could leave shelters and that the warning to be right next to shelters had been lifted. Still, it was quite dramatic what played out in the skies, not only behind us, but also in the skies over Tel Aviv. We're waiting for reports from Israel's Magen David Adom, that is, it's effectively its Red Cross, on whether there were...
What is this? Sorry to be that person, but why do American citizens care? We never interfere in other countries' nonsense. Dude, you cannot be here for 12 months. You cannot be a 12-month subscriber and literally fucking think that this is not our genocide and this is not our fucking vision for what must happen in the Middle East. This is a joke, right? Thank you for your support for the past 12 months, though. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by people like you. Whether you watch me on mute or watch me with full volume, the reason why the media is covering it in real time like this is also, once again, something that I described. Yes. It's because we are trying to entertain a war with Iran. And in order to justify invading Iran, we have to make Americans feel like we got ample cause to go to war with Iran.
And with you, of course, as this is ongoing, as those sirens come on and missiles come in and it back and forth, obviously, as you say, certainly a war of the air. Oren, thank you very much. Live in Jerusalem tonight. I want to go straight to the IDF international spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani. Lieutenant Colonel, I appreciate your time. Obviously, you join us as well from Tel Aviv.
Oh, my God.
This
Oh,
evening
my
or
God.
in the early
Here we
hours
go.
of Saturday. We understand there's been just another wave of missiles launched from Iran against Israel. Iran promising a long night. And of course, where you are, it is only 2 o'clock in the morning. So do you expect, from what you can see, many more missile barrages from Iran through these next few hours?
Well, hello, Aaron, and thank you for having me. Yes, we understand when we are approaching Iran and the Iranian regime.
Oh, no. Thank God it fucking ended.
This operation that really...
What the fuck? Do we have another link for CNN chatters?
Targeting not only residential areas, they are targeting military installations. And this is expected to escalate because they have advanced missiles. We have seen them provide the Russians with these very missiles that they are using against Ukraine. Now they are using these advanced ballistic missiles to target Israel. And
but
again,
it's not
despite
perfect.
the fact
Even
that
when it's 80 or 90%,
missile
if
defense,
100 missiles are coming over, that still means there's going to be hits.
Yeah.
But we're doing it because we have to. We're not doing it because we didn't think there's going to be any retaliation. We're doing it because we have to, because we don't see any other way to stop Iran.
Yeah, there's no other way. There's
weapons.
simply no other way. We have to do a little bit more violence. All right, fuck it. I'd rather listen to Trey Yings.
And as the missiles kept slipping past the air defense, they started to use smaller systems in an attempt to shoot them down. And we saw missiles slamming into the ground, causing significant damage and killing at least one person. And so as we move forward here, it is very clear that the conflict that is erupting now between Israel and Iran is different than anything that the region has seen. And it is substantially different from the conflict that has been ongoing for more than 600 days between Israel and Hamas inside Gaza. These ballistic missiles make the rockets that were being fired from Gaza look like toys. It is causing significant damage, wiping entire apartment blocks off of the map. Laura?
Trey, thank you. We'll check back soon. We really appreciate it. Stay safe, my friend. All right, as Iranian missiles do rain down on Israel, how will Israel respond? And will the United States be forced to get even more involved? Here with me now is Christian Whiten, former senior advisor at the State Department under Bush 43 and Trump, and Ambassador Nathan Sales, former coordinator for counterterrorism under Trump. Mr. Ambassador, let's start with you.
I don't believe this.
What would be the catalyst for the United States to get more involved? We're obviously offering support. We have our ships in the region. And what would that response look like?
Well, Laura, I think the United States is playing a supporting role right now for Israel. We're helping them take down as many of these incoming munitions as possible. But this is a war between Israel and Iran, with the United States playing a supporting role. And we want to keep it that way. President Trump has been very clear. He wants to preserve a path to a negotiated settlement. I don't see the United States deciding to intervene on our own. Now, what could change the calculus is if Iran does something really stupid and decides to start taking shots at American diplomats or American soldiers in the region. The Supreme Leader would have to be catastrophically dumb to make a decision like that, because Donald Trump is not going to sit idly by while the Islamic Republic of Iran is taking shots at our people.
The question for most people who have been observing this nightmare in Iran and getting closer and closer to nuclear capabilities, Christian, is how much will this attack by Israel, multiple attacks, how much will it have degraded Iran's capabilities? Obviously the leadership, military leadership, but the actual nuts and bolts of its nuclear program. What are your thoughts tonight?
That's the key question. Israel previously wiped 2 nuclear weapons programs off the map in the Middle East, in Iraq in 1981 and in Syria in 2007, both timed by destroying single nuclear reactors. Iran's system is much more diffuse, a lot of more facilities. That's why the United States may have to get involved. We are essentially at war with Iran already. They killed a bunch of Americans. Their proxies did in Israel. We're shooting down their missiles right now. And hopefully Israel has the targeting capabilities, the persistence to get through this and do everything they need to do to really destroy all of the centrifuges, go after all of the engineers, all the people involved in this, to really set back this program indefinitely. But if they can't do it alone, I think we need to realize the United States, I mean, Iran thinks they've been fighting us since 1979. It might be time we get around to recognizing that fact.
If this turns into a war of attrition, could this not backfire on Israel? Yes, it absolutely would. At the point of a war of attrition, Israel loses. Iran is much larger. Iran has tremendous capabilities. Israel does too, but a war of attrition will not happen without America entering the fight. Because without the United States of America, it's over. Houthi spokesman giving advice to Iran to adopt something similar to the Yemeni strategy. Limited but continuous strikes against Israel to deny its people a sense of security and keep them inside shelters in perpetuity, exploiting its aversion to casualties. The Zionist entity has a great capacity to withstand material losses if it does not suffer human losses due to its concern for providing shelters. Therefore, Iran must adopt the tactic of limited and continuous strikes to keep them in shelters and deprive them a sense of security. Of course, Yemen doesn't have these concerns. Iran does, though. That's the difference. Yemen doesn't have these concerns because when you bomb Yemen, they're like, oh, it's another fucking Tuesday. But when you bomb Iran, Iran does have those concerns. Iranians are not... Iranians don't have the same comforts that the Israeli society has, but Iran does have the same... Iran has the comforts of a normal societal existence. They're not like the Yemeni population that has only known death and destruction. That's called terror tactics? Yeah, fucking no shit. What are you talking about? It's terror tactics. Okay, that's literally what Israel has been doing. What are you talking about? Like, do you think it's only terrorism when it's fucking people that you have declared as human beings? Is that what it is? No, at that point, it's not terror tactics. It's fucking war, where there is a glaringly obvious asymmetry between all of the most powerful nations on the fucking planet in unison attacking a country that is declared a foreign adversary. Yeah. Asymmetrical warfare is what you consider to be terror. Ironically enough, the countries that are not in the periphery, the countries that are outside of the Western scope of influence, are the ones that are infinitely more restrained because they have to be. Israel has no restraint, as demonstrated by the fact that they fucking attacked Iran. It's crazy because while this is happening on U.S. soil, U.S. Marines have carried out first known detention of civilian in Los Angeles. Here's the photo. Isn't that insane? Like, everything sucks all the time, nonstop, both domestically and in our foreign policy. Everything is messed up. And now there's reports coming out stating that, yeah, something big has been targeted in Tehran with the strike reportedly close to the Mehrabad International Airport. Yeah, I saw the burning as well. I've heard from multiple sources that ICE is now going from park to park in Los Angeles, arresting caregivers, some who are legal residents, and separating them from the American children they're caring for. Kids are being thrown into the back of a van until their parents are located. What? I haven't seen this. I don't know how. I don't know what the veracity of that is, of that claim is. First Marine. Also, tomorrow we have what? People think turn the other cheek is such an effective strat. You should use it when literally getting fucking nuked. This is so stupid. It's not, dude. Iran is technically turning the other cheek by not even fucking striking as aggressively as Israel has struck in retaliation to Israel's first strike. So Iran's retaliation is also either because they don't have the capacity to, or because they're, I don't know, holding out for some other reason, fairly restrained.
Iron Dome, its nuclear program has been thoroughly penetrated, and it's led by an 85-year-old supreme leader who doesn't really have the physical or cognitive acumen to be fighting this very high-tech war. So, you know, this is, as other guests have said, probably the most vulnerable the Iranian regime has been in many, many years.
And interesting that you mentioned also the cognitive situation, which I want to ask you about, because, you know, the supreme leader is the, you know, at a moment like this, what a country, where they turn to. Obviously, the Revolutionary Guard chief is assassinated, and so many other leaders. Colonel Layton, retired Air Force colonel, also with us now. So, Colonel Layton, you know, Israel saying that in its response, Iran has crossed a red line because some of its missiles were aimed at population centers, saying that Iranians will pay a heavy price for this. Now, I understand, you know, you have the IDF colonel there taking pains twice to say that this was about the leadership of Iran and not the people of Iran, in fact, identifying himself as an Iranian Jew, okay? But all of that being said, when they're saying Iranians are going to pay a heavy price for this and they're pointing to civilian targets in Israel, what does that mean for what Israel's going to do to Iran?
Well, I think what it means, Aaron, is they're going to try to not only eviscerate the leadership structure, but there's a possibility that they might go in and try to go for economic targets. That could mean port installations along the Persian Gulf. It could mean a possible response if the Iranians decide to do something drastic like close the Straits of Hormuz. I don't think that's going to happen, at least at this stage of the game, but it could. And that would then possibly risk the drawing in of the U.S. into something like that, because we couldn't allow that area to have its maritime traffic stopped, and that would be, I think, a key element there. So that would be, I think, one of the critical aspects to come.
Alexander, I know you're standing outside, and I know that, you know, as you stand there, you've said it feels different to you. This feels different from the last time Iran launched ballistic missiles against Israel, you know, which they did, you know, in shock and awe. Right, and then we could all come
in shock and awe, not in retaliation for Israel striking Iranian soil.
Did in the moment. You think this feels different?
I do. I mean, and last October did to a certain degree feel performative, and now it's, as I mentioned before, it's a lot of uncertainty. Israel has said that it will be attacking Iran for several days. It is committed to this operation, and Iran has vowed retaliation. who is someone going to blink first? How does either side step down from where we are? And if this escalates further, what does that mean? I think there's a lot of unanswered questions, and I think the next coming days are a little unclear.
Seth, among those unanswered questions is what's going to happen to the United States. The Iran envoy to the UN just spoke out and said that the United States is complicit in this attack and that the U.S. will face consequences for it. And I know Marco Rubio said, oh, well, the U.S. didn't help. But then Trump said he knew everything about it, everything, and he knew the day, and he, sort of sent a very different message. But I am wondering, Seth, whether you believe at this time that Iran has the ability and the will to conduct real attacks against American interests.
Well, Aaron, I think there are two types of threats the Iranians pose. The one is probably less of a lower probability, and that is a direct Iranian attack against the U.S., whether it's in the homeland or an Iranian attack against a U.S. base. The other, which is a higher probability, I think, is an Iranian partner force. The Houthis in Yemen, for example, Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, conducting attacks against the U.S. or U.S. interests in the Middle East. And what's been interesting, Aaron, is that there are other powers that have facilitated the Houthis. One of the things that we've seen over the last 6 months is both Russian and Chinese assistance to the Houthis for intelligence, satellite imagery, as well as components for weapon systems, including drones. So there are other powers, and it's worth remembering that the Iranians were very helpful to the Russians, including with drones in their war in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I suspect they'll be asking for help now.
Yeah, and those Shahed drones that have been so ubiquitous by the Russians. So, Kareem, when we look at the attack on the nuclear facilities, we understand, at least in the fog of this moment, 2 crucial nuclear facilities have been struck by Israel, and above ground enrichment was taken out successfully in Natanz. But obviously, the Iranians have known the Israelis could do this for a long time, and that is why they have put so much of their crucial nuclear infrastructure deep underground as they could to withstand this. So I suppose at this time it's hard to say.
Has China been assisting the Houthis? A little bit. Yeah. Every now and again. Maybe the Houthis' range that's otherwise limited increases, Who knows how? Now, does China help Iran in a similar capacity? I don't know. Probably not. This is the first time I've heard of this. I've literally covered it before. I have covered it. Are you Chinese? I'm white Chinese, yes. I feel like I've said that as a joke so many times that there's at least a couple hundred people that unironically believe it now, which is very cool. I like that.
So very much as this breaking news unfolds here, still in the hours of darkness in Tehran, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, where, of course, we expect more rounds of missiles coming in these next few moments. Thanks so much to all of you as our breaking live coverage of the ongoing strikes continues. We also have the latest from the White House.
Military parade happening tomorrow. Marines detaining U.S. citizens. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff taking place in the world, man. Really fucking cool. By avoiding escalation against American bases in the Middle East and by keeping the Straits of Hormuz open for now, Iran is wisely disincentivizing direct American involvement in the war and also keeping a mighty retaliatory measure in its hands. They are also showing that they are by no means in panic mode. They have been preparing for this for many years, and they have Russia and China close by and excellent land-based supply lines that Israel cannot harm, while Israel, on the other hand, is totally dependent on 1 to 2 international airports and 2 seaports. If those are severely damaged, the country is literally cut off from the world. The U.S. will soon face an existential dilemma. Let Israel burn and save its economy and troops, or join the war and throw itself into the chaos as the country already roils over Trump's draconian extremism. Netanyahu's the R-word is psychopath, and so is the entire Zionist leadership class. I think this is like hopium. because, like, this, first of all, the idea that, like, America's not going to join Israel is silly. I think America is going to join Israel. And secondly, the notion that, like, Russia doesn't have enough on its hands and will... The notion that, like, Russia is going to come to Iran's defense is kind of silly, too. They're a little busy right now, I think. And China is, of course, the most... Well, wait a minute. Did I just hear bombing from the Jerusalem skyline? Nope, I guess not. China also is, like, very non-interventionist to a fault.
Diplomacy over escalation. This is a dangerous situation for the United States as well. I think Trump is sincere in his desire to see peace in the Middle East, as in Ukraine. But the problem with choosing...
Why does America want Iran? Is it for oil? No. America wants to put Iran under the control of Israel and America. Right now, Iran is sovereign and therefore presents a threat to American interests in the region by way of Israel. It presents a threat to Israel, and therefore it presents a threat to America. The reason why America wants complete control over the region, including having some sort of control over Iran, is so they can actually go to war with the real country that they have been engaging in somewhat of a Cold War with, China. If they control almost the entirety of the oil supply of the planet, they can shut off China before China can shut off America by refusing to sell them the refined rare earth minerals. I said raw earth. Fucking Trump. God damn it. He's broken my brain. I hate myself. I said raw earth. Oh, I'm never going to live this down. There's 62,000 people in here, and I said raw earth like I'm fucking Donald Trump. I'm done. It's over. I'm over. My ambitions, my career, it's gone. Anyway. China holds tremendous power. China holds tremendous power right now as the manufacturing hub of the planet. America's interest in going to actual war, direct war, hot war with China, or like a real Cold War with China, similar to the USSR, cannot happen until two things happen. One, they have the capabilities of disrupting energy, oil and natural gas, from going to China by shutting it off. And you can't do that unless you completely control the MENA region. Okay? That's number one. And number two, perhaps even more significantly than that, you can't do that until you decouple global trade, which means not just America, but all of the other countries, from doing trade with China. Why you talk about you people like this? What? Oh, my people? Like the Chinese? I wonder if Israel will try to stop reporting going forward, potentially.
Following that Israeli attack against Iranians and top IRGC leadership overnight and into today, The Iranians have responded with 3 waves of ballistic missiles. This is Israel's version of the Pentagon, the Kiryat. And the building on this compound was just hit.
Please go back, please, go back, please.
You can understand here, it's very tense at this specific location because the Iranians are now targeting the defense establishment of Israel. And so I'm going to have my cameraman pan up here to this building just across the street from the Kiryat.
I'm effing a little bit, I think. Maybe. It's effing a little bit again. No politique. No politique. I'm Israel Chai. I'm Israel Chai. Please do not ban me. No politique here. Israel number 1. Israel number 1. Israel number 1. I'm Israel Chai. I'm Israel Chai. I'm Israel Chai. Okay, see, it's fixed. Holy shit, it fixed. It fixed. It fixed itself. It literally fixed itself.
And so, yeah, Laura, following that.
He says, go there. What do you not understand in Hebrew? Israel's secret weapon has been deployed. Somebody's talking in the background. All right, which one of these is the responsible? Is it this? Oh, it's this one.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says.
Okay, hold on. CNBC, the Democrats are really not saying anything. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, Senator Schumer, no statements from them. I think their silence is deafening for many. Here's what the Democrats are doing in times of unprecedented chaos, directed by their supposed opposition party, okay?
Noted that the Democrats are really not saying anything. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries and Senator Schumer, no statements from them. I think that silence is deafening for many. Noted that the Democrats are...
Well, some Democrats are saying stuff. Beepers version 2.0. I love it. This man needs to be institutionalized. I can't believe this fucking ogre is still running around. He is literally an immediate threat to everyone around him and also himself. It's shocking.
In the small hours, Tehran lit up by explosion. Israel launching a huge attack on Iran's military and nuclear sites, codenamed Rising Lion. There were more than 100 targets, some of them people, the most senior leaders of the Revolutionary Guard.
Some of them people. There were more than 100 targets. Some of them were people. Not all of them. Let's not say, make no mistake. Not all of the people that Israel killed in Iran are people, okay? Some of them were really scary and brown, and of course not people. Is this real? What is this? Generational hate watch? You have any people watching the Iranian attack on Tel Aviv in real time on a huge screen? No, this is not. This is real. Yes, 100%. Dude, I haven't shown you this, but like, listen, I just don't want fucking like Israel defenders to start crying. But what do you think the even limited amount of retaliation that Israel experiences creates in the hearts, minds, and souls of all of these other countries that have been fucking brutalized by Israel and America? Okay? The reason why I don't show you that is because I live in America and immediately everyone will fucking cry foul as though we don't hear them cheering on Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign every single fucking day in broad daylight, on television, on every mainstream outlet, with no repercussions whatsoever, with potentially career ambitions. But yes, of course, the children are smiling ear to ear all around the fucking region. You know, the ones that haven't been murdered by Israel or America. You know what I mean? By the way, I don't think the people of Yemen are the only people cheering this on. Okay? I think there's people in the Western world, not me, of course. I would never, as you guys know, I would never. I condemn, I condom, I don't condone. But, you know, not us in this community, but like there's fucking plenty of people in the Western world that's like also cheering this on as well. One must ask the question, why? You are supporting animals? Well, what do you mean? Do you think I support the apartheid state of Israel? Do you think I support America? I don't. I do not. I do not support the American actions of intervention in the Middle East, and I certainly do not support the state of Israel at all. Yeah. Like, I realized that the discontent towards Israel has reached a boiling point when that dude shot the two Israel embassy staffers, and it made a fucking blip. Like, it was, I thought that would be an opportunity for like at least Israel and Israel defenders to act as though, you know, Israel was the real victim here for like at least a week and a half. It was an incredibly short news cycle, and it wasn't a lack of interest from Israel and Israel defenders to try and weaponize that situation to change the dynamic. They tried. They tried quite a bit. Nobody gave a shit. What is this? A senior administration official tells me that Trump is appealing for diplomacy with Iran and sending a message to Israel to hold off further attacks. Saying to Iran, now you have a second chance, is a direct push to Israel to wait. What? This is from an hour ago. More from that official. He didn't want them to go now. He understands they're a sovereign nation and he will support them because they're our ally, but he wanted more time. It was a blip here, but my in-laws in Ohio are still talking about it. Trumpers get hit by some bullshit and it sticks. Really? Your Ohio trumpet in-laws are fucking still running on Israel as the real victim narratives? That's crazy. I guess it really has become a partisan issue. What is this?
Iran has never attacked a neighbor.
Dude, Jake Shields is a literal fucking Holocaust denying neo-Nazi, by the way. Jake Shields like, this fucking Jew makes good points. Like, I'm not even gonna fucking lie. I love Avi Shlaim, but I'm not gonna even entertain Jake Shields on my screen for even a fucking minor moment. Oh man. Follows you. Okay, so does fucking Laura Loomer. Yes, a lot of neo-Nazis follow me, chatters. I am by my estimations, from what I have seen, especially with this back and forth with Ethan Klein, I am a bigger enemy of anti-Semitic neo-Nazis than even the Jewish people are. Okay? So many people on the timeline being like, I can't believe I'm siding with the fucking Jew on this when talking about defending Ethan and attacking me. Like, these guys will run around and talk about how, Jews are in control of the media and America is like Zog, Zionist occupied government or whatever. And then and in between Adolf Hitler posting, they still find time to be like, you know who I hate more though than the Jewish population? That one fucking leftist Hasan. I really fucking hate that guy. Which I guess in a way is honest. Like, they fascists like other fascists. Video shared by Iranian media purportedly shows a huge explosion at the airbase in Tehran's Mehrabad airport. Yeah, I already showed this. Another wave of Iranian missiles coming? I doubt it. Neo-Nazis, now called ultra-nationalists in EU, are totally pro-Zionist. Here's an actual video of Avi Shlaim from 2021 from Asal Rad. Mehdi Hasan asked Israeli scholar Avi Shlaim about Iran's threat to Israel. His response. Let's take a look at what Avi Shlaim had to say about Israel and Iran.
When Danny talks about the threat from Iran, do you recognize that language? How big a threat, in your view, is Iran to Israel today?
Iran is not an existential threat to Israel, but it is a strategic threat. Now, let's compare the records of these two countries. Iran has never attacked a neighbor. Israel has repeatedly attacked its neighbors. Iran signed the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Israel has refused to sign. Iran submits to inspection by the International Nuclear Energy Agency. Israel refuses to submit. Iran has no nuclear weapons. Israel has between 75 and 400 nuclear weapons. So Israel poses an existential threat to Iran. Now,
okay. Okay, briefly, and then
I have one more point to make. For the last 40 years, Israel has conducted a systematic campaign of disinformation about Iran. Why the lies? Why the double standards? Why the hypocrisy?
$75 to $400 is a pretty rough estimate. The reason why is because Israel does not even admit that it has nukes, let alone allow the International Atomic Energy Commission to investigate its nukes at all. The reason why that estimate is crazy is because of what he just said afterwards. He's Iranian, obviously biased. He is literally originally a Iraqi Jew who went to Israel. Okay, you're joking. Okay. He is an Israeli Jewish historian, a historian of Israel. Originally from Iraq. Did he cover the Marine detaining a civilian yet? I'm a news frog. This is my one time you must answer. Respect the one time. I did. I covered it.
Nuclear energy.
I mean, he was literally there when Israel was invented whole cloth. Yeah, he was. He was literally there. Oh, here it is, guys. You guys were asking, what will China do? Oh, look at that. Another stern condemnation from China. Oh, no. Oh, thank you, China. Thank you, China, for your aggressive condemnation. Everybody, let's clap for China. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Xi Jinping. We were really expecting nothing more. We were really expecting nothing at all. Okay? Nothing.
44 Palestinians are killed in nearly 24 hours.
Wow. Not so white Chinese now, huh? I mean, in my heart and soul, I am white Chinese in anything but the physical. On all levels but the physical, I am white Chinese. Okay? Having said that, it is expected. It's expected and yet still disappointing.
And also nuclear scientists.
Yeah, I mean,
Iran
this is
claims
true.
Civilians, including children,
Israel will be sorry when
killed.
China makes its next mild condemnation.
And also this, the facility in Natanz where uranium has been enriched. You can hear the...
Yeah. When Israel straight up kills babies in Palestine and Iran with Western collaboration, this buffoon is still obsessed with China. Peak, what about him to whitewash your Westoid masters? You think no one sees through you? I've been in the streets for years protesting my government. What the fuck have you done about your beloved CCP's love affair with Israeli money? Fed spotted. What results of your kind ever bring about? God forbid you do actual change to overthrow your regimes or even change policy. China does send Hamas weapons like HJ-8, while your regime send white phosphorus to aid Israel killing babies. And you can do nothing against that. Why would China do anything? This is good for them. I wouldn't say is... Why would China do anything? The fuck do you mean, why would China do anything? This is a valuable ally for China. It's a direct way to fucking cripple America's interest in the region. What does America want? What does America want? America wants to decouple global trade from China and to cut off, to be able to control the entire region of oil production so they can literally fucking stop China from getting oil. They want to disrupt. They want to disrupt energy going to China. That's the reason why they want Israel to dominate the fucking region. So in an act of self-defense, it would be valid for China to step up and beef up the protection of all of the regional actors that are in the axis of resistance against American imperialism. How is this guy not banned yet? Why do fucking people constantly go, I don't appreciate or agree with this person's perspective, so he should be banned? What kind of pussy shit is this? I'm going to unban you because I want to hear what you have to say about this. You ginormous coward. Like, what is this? What is going on here? It's like, I don't like what you have to say, so I hope someone bans you is psychotic. It's always 2013 accounts with the most reactionary perspectives too, who then fucking turn around and will unironically be like, I'm a free speech defender. What do you mean? I should be able to Heil Hitler all day, every day. This is why you get more tired with chats in the protests, bro. I mean, probably. Yeah, this definitely plays a role for sure. For sure. It's time for eye for an eye. What do you mean? Yo, this is a hilarious accusation. What do you mean? What the fuck? You ban people on whims constantly? It's like my only crit of you. First of all, me banning someone from this chat is not the same as me getting banned from this fucking platform. I'm not demanding that you have your accounts or, you know, your fucking livelihood taken away from you. I'm just saying you can still watch. You just can't yap and disrupt when I ban people. Secondly, no, I don't actually ban people on whims. I quite literally will unban people that my moderators are banning. And they're doing the right thing, by the way. I'm being the fucking stupid one for unbanning dipshits like this after my mods ban them. Do you think me saying you can still watch, you just can't fucking chirp and disrupt the flow of conversation is the same as like you should lose your fucking livelihood? Yeah, Roachman bans more than me, 100%. I entertain disagreements all the fucking time. It's just when you say something so heinous and truly reprehensive that I end up banning someone. I'm Roachman banned so much. I'm fucking banned from Roachman's chat, and I don't even think I've ever actually said anything in Roachman's chat. Did you know your haters spend $5 to $10 on Twitch accounts just to say shit here and get banned? Wait, really? People can buy Twitch accounts? Being a civilian war hawk in big 2025 is crazy. Like, have fun with the oil prices rising and civil liberties permanently eroding during wartime domestic power grabs, cheering for the piggies in suits, making money off corpses at the bottom of the barrel, levels of survival instinct. I mean, I haven't even gotten to the point. I have not even gotten to the point of like not wanting war from the perspective of self-interest, because it is unironically against self-interest to want the American military machine to continue doing death and destruction, because it's not beneficial for you at all. But people are too fucking stupid to recognize that too. You're absolutely right, chatter. Breaking. CNN reports that an Iranian official has said that the country will intensify its attacks on Israel and target the regional bases of any country that tries to defend it. Oh boy. If I was Jordan, I'd be dialing back. Because let me tell you, Jordan is about to find out. The Jordanian military is about to find out how little the American government or the Israeli government gives a fuck about them. Okay? Do you think it will escalate? It is already escalating. It hasn't stopped escalating.
The bombs being dropped from Israeli jets.
Yeah, the manly king of Jordan better get on a fucking helicopter real quick.
Israel convinced that Iran is developing a nuclear weapon and striking sooner and harder than many had predicted.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
Israel insists this was a preemptive strike because it faced an imminent threat. Iran's air defenses had already been damaged by previous Israeli attacks. But this was also a solo operation. No other nation was involved, not even America. The Iranians, furious. They deny preparing nuclear weapons. The supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, issued this statement. To the great Iranian nation, This morning at dawn, the Zionist regime unleashed its vile and blood-stained hand in our beloved country, revealing its wicked nature even more by striking residential areas. The regime must await severe punishment. His initial reaction, a wave of drones launched towards Israel. That looks like a muted response, so there may be more to come. In a statement on social media, President Trump said Iran needed to strike an agreement urgently. He said, "There has already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being even more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left." This is an unprecedented strike. Israel believes Iran is a dangerous rogue state controlled by a weak regime. But the aftershocks of this attack could be enormous. Iran's tentacles spread far. A volatile, battle-scarred region and a wider world, all wondering what happens next. Adam Parsons, Sky News.
Iran's tentacles. Iran controls the media, a parasitic cancerous force. Parasites, vermin, worms. They must be crushed at every step. Hitting all the tropes. Hitting all the Nazi tropes against Jews, but for Iran. The Protocols, the book I'm reading, is of the Protocols of the Elders of Tehran. A wonderful book that shows the skull circumference of the average Iranian very different. The IQ of the Iranian is higher than the average white person. The Iranian is wise, cunning, but also vile. The average Iranian, both weak and strong.
So Israel has finally attacked Iran's nuclear program. It was a massive, sophisticated military operation involving at least 200 fighter jets and thousands of personnel. It's thought to have taken years to plan. The primary target's Iran's nuclear enrichment sites and its ballistic missile program. Blasts were first reported at around 3:30 in the morning in Tehran. Israel's biggest ever operation against Iran was...
Leo Terrell is so funny because he's like very clearly not a particularly smart or all there type of person. Like his brain, he just reminds me of like a genuinely mentally decrepit old man. And they put him as like he put him in charge of the civil rights at the Justice Department. And his entire job is to combat anti-Semitism, whatever the fuck that means for the American state right now. And he just posts shit like this all day. And all the fucking yellow ribbon accounts are like, oh, thank you. No one understands what Jews in the Upper West Side are actually going through. It's literally a Holocaust every day here. Thank you, Leo Terrell, for targeting random queer Jewish college campus student protesters. You know? All the fucking yellow ribbon accounts in the Leo Terrell replies are like, I literally think that there is a pogrom happening in my backyard. Thank you for fighting the real Holocaust that's happening in the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side of Manhattan. The website is called Jewish PR. Look at the bottom right. Yeah, great PR. Have you guys seen that one video from the dude being like, from the dude showing his car tire? I literally thought it was like a parody. At first, I thought it was like an anti-Semitic parody. Well, not an anti-Semitic one, but just like a parody in general. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where the guy's like, my car tire had a nail stuck in it. It's like something that I have said. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. You showed it yesterday? Wait, did I? With the car tire? Anti-Semitism isn't a parody. How's the roids going? Lower your shoulders. You're not that big. Relax. Shut up. You think I'm doing steroids? That's so nice. Thank you. Someone send me the fucking video. I know one of you motherfuckers have it. Oh, this is the one.
Right here. 1 second. I want to show you guys.
What happened? What's
Look
going
at
on?
my tire right here.
Oh boy.
Huge width. You know, it's so sad that this could have been an accident, but the first thing that comes to my mind is if this was an anti-Semitic act, if somebody knew my beard, my yarmulke, and said,
I'm not gonna lie, bro's got the fucking Burberry, okay? He's got that shit on. He's got that shit on, okay? He's got that shit on, bro. I've never seen a Burberry yarmulke before, bro. What the fuck is that? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. He's I'm a Chevier. Yo, the drip is real, dude. What is going on? Is this a joke or is he serious? No, this is not a joke.
let me do that to this guy.
It looks like it was placed there perfectly.
But it's like the inside of the tire. But it's so sad that even that has to go through my mind today. Nation, no people. No one should ever have to have that.
Yeah, dude, you're having that percolating in your mind because you're fucking insane. What the fuck? Dude, he's like, this is so funny. He's like, I drove through the dog shit streets of Los Angeles and experienced a thing that has happened to almost every single person that drives through the roads of Los Angeles. Okay.
Percolating. Is somebody attacking me for who I am? My race, religion? Are they? But the Jewish people today have that. This must stop.
This is not satire. No, it's not. I don't think, no, I thought it was satire at first. I don't think no, it's not. This has to be satire. I don't think it's satire. He's mistaken. They're targeting him because he's a ginger. No, this is not like a Matt Lieb moment. Satire? No, it's flat tire. Good one. Okay, to be fair, I was about to say, no way a guy with a yarmulke that dripped out is going to be that based. Excuse me, that's not true. The fact that his drip is real doesn't change the reality that he could be fucking making a joke, but I don't think he's making a joke. I'm done with this tire anti-Semitism. This stuff is real. Yeah, meanwhile, he doesn't know. They targeted him because they were scared of his swag. They saw him with the dripped out yarmulke, the Burberry yarmulke, and they were like, we have to stop this man. He's going to drive over and fuck my wife. If this man in his Tesla drives in my neighborhood, it is a certainty that he's going to fuck my wife. That's the only reason. It's not. Oh, no. It's also hilarious that, yes, he's driving a Tesla, you know, and the fucking Swastamobile, the modern day Henry Ford. So he said fedora. This is Burberry yarmulke is the closest a yarmulke has ever looked to a fedora. This is true. The swastika, like, very low likelihood that this is a targeted incident. But even if it was a targeted incident, it would most likely be because he's driving a fucking Tesla. Ironically enough. But yeah, this in and of itself is like this is a perfect distillation of what we are dealing with here in the Western world, which is like the panicked, self-inflicted hysterias of people who are claiming that they're just like being unfairly maligned at every moment and could be killed at any moment. And like, those feelings, those hysterics are basically being weaponized against a population that finds it unconscionable that our tax dollars are contributing to the ethnic cleansing of children in broad daylight. And what's even more insane is that it works. Like, this argument is reasonable enough for a lot of the people in positions of power. Like, this argument, they're like, yeah, of course. What do you mean? Of course, the hysterics and these kinds of antics are significantly more important than your distaste and discomfort at the sight of destroyed children. $50 bones from Quay Streams. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Like, this is something that I joked about, where I was like, Ethan could get into Ethan could hit a car from behind and then somehow somehow find a way to fucking blame me and anti-Semitism on it. He's like, I stubbed my toe. How can I make this about Hasanabi? Did you see Steiny clowning on him? No, I did not. I saw one clip of Bradley Martin and Steiny. And Steiny was like, bro, you post about him every day. You platform him more than I do. I saw that one on Twitter. Ethan Klein tries to convince Steiny and Bradley Martin that Hassan Piker is pro-terrorism Hamas spokesperson. I don't care. I don't care to give it any more air or any more daylight. Who cares? Let them fucking hysterically keep screaming to an increasingly smaller fucking audience. There's more important things going on in the world, you know?
Is underway. Natanz, a remote location in the desert, which is at the heart of Iran's nuclear program, was among those hit. The global atomic watchdog, the IAEA.
What the fuck?
Hi guys, I was in a shower and I missed a siren saying that there was an imminent attack. So I packed a little bag on the behest of my commander so we could survive this Iran attack together. Down with the IRGC, free the woman of Iran.
Free the woman of Iran from their bodies by blowing them up.
Yes, the people will take back the power. Cut off the head of the snake. Remember that Iran has been attacking us since before October 7th. All their proxies around the world are literally terror organizations, and they hate the West, and they hate us. And yes, Israel, you got this. And this is what I bought. Okay, brought my keys because I have to lock my door because who knows the crazies that could come in, right? This is my little tote bag.
Hamas.
In the case of an attack. These are my friend's pants in case I need to change. I borrowed them and I haven't given them back. Sorry, Anna. This is a book. It's very important. It's very important. These are my bag of chocolate nuts that I bought today. Also very important. This is a charger. Toilet paper. My commander told me to bring toilet paper. Portable. My ID. Clips. Whatever. But what's most important is my Squishmallow. Because those I love are not here. Anyway.
How are these people so disconnected from reality? They kill thousands every day and their people act so desensitized to all of this. Zionism. It's a mental illness. Like, truly. I mean, it's fascism. It's full tilt fascism. If you're wondering how, you know, Nazi Germany operated during the fucking Holocaust, well, there it is, you know. You don't have to wonder anymore. It's happening right now. This is it. People always used to ask, like, how can people turn a blind eye to so many atrocious acts? You know? How can people turn a blind eye to all of this? This is crazy. Well, now we know. Now we fucking know. I love the framing of it as a mental illness is exactly what it is. It has the makings of a mental illness, 100%. It's like transphobia. Like, I don't understand how someone could be worried about trans people at like every fucking waking moment of their lives. Like, trans people don't think about trans affairs this much as like transphobic people do. And the same goes for Zionism. It's like you are so unimaginably fucking brainwashed and you can't see and it's a perfect super contained ideology because like it also has real victimhood at the heart of it. So you can always draw from that well as well. You can always draw from the endless amounts of violence that Jewish people have experienced throughout history, which is why I think it's like so impossible to deconstruct. Like because like when Christians fucking complain, you're like, shut the fuck up. Okay, you are responsible for everything bad that has happened, like England or America. You've done basically like 75% of the death and destruction in the last 400, 500 fucking years, you know? So no one ever goes, oh yeah, like you guys are the real victims. But like for Jewish people who are Zionists, you can draw from a well of endless amounts of violence that you have withstood, which is why I think like the mania is harder to fucking, the mania is harder to tackle. Like the deconstruction is harder. You know what I mean? White, not Christian, bro. I mean, come on. Yes, I'm talking about white people when I say that. Calm down. There is nothing there is nothing more dangerous than an ideology that revolves around not just continued perceived victimhood, but one that actually is born out of real historical epigenetic victimhood. Chatter got banned as soon as it hit enter on what about Islamic violence? Like, notice how I never say this is Jewish violence, but you come in here and you say Islamic violence, because I don't think this is Jewish violence, you fucking donkey. This is Israel. This is America. This is England. This is Western imperialism. But yeah, this is there is it's just mental illness, really, and that's what it is. Israelis are seriously deranged. True. Did you watch Piers Morgan and Bassem Youssef? No. I don't get involved in politics. I'm not interested in news, but I'll gladly let an IDF guy glue my dick hole shut if it'll help him feel safe. That's right. Thank you for boldly standing up against anti-Semitism, sir. U.S. embassy being attacked was fake news. Trump admin is monitoring, and this is not accurate. U.S. official says. Fucking English-speaking country, the devil's tongue. Guys, okay, stop. Stop sending me this iShowSpeed meme that I know exactly what it is. I'm not going to look at it, and I'm not going to entertain it. You guys are trying to get me to react to a meme that I will do this to. No. Here's some fun news. Here's a moment of fun for you guys because you deserve it. Zohran Mamdani lookalikes parade out in Prospect Park. Wait, what? CNN official spoke to... Oh, yeah, I know. I covered this. Iran will target regional bases of any country that defends Israel, senior Iranian official tells CNN. Iran reserves the right under international law to respond decisively to this regime. Any country that attempts to defend the regime against Iran's operations will, in turn, see its regional bases and positions become new targets. Earlier Friday, U.S. and Israeli sources told CNN the U.S. military had helped to intercept Iranian missiles launched against Israel. One Israeli source told CNN other countries in the region had also supported Israeli air defenses. Laura Loomer, be very careful today and this weekend in American cities and tourist locations, especially if you're going to be in D.C. Iran has many sleeper cells in the U.S. Iranian proxies from Hamas and Hezbollah will likely retaliate on U.S. soil to kill Americans in acts of Islamic terror as a form of retaliation to the Israeli airstrikes. Prime locations are synagogues, churches, and public populated tourist destinations. There are millions of jihadi sleeper cells in our country thanks to the Democrats' open border policies. It would be a nice weekend to just stay home. Never forget. Global Day of Jihad once again. Never forget. Laura Loomer literally tried to start an ISIS fan club in her own university. Okay? This person that has the ear of Donald Trump. Never forget this person that Donald Trump called a free spirit. She's a free spirit, that one. She flies high, Laura. Fly high. You crazy, Laura. Okay? Laura Loomer famously tried to start an ISIS fan club at her university. Okay? No, it's not a Felix tweet. She did do that. Yeah, she doesn't just have Trump's ear, okay? She has more than Trump's ear. What, just because she's ugly, she can't have hobbies? Yes. If you look like Jigsaw from the thriller sequence Saw, you are not allowed to have hobbies. God forbid an ugly woman has hobbies. This is misogyny. Hasan's dump truck. You won't believe this. Check logs. Okay, here we go. What? Your uncle at CNN. I can get Hasan connected with Mayor Bass. Let him know. I'm good, man. Thanks. This guy always has the connections. Hasan's dump truck. Oh, my uncle at CNN said he's going to do coverage on you. Where the fuck's the coverage? Huh? Hasan's dump truck? You fucking phony. PBS sponsors you. Stop listening to dumb chatters. Yes. PBS, as in the Piker Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the viewers. We have an ad-free experience at the Piker Broadcasting Service, but you can still subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Now let's take a look at the Zohran Mamdani's. Yeah. Gifted subs are 35% off. Thank you. Man, you got to make a jingle for it to play. Yeah. The Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, is sponsored by you and for you, the viewers. Remember when brave ally of Israel, Laura Loomer, tried to fuck a neo-Nazi? I do. And she literally told him that she told him that I'm a Jew and I know you guys are supposed to hate my people, but I'll still fuck you or something like that.
Aaron, your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
The Nazis hate me.
It's fine.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yeah. So
they're just jealous. Because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Like, you know, so many people in this movement who preach trad life are, like, fucking people on the side and, like, cheating on their partners.
That's
like,
so bad.
Like, they're not even, like, really trad life. Like, Aaron, your eyes look so good. You're, like, beautiful.
Thank you.
How does something like this get captured on camera and posted online? I don't fucking know. It's like one of those alt-right events that she participated in. Born too late to deploy to the Middle East. Born too early to deploy to the Middle East. Born just in time to deploy to the Middle East. Thank God. Oh, here's the ISIS video.
A couple of days later.
Clearly, it's
Political activist group claims video shows Barry University supporting ISIS. By the way, it was Laura Loomer. Like, she made this club up.
undercover.
One of the things they really need is like flashlights because
Conversation recorded without knowledge nor consent in Florida is illegal. This was blasted out to press, social media, and fundraising email by a group called Project Veritas, claiming it's exposing a private university in Miami sympathetic to ISIS.
I'm incensed. It's an insult to who we are.
Watching and listening to the 9-minute recording firsthand reveals an edited, out-of-context pitch.
Yeah, it's like she tried to set up an ISIS club, and then they obviously did not let it happen. But then they cut the parts where they were like, no, and they made it seem like the university was like totally on board. But it's Laura Loomer doing it. And they filmed the whole process so they could be like, see, Barry University, Barry University loves ISIS. And so they expelled her. Remember, how is she able to walk around in daylight? Let me tell you, she definitely has to walk around because she's been banned from every application for Islamophobia. That's right. Laura Loomer famously is banned from every app that is available on the App Store for Islamophobia. She has harassed so many gig economy workers that she got banned. She got banned from the weather app. I don't even know how you get banned from the weather app. Why were you expelled from college? Oh, I tried to start an ISIS fan club.
By a student looking for help starting a campus club to various faculty members who seem to know her.
like funds to send overseas in humanitarian efforts to help like the widows and like the children.
Senior communications major.
Make it stop. Oh God. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was gonna fucking, oh, my eyes, they burn. Oh, fuck. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't realize. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't realize they were gonna jump scare us with Laura Loomer's face. Oh, fuck. I should have pre-screened that. Jesus Christ. You know, she looks worse than that now, too, by the way, somehow. She's literally done even more plastic surgery and looks even worse now. God damn. Al Jazeera's given up. They're talking about the weather now. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it's raining rockets. Yeah, Laura Loomer is younger than me, by the way. Isn't that crazy?
A major attack on one of the world's largest oil-producing countries, injecting more unpredictability into the world's foremost oil-producing region and the global economy. Investors responded immediately, piling their money into safe assets like gold, which touched a 2-month high. And oil too. The price of Brent crude, the global benchmark, spiking 8% to $75 a barrel. When oil goes up, prices go up across the board, whether that's petrol, plastic toys, or air travel.
This is a bad shock coming at a bad time. It is stagflationary, meaning
that it lowers growth expectations and it increases inflation expectations. And that hits us in terms of our income insecurity, how much we pay at the pump. We can't expect any quick interest rate reductions. And if anything, this makes the chances of higher taxation go up rather than come down.
Things could, of course, settle down again. And watching closely, global companies that rely on the Middle East's major maritime shipping routes for transporting oil and goods.
Iran will respond to Israel's attacks. It's unlikely at this point that it's going to spill over into the maritime domain, i.e. that the attacks will take place on commercial shipping. We think that's unlikely at the moment.
By the way, little lady has an ear infection. She just got back from the vet. I don't know why she's panting so much. Down. I think she's drugged out. Anne, uyuşturucu verdiler mi? Why is she panting weird? It's like they might have. I thought they drugged her. Oh, okay. She looks so stupid. She looks so dumb right now. Okay. Calm down. Calm down. Hi. What happened? She's. That's so mean, dude. She's had a stressful day. I'm not going to take the Band-Aid off yet. Take the band off her arm. It can damage her limb if it's left there. Yeah, I think it's probably fine for the time being. You should give her an iPad or something so she can have a Girly Pop Nation streamer during your shift at the... Yeah. What? Oh, I can? Oh, they took her blood. They did blood work.
But the potential is always there.
And there are other signs of disruption too. Countries across the Middle East have closed their airspace, with flights rerouted, cancelled or delayed. Middle Eastern diplomats know how to strike a fragile peace. And, as ever, there's a lot at stake for the global economy and for us as consumers. Gurpreet Narwan, Sky News.
After a week of angry deportation protests in Los Angeles, an extraordinary scene unfolded at an LA news conference yesterday. United States Senator Alex Padilla was pushed out of the room and later handcuffed after he simply tried to question Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem.
Can you discuss Northern Ireland at some point? I think it'd be interesting to see your take. Yeah, any sort of anti-immigrant rally is fucking idiotic, reactionary, unacceptable. It is additionally hilarious to have it in fucking Ireland. Which is a country that has more immigrants in other countries, including this one, than the nation of Ireland. Okay, I'm not even entertaining the ew, gross, just. But it's anti-Romanian immigration. Regardless, it's just... Yeah, north of Ireland. The one instance where you can say maybe Northern Ireland. Not Northern Ireland, north of Ireland. Do you think you can get phased to help out Iran? Yeah. They were unionists, aka Anglo settlers in Ireland. That's expected. When I was listening to the BBC report, the reporter asked if Irish Catholics' racism can unite Protestants, and the guy said no, Lamau. Oh my God, there's a flash flood warning including Washington, D.C., Arlington, VA, and Alexandria, VA until 12 a.m. Oh, that's hilarious. That's so funny. I hope Trump's parade gets rained on. National Guard preparing to establish a large forward operating base at MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. Army source tells me. What? Not sure if they're using the term formally, but that's what I was told. Yeah, Mother Nature literally raining on Trump's parade. Let's continue.
Carter Evans has more on that and a temporary win in court for President Trump. Carter, good morning.
Right, good morning. It was actually courtroom whiplash. There was a federal judge who temporarily blocked President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, ordering the control be returned to California. Well, then the White House quickly filed an appeal, and just before midnight, the appeals court temporarily blocked the judge's order. So the National Guard here can stay for now.
A chaotic scene.
Secretary, I want to know why you insist on...
California Senator Alex Padilla, dressed in casual attire, interrupted Homeland Security Secretary Christie.
Yeah, look at this fucking asshole. Greg Gutfeld. It was so obviously planned. This is how the best voices in the news at Fox News responded to this incident.
Off of this moment as part of their...
Dude, I feel like Greg Buttfeld would strap TNT to his fucking chest and walk into the goddamn White House if Brandon did this to, like, I don't know, Tom Cotton or something. If the Brandon administration did this to Tom Cotton, Greg Buttfeld would be losing his goddamn mind.
Continued setup.
Well, that's the lowest bar. Literally everyone in Congress fundraises off of anything that happens. They're like, I woke up and I had breakfast. Do you want to give me $10 and
pay for my
match
breakfast?
that? So this is not about an assignment editor who gave me this to say. Senator Padilla was on CNN last night talking about this, and he said, which is true because he wouldn't have been there without security, that he came in, he had a National Guard member assigned to him and an FBI agent that was walking with him. We can see the video where he does identify himself.
But why did he do it? You're jumping to the point.
Well, he said his explanation was that he was having a conversation they were waiting for something, and he said, what's going on there? They said a press conference with Secretary Noem, and he said, can we go in? And they walked him in there.
It was so obviously
Coming
planned.
from the administration and a particular secretary who loves the performance art. She's in a costume all the time. She's doing a reality TV show of arresting migrants and showing up in CCOT.
You can't make us believe this is real anymore, Jessica.
You want me to believe that
the Before you cry wolf story, I hate to bring it up, but we don't buy this BS.
What do you mean? I don't think a fucking congressperson expected to be violently apprehended by Secret Service or the Gestapos of this administration. I hate Greg so much. It's actually crazy. I mean, that's his position. Like that is how he presents himself. Like he is the least likable person on that panel by design, I think. Like I think he deliberately sets himself up so that the mere sight of Greg Buttfeld causes anger in the hearts of onlookers. Is literally his show you're hardcore projecting? Wait, what? Dude, I watch the show more than your racist grandfather does. I watch the show professionally. I watch it basically every day. This is not his show. His show is King of the Late Night. Greg Budfeld also is the King of the Late Night comedy. This is the Fox 5. Okay. And Greg is so nasty. Greg is such a nasty little freak that he repulses his coworkers. He is like a professional goblin.
Nome during a news conference.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla.
Padilla didn't identify himself.
Greg inspires uneducated, undiagnosed autistic dads to be loud and stupid, and I hate it.
Until he was pushed from the room. He was then forced to the ground and handcuffed. Secretary Nome spoke about the incident after the news conference and said she did not recognize the senator.
I wish that he would have reached out and identified himself and let us know who he was and that he wanted to talk.
After the incident, Nome's top deputy wrote on social media.
He did identify himself. It's on video, by the way. That's so funny. These guys deny reality all the time. I don't even know how to fucking describe it. I don't even know what to say. It's just like observable reality that they're denying and nothing else. Ay, ay, ay.
Padilla chose disrespectful political theater as he, quote, lunged at Secretary Nome.
I was there peacefully. If this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers.
As images of ICE agents in pursuit of farm workers surfaced, President Trump yesterday acknowledged the toll his policies are taking.
Oh my God, chat. Yes, you heard a Discord noise.
Taking on the industry and signaled an exception.
We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have. We're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to them.
Now, more protests against the Trump administration's immigration policy will be held over the weekend here and across the country. Meanwhile, the FBI is searching for protesters who clashed with police. Yesterday, they arrested a man who was distributing face masks.
Oh, shit. The greatest minds are here. I wonder what Joseph Robinette Rogan has to say about the ICE-raised protests and immigration. If you recall, Joe a couple months ago had an about face where he turned around and talked about how nutty it is to just like deport people without due process. I wonder if he's changed his trajectory here.
Joe Rogan experience.
That's the thing. That's the thing I always take away from it is just like, damn, dude, if we could just
wait, what the fuck? That's his guest is, oh my God, is the rich man of Richmond guy.
Organized even for like 2 or 3 years, we could just fix everything. Like we the people really do have the power, at least right now, for a short window of time. But we really do. I mean,
but people have to understand that we are all in this together, and that there's organizations that want to drive us apart. And the way to work out our differences is having conversations and negotiations and figuring out how to work it out. It's not lighting.
His new song's about him getting a divorce and his recent ex-wife taking 50%. I know, I saw that. Amazing, but also expected.
Cop cars on fire. Like, this is, you know.
Yeah. But the spirit of those, like, not to defend any of that crap, but that rebellious nature in us is important too, though. It just has to be directed correctly.
Right. You shouldn't be burning Waymos while holding a Mexican flag, trying not to get sent back to Mexico. I mean, you're confusing the.
None of those guys are trying not to get sent back to Mexico, you dumb fuck. They're Mexican Americans. God damn, you are such a fucking ape, dude. I hate this guy. Oh my God, libertarian, by the way. I'm just like a socially conscious libertarian kind of guy. But also, I think you should respect the police all the time. And also, it's perfectly cool that they're just like kidnapping people. And also, please don't burn the Waymos. Don't burn the Waymos. Oh no, not the Waymos.
the fuck out of me, dog. Like, who is your oppressor? Is it the electric car? Is it the country? Which
like this kind of question is so funny to me because it's like, what are they supposed to do? Like fucking, I can't even say, like, direct their attention, animosity, and anger directly at armed federal agents. Like, would you even say that they're appropriate to do so if they were to do that? Like, would Joe Rogan be like, oh, yeah, well, you know, these guys are directly fighting fucking ICE agents, like, in fisticuffs? No, you wouldn't fucking say that at all. You'd be like, kill them. Kill them now. You know? It's like, it's the Asmongold thing. Remember when Asmongold was like, yeah, Hasan is LARPing. He would never be down there. Oh, he's down there? Well, they should arrest him then. He should be arrested. He should immediately be arrested. It's like, oh, okay, so you had no interest in this. Like, you have no stake in this. You have no... Your position is just entirely being antagonistic to whatever the fuck these people are doing.
You know, you want to stay, but you're holding a flag of another country.
Yeah, Mr. Anti-Corporate Conspiracy guy is like, I can't believe they're fighting. I can't believe it. I don't understand. Why are they burning Waymos? Like, well, don't they know those Waymos had families?
You're like, what? Why are you wearing a mask?
I can't believe they got masks on. I can't believe that they are trying to protect themselves from projectiles. You had a follow-up to that? Oh, God. I don't even want to fucking know what this dummy said. Yeah, based. What is this? Asmongold watched a clip of himself in which he accuses Hasan of LARPing as a revolutionary for not protesting on the highway. After finding out he actually did protest on the highway, Asmon immediately starts whining about Hasan not being arrested for or banned for having done so.
Well, if anything, Hasan is a fake revolutionary because he doesn't embody any of the ideals that he has, right? I mean, disliking capitalism.
Yeah. He has a car. He's a car.
You're pro-Palestine. You're trying to adhere to this fucking list of companies that you're not supposed to support.
Is always motherfuckers that don't understand solidarity, don't actually care about the cause, are directly antagonistic towards any sort of fucking revolutionary sentiment or even any sort of expression of solidarity, turning around and being like, yeah, this guy, he doesn't care, yeah.
But the one that you make the most money from, you're like Twitter, by the way, also owned by Elon Musk, who people are saying is...
I don't make any money off of Twitter. I don't know why he's saying such stupid things. I have a blue check mark because Elon Musk gave it to me. And I never put any fucking payment. I never put any fucking credit card information on Twitter. Are you fucking delusional? Are you insane? I do not make a single fucking dime off of Twitter. I'm on Twitter because that is the website that unfortunately is still most commonly used by international reporters. For the record. Yeah.
It's a Nazi. Like, really, like, that's not...
It is run by a Nazi. And Jeff Bezos is a fucking freak, too. What am I supposed to do? There's nothing. There's no alternative. Yeah.
Not the main thing. What is this?
You see Hasan? No, I don't see Hasan. I heard he was out there. I don't know. I think that I saw an image of it. I think he's on, like, the side up the top. So he's not actually going to go down there and stand in the in this area, because if he did, he'd get in trouble.
Which he did
like,
go
he
down
has
there.
No problem LARPing as a revolutionary.
Yes, exactly. Yes, no, you're right. What a great own. He actually did go down and commit a crime. I expected him not to do that.
He's so based. He's so based. Bro doesn't remember what he said. Yeah, because he's grifting. He's just like responding to whims. He's based. I mean, Trump's based. Please arrest him, officer.
Because it would be stupid and detrimental and bad, and you would put your channel at risk. But Hasan knows you won't get in trouble. Yeah, great idea. And streaming it. Yes, self-reporting the entire time.
This is going to be very different, which, to be fair, he was. Well, if he was actually doing that, he should get in trouble. Like, I mean, for sure. He was, though? Yeah, I don't know.
No, he should be arrested again. Just sits on boot looking at Trump administration. Bootlicking is whenever you think that somebody should get arrested for standing in the highway. I didn't know that. A lot of people didn't know that. But
no, that literally is, yes, you are bootlicking. Yes, lawful civil disruption, lawful civil disobedience. Demanding that someone get arrested for lawful civil disobedience is unironically the dictionary or Pictionary definition of bootlicking. If you look it up on the Pictionary, you'll see a boot, you'll see your face, you'll be throating it.
You know, we had a whole election that was decided that found out that most people actually didn't know that. But that's where we're at.
He always goes back to, well, Trump won the election. Yeah, dude, you'll see what kind of majority opinion you have. Fucking Republicans are so dumb, dude. They are so fucking delusional. Oh my Lord. Wait, we're fucking only 5 months in, dude. We're only 5 months in. Just you wait, baby.
And let's see if I can find the rest of the song. Gets fucked already. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's probably not going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. But
why should it? Yes. First of all, even if I was I was down there. Like, what the fuck do you mean you should get arrested? Like, would you say that about fucking CNN? Because in the eyes of the law, there is no distinction between what I'm doing and what CNN is doing, for the record. You might not think that, and I certainly don't make that argument either. But as far as, like, what I'm doing down there, it's doing coverage. Defender of the First Amendment, but doesn't defend the First Amendment on the principles of free press, on the principles of free association and free assembly, doesn't defend the First Amendment on the principles of freedom of speech, only defends the First Amendment when it comes to saying slurs. That's it. This position is unironically the most un-American position you can arrive at. It is infinitely less American than burning a fucking American flag, which is, once again, a freedom that the American government affords, a freedom that the American government gives to every single person, citizen and non-citizen alike, on U.S. soil. If you don't like it, you can leave, okay? Why don't you get the fuck out of my country, Asmongold? If you don't like the fucking First Amendment, get the fuck out. Go to a country that doesn't have free speech protections. Maybe you'll enjoy it more. There, you can actually also still do regime propaganda and be totally justified and being like, yeah, arrest these guys. Yeah, go live in fucking Turkey, bitch.
Anyway, so yeah, that's kind of the way I feel about it.
I don't get it. Why don't you go to a country where there's no First Amendment? I don't like that you're trying to, go to Tel Aviv, dude. They don't got free speech there. Go to Israel. You seem to love Israel. Why don't you go live there? Yeah.
That's what I think. Let me see here if I can find the rest of these. So he did not say thank you.
What? Him moving to a different country would be biological warfare and violate international law? Okay, well, even more. You're just telling me exactly why now he should move. Asman doesn't support Israel law. This is why Asman refuses to debate you when you lie about him. Wait, what? The easiest way to fucking... First of all, Asman doesn't support Israel law is hilarious. He doesn't support Israel. He just seems to criticize all of Israel's enemies all the time, non-fucking stop. Yeah, I know. He doesn't fully support Israel. He just supports everyone else that supports Israel, and he attacks everyone that doesn't support Israel. He supports the administration and its support for Israel. He supports the administration completely. He supports all the content creators that support Israel. He supports none of the content creators that don't support Israel. Also, saying Asman doesn't support Israel, lol, is hilarious. The dude literally got fucking banned for saying, yeah, I don't care. Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve genocide. Yeah, he supported the Israeli strikes on Iran. And you fucking delusional losers still try to cope as though he doesn't support Israel. What's next? He doesn't support Trump either, right? He's a centrist.
It's fucking insane. I agree with Netanyahu. In a lot of ways, I do too, but it's not our fucking problem. That's what it comes down to. And
yeah, see, this is why he agrees with Netanyahu in a lot of ways, but it's not our problem, you know? But also, he loves the administration that makes it our problem. He also refuses to entertain the reality that Israel would not be able to do any of this without our tax dollars. Like, there's quite literally an angle here that should frustrate the likes of Asmongold for all the principles that he supposedly abides by, right? First Amendment violations. Israel is responsible for some of the most consequential, most significant First Amendment violations, and Asmongold has directly defended them. The deportation of people who have simply criticized Israel is enough for Asmongold to say, fuck the First Amendment. Okay? So what's up? Chatter, did you change your perspective on your favorite Roach man now that you have heard him say these words, or no? Probably not. At least, it's great that at least the VODs will exist as straight proof of their evil demeanor over time. History, no matter how cruel it has been, how crowded and how uncertain it's been. No, it's not. It's not going to change anything. You're wrong. And the greatest example I can use is Brett Stevens. People that are wrong and evil in the direction of the American State Department's agenda do not get harmed, do not face career penalties. People who are right, on the other hand, against the American State Department's interests will suffer consequences for it, even if the rest of the public arrives at their position. No one will ever give you the fucking flowers. No one will ever be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Law, shut the fuck up. You're wrong. You will truly say anything. Won't you, cock actor? Wrong. Does he live rent-free in your head? No. Don't ban him. Does he live? My favorite thing about guys like this is that we started this conversation with Asmongold reacting to a clip of Asmongold reacting to a clip of me. Like, this is double the number of Asmongold reactions to me, okay? And I'm the one who's fucking, obsessed. When he does this, does anyone turn around and go, hey, man, does Hasan live rent-free in your head? Well, I guess if you were to do that to him, he'd ban you. I actually, as a matter of fact, unbanned you. The number one phrase in my TikToks of you mentioning him is rent-free 26 times in the comments. Yeah. I did see how Asmongold does research. Just clicks on Twitter and goes, Israel, Iran, and then clicks on the first blue check mark account that's like posting AI footage and is like, yeah, this is crazy. Yeah. This is a self-report. He could be getting paid by Elon and weighing his payments against yours. Analytics per tweet. Dude is getting paid by Elon. This is why he says he makes the most amount of money on Twitter. I don't make any money on Twitter. Why do you care about converting his fans? I care about converting everyone. I don't even want his fans to become my fans, for the record. I don't even care. I just want them to know the truth. Do you understand? I want them to change their perspective. If they're fans of mine in the process, if they become fans of mine in the process, great. If they don't, that's still fine. As long as they're no longer firmly committed to licking the boot of this fascist authoritarian administration or turning around and fucking defending Israel's actions, whether inadvertently or directly.
Mask. Are you proud of this? Do you not want to get arrested? What are we doing? Are you scared of COVID? Like, I want to know.
Well, it goes back to what you said about mass manipulation, and also like we've all sort of lost our identity. That's why politics has become so prevalent in like the way people represent themselves to other people, and like, you know, that's like as our culture and our tradition and like sort of the knowledge of where our families and all of that stuff comes from. Like we're just little boats out in a big ocean, and we're looking for some kind of identity to reach out and grab. And politics, they make politics so easy to reach out and grab and make, just like in the same way that people just absorb themselves into sports.
Exactly.
You know,
This guy's brilliant.
Way out of shape, but they refer to their sports team as we. Like our defense did really good.
Jamie does that all the time. We won. Talks about a college.
Where I'm from.
Some college where he's from.
Well, that's maybe.
Get out of here.
Maybe if he's from there, though, then it doesn't count. But
I'm just fucking around.
Yeah.
I'm not a team sports guy. You know, I'm a combat sports guy, and I would never say we won. Like if Kamaru Usman beats somebody, I never say we won. You know, Kamaru would call me up. What the fuck are you saying, man? We. You know what I did in camp? You know how many rounds I sparred? You know.
Yeah, all the punches he took.
It's so crazy. But if there's a group of guys, you can say we.
But that's
so silly.
I see that like. I just see that becoming more and more prevalent where there's not like, I don't know. It's sort of just like, it's kind of even to expand on the thought of it. It's even like the way that now we've all just sort of, we're all in these subcategories the way we would be if we were in prison. We're all like, you know, like in the same way that when we use the word black and white to describe like, how many different types of white and black are there that all just get merged? It's like it like creates this maybe like group identity that's a lot easier to control. Like
for sure. Well, and then
you know.
it shifts over time. Like my family wasn't white. My family was Italian. They were disparaged when they first came to America from Europe.
Brother.
My grandfather used to tell me terrible stories of what happened to him when he was a boy living in America as an Italian. They treated them the same way terribly racist people were treating people from Guatemala that sneak in here. It's the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then after a while, they sort of integrated, and now I'm white.
Yeah, now you're just a white person.
Now I'm just a regular white.
But it's easy now in like in big public narrative and stuff to. It's a lot easier to accuse you and 30 other different nationalities of people who are all very culturally different and unique and just call all of you white people and then pick the worst thing that one of those nationalities did and just cast it among the whole group. But it happens with every ethnicity, every identity. The goal is to like put everyone in the world in one of 3 or 4 buckets and then hopefully figure out how to just put all of them into one bucket eventually. It's like it's so much easier to control 2 or 3 different types of people than it is 30 or 40 or 100 or 1,000,
Right.
you know.
Which is also, I think, why they never fix the problems that ail our inner cities. They want to keep that conflict. I really believe that. Because if somebody wanted to have a better, stronger economy, the first thing you would do is you want more people in the workforce. So you'd want less people that are disenfranchised, completely out of society, felons, all that stuff. That doesn't do anything but cost the country money, right? Unless you have private prisons. Now, in private prisons, those people become a business, and then that business contributes to the escalation of laws. And they want to make sure that laws stay in place because that way their business is always full. They have plenty of customers. Their customers are human beings that they turn into batteries to generate money. That's what it is. It's like those people, every person they have in there, they get more money, which is wild. It's wild that we allow that. But then it's also like keeping a certain amount of crime in certain areas ensures that you're always going to have debates over law enforcement. You're always going to have conversations over disenfranchisement. We need DEI. We need this. We need quotas. We need to hire more people of this or of that, ignoring the fact that a lot of these things, especially with universities, are the most racist, especially towards Asians. They're racist as fuck towards Asians. There's lawsuits about it. Harvard, is that still going on, the Harvard lawsuit? Where they specifically made their application process, like the whole acceptance process, more difficult for Asians because they were kicking too much ass. They had too many like Asian people that were willing to fucking work their ass off, study 12 hours a day, get straight A's. They're like, man, there's too many of these folks. We got to make it tougher.
The counter argument to this always will be, if you want to truly make this process a meritocratic one, you have to abolish legacy admissions. But no one wants to do that. Okay? That'll never happen anyway. Legacy admissions is the real affirmative action. Okay? That's it.
What did they do to make it more difficult specifically?
They attached a bunch of things. I believe the argument is they attached a bunch of things like social stuff. Like, how much do you engage in, activism? How often are you involved in, social activities on campus? What other things are you doing other than just pure academic work? They're like trying to slow them down. They're literally trying to slow them down.
Yeah, that's another great example too. Like even just that they can blanket Asian like that as such a like
it's Indian, it's Chinese. There's a lot of, but
yeah,
people that come from a hard place are willing to work hard. That's the difference. And the problem with meritocracy is that some motherfuckers will go for it. And if you get a whole country of people going for it, that gets scary for the people that just want to take naps.
It's the same psychology that goes in, like in a lot of the smaller Appalachian towns, like where we recorded was really close to Bramwell, West Virginia. But if you look at even if you look at Bramwell, West Virginia, and their recent political history, like the last mayor they had, she embezzled money from the town, and there was like. And this isn't a very small town. So government corruption exists like
everywhere,
and it almost is like maybe in those big cities.
This conversation quickly devolved, and at no point are they discussing the thing that they were supposed to be discussing in the title.
7 of the 11
Let's go to some better news.
Democratic candidates running for mayor met up last night for a final debate.
Elijah Westbrook joins us now with some of the highlights. Elijah.
Hey there, good morning to you, Mary and Chris. Well, the debate was the candidates' last chance to grab the attention of voters ahead of the start of early voting tomorrow. The contenders touched on an array of topics ranging from education, job experience, and the Trump administration.
I'm not Mr. Mandani. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not divisive. I didn't say I would boycott Israel. We should be selling unity, not the division that this man is spreading.
The reason he doesn't have a message for Muslim New Yorkers is because he has nothing to say to us.
The candidates are back at it. This time, only 7 qualified Democrats going after New York City's top spot. The debate Thursday night was fiery.
Everybody here knows that you sexually harassed women.
Those are just bold-faced lies.
You admitted
and you know
it at the time.
And it's frightening that you can look at a camera and lie
right now,
that
I'm looking
easily.
At you.
Age and experience also became an issue. The moderators pointing out that if Cuomo is elected, he would be 76 if he completed 2 terms, and that Mandani would be the youngest mayor ever. Cuomo took shots at Mandani for being an assemblyman for only 4 years with a staff of 5.
To put a person in this seat at this time with no experience is reckless and dangerous.
I've gotten so many Eric Adams contracts canceled, we can't keep track.
Improving the city's education system was another topic.
I will put the interests of kids first in a system that by and large today runs for the benefit of adults.
What we need to look at, though, is the allocation of funds within the DOE. The DOE has the largest budget within New York City.
The data tells us that smaller class sizes have better outcomes for the students and for the teachers. But I'd also like to see some more investments in our mental health.
And a war of words regarding the Trump administration.
Andrew Cuomo, you have received millions of dollars in funding from the very billionaires who put Donald Trump back into office. Will you now look at the camera and tell your super PAC to return those millions of dollars?
I know you don't understand the law, but it would be illegal for me to direct an independent expenditure committee.
Is it illegal?
Now, some political experts believe experience is something voters will pay close attention to in this race, while also looking for someone who can best stand up to President Trump, as we just heard. Mary?
Elijah Westbrook, thank you for more information.
Yeah.
Zoran Mamdani, welcome.
Zoran Mamdani and Andrew Cuomo, abundance and anti-Semitism. What the fuck? Did you see this ad Zoran and Brad Lander made together?
Hey, good morning.
How's it going?
Please go second.
No, I insist you go second.
How about I go first and you go second?
Well,
We both love New York City.
and that's why it's so important to not send scandal-ridden, corrupt Andrew Cuomo to City Hall.
New Yorkers deserve so much better than a disgraced creep.
Agreed.
Zoran, you've done a remarkable job building a historic grassroots campaign for a New York City all New Yorkers can afford.
Brad, you've been a principled, progressive leader in our city for years.
Early voting starts tomorrow, and we both know what we need to do to save our city from Andrew Cuomo. You want to tell him?
You go first.
Nah, you go first.
Let's do it together. We're cross-endorsing.
In New York City, we have ranked choice voting. That means you can rank up to 5 candidates for mayor.
Brad and I are officially telling our supporters.
Rank
I'm your
me number one, rank
Brad
Zoran number 2. Let's send Andrew Cuomo
back to the suburbs. Hey.
I hope this works. The Jewish and Muslim candidates joining forces to defeat the true enemy of New York, the Italian. Yeah, that's you saw that on Twitter. You came in here because I saw that on Twitter as well. And you came in here and you hit that line thinking you were slick. I think this is a terrible idea for Zoran. Wait, what? Why? Brad's number 2 choices, because Brad is closing. But Brad has a fuck ton of number 2 choices that are going to Cuomo right now, which I don't even know how. So I think that this will hopefully help in the second round for Zoran. And I don't think Brad Lander has a shot, so I'm not worried about it. That's why filling out the entire ballot is so important. You need to explain that, please. I already did. It's between Cuomo and Zoran, in your opinion? Yes, it is between Cuomo and Zoran. Oh, also, okay, stop showing the shout out from the debate. Okay, I don't care. Here's an interesting development. The prophecy is being fulfilled. Here's an interesting development. Several dozen sideline Voice of America staffers have suddenly been called back to work as the Israeli-Iran conflict escalates. A dramatic turn of events for the U.S. government-funded broadcasting system that was shut down by the Trump administration in March. Huh. Interesting. But I thought they were doing woke propaganda. Damn, it turns out the Trump administration is recognizing the necessity for CIA propaganda. So, I don't get it. Voice of America specifically brought back Farsi language speakers who had been on paid administrative leave. The move suggests that the U.S. government wants to bolster its programming into Iran. Before the cutbacks were instituted in March, Voice of America said that it produced 4+ hours of Persian language programming to Iran a day, meant to confront the disinformation of the Iranian regime and speak directly to the Iranian people and the global Persian-speaking diaspora. Weird. It's unclear how much content Voice of America has been beaming into Iran in recent weeks. The broadcaster's VOA Farsi channel on YouTube shows 8 new videos since Israel struck inside of Iran early Friday. Staffers from some other VOA language services have also been called back to work. One of the sideline journalists who was suing the Trump admin to salvage the broadcast told me that VOA's role in providing independent, factual, authoritative news has been proven throughout countless times of crisis. That's so funny. They're back. They'll probably bring back the fucking stupid ass Mandarin channel too. The Trump admin just figured out why Voice of America, who they want to eliminate, has served us well for many decades. Tough to broadcast messages to opposition groups and citizens in Iran when you fired everyone who speaks the language. I mean, fuck Voice of America, by the way. Which protest am I going to? I'm going to the No Kings one. I don't know. Wherever it is. What's on Iranian state TV at this hour? Hank Green teaching about the cardiovascular system. I forgot the funniest part is that it says Nation's Revenge commentating the attack on Israel in the top corner. Damn, Hank Green speaks perfect fluent Farsi. White boy speaks fluent Farsi, shocks everyone. Did you see the post about the rules for the No Kings protest? I did. It's so cop coded. It's not even funny. But I don't care. I think a lot of libs are going to be there, and I think a lot of libs are ready to fucking rip it. Rules for protests now, and especially on June 14th and No Kings rallies. Protect peaceful protest. The sit down wave. What to do if violent breaks out at a protest? Sit down together. Lower yourselves to the ground immediately. Stay where you are. Easiest way to get fucking laser beamed in the head, by the way, by cops. Straight up. Like, this is written by a person that either has never been to a protest or wants you to get fucking killed, potentially. Okay? Like, the irony here is, if violence breaks out, sitting down is perhaps the worst thing you can do, because cops are trained to, at the very least, shoot low when it comes to rubber bullets. So if you actually sit down, you are, one, opening up the floodgates for trampling. Okay, so you're either going to get trampled or you are going to get shot in the head. Okay? 2, silence is power. Stop chanting. Put down the signs and remain silent. Spread the signal. Gesture or quietly tell others to sit. Let the action ripple through the crowd like a wave. 4, do not engage. Don't argue, confront, or respond to aggression. Discipline speaks for itself. 5, make peace visible. A calm, seated crowd is a powerful image for the world and the cameras to see. Nonviolence is powerful, strategic, and united. Hashtag sit down wave. Hashtag peaceful protest. Hashtag nonviolent power. And also hashtag Gandhi. This is after violence breaks out of the protest, which is really funny. I don't know if this is satire. It doesn't seem like it's satire. And I think these guys don't understand. This is almost what not to do. The most effective thing to do is to walk away in a responsible and slow manner, okay, that is the best possible thing to do. But definitely, like, the silence is power. Just eat the bullets, but be quiet. Do not respond. Yeah, don't run. And obviously don't create like a crowd crush situation. Don't get kettled and corralled. I feel like this is the No Kings group says the sit down wave isn't them in the volunteer video. Yeah, except I think like a lot of Dems and the 5501 group that is like very Fed coded is going to be all over this. Yeah, Bernie's going to be at the No Kings rally. This is very liberal, okay? Which means it'll be like the Pussy Hat, the Women's March. It'll be like the Women's March, which ironically enough wasn't that libbed up because like Linda Sarsour was one of the fucking organizers, you know what I mean? And at the time she was public enemy number one, hijabi woman who is pro-Palestine, of course. But this is even more libbed up than that. But to be fair, this will draw a major crowd, just like the Pussy Hat protest did. Which is why I'm going to attend, because I want to see the Barbers and the Deborahs out on the fucking streets. And remember, just because the organizers are libbed up doesn't mean the crowd will be libbed up. Because even the most libbed up wine moms, the Barbers and the Deborahs that attend protests like this, are probably not as libbed up as you think they are. It's the same principle that I have for the Sanders rallies. People will be like, oh, you go to the fucking no oligarchy tour, like, oh, whatever, you're a pussy. And it's like, no, dumbass. The people in the fucking crowds at the Bernie Sanders rallies are literally way, way more radical than Bernie Sanders on the issue of Israel, okay? Every single person in that crowd is more aggressively pro-Palestinian than Bernie is.
Every day across this country, something powerful is happening. People are rising for each other, for democracy, and for our collective freedom. We have chosen not to live in fear or let division destroy this country. We believe in something bigger than ourselves and the promise of freedom and justice for all.
God damn, this is libbed up as fuck. Yeah, I saw Dylan's post on it. Libs, we need you to go absolutely beast mode at No Kings. I'm talking F word on the banners with no asterisks, giant pinata effigy of Drumpf, inclusivity yards 50 lines long. They tackled a senator, a fucking senator. Dark woke, it's time to rise. I want to see the most offensively bright neon apparel with Orange Man Bad on the front out there in the streets, folks, the likes of which no one has ever seen. There better not be a single Tesla in the streets that's not completely covered in silly string. I'm telling you like this, but unironically, like I think this is good. Is it bad that I'm trying not to be annoyed by this protest? No, I'm not annoyed by this protest at all. I welcome it. I welcome it with open arms. I'm explaining to you how much I'm welcoming this. It's good. This kind of show of force is good.
But now our rights and our freedoms are under attack. We can point fingers or we can take action. This spring, millions of us united for one of the largest peaceful protests in the history of the United States. Together, we told Trump and his billionaire administration to keep their greedy hands off our health care, our veterans' benefits, our public lands, our rights. Courage is contagious, and now we're taking to the...
What do you even stand for? Making money, capitalism, Israel's continuation of bloodshed, protesting, or sorry, not protesting, deporting like only half of the migrants in the country, not like all of it, because compromise is important. What else? That sort of stuff. Police getting more money. That's what I want. I'm going to be protesting there. I'm going to be protesting there to be like, cops need more money for training. If we give them another $1 billion, the LAPD will certainly learn not to brutalize the population.
The streets again on Saturday, June 14th for No King's Day. While Trump wastes tens of millions of taxpayer dollars on a military parade for his birthday, acting like a wannabe king. People in every state have organized over 1,800
events.
Yeah,
hands off NATO, hands off NATO, hands off NATO. Oh, fuck, before I forget. Gotta do a hands off NATO. Obviously.
In their communities to uphold democracy.
Abundance, deregulation. Deregulation.
And protect our rights. People standing side by side for the future we all deserve. We don't do kings in the United States. We believe power belongs.
Like this shit makes, I'm sorry, but this shit makes Debrussies quake, okay? Like there's a Deborah out there right now and she doesn't know why she had a spontaneous orgasm. It's because we are watching this video. Okay? Do you understand how lit liberal moms and dads get at a 1 minute and 39-second video compiled of all the Deborahs and the Barbaras going out to protest with their signs? Okay? This is like, look at this fucking crowd, man. We need to fire them up. It's me. I'm tearing up in Whole Foods. Yeah, at least they're out there. The fuck? No, I'm not being sarcastic. Wait, whoa. No. You're misunderstanding me. I know that my sarcasm is very dry. I'm not being sarcastic when I say this. I think this is a good thing. I went to the fucking the Women's March. Okay? Yeah, this is unironically great. This is probably going to be the largest mobilization against Donald Trump since the beginning of the Trump second term. Word, I was a standard lib once too. Yeah. I'm literally going to this protest. I'm going to the one in Los Angeles. Like, obviously, some of the liberal messaging is silly and stupid, but I think this is exactly the type of mobilization that is a necessity.
With the people. Join us on Saturday, June 14th. Go to nokings.org to find the protest near you.
Anyway, the idea is to disperse the myriad of reasons to oppose the regime. Yeah. You streaming your attendance or going before stream? I don't know where they're at, and I don't know what time they're at. I haven't even fucking looked into it. But I'm gonna go to whichever one is happening. I'm gonna go to whichever one is fucking happening around me. There are a shit ton. What the fuck? There's Pico and Robertson, No Kings. There's No Kings West Hollywood, but that's from 11 a.m. to 1:15. So I'm not going to go to that one because I'll be live at that point, and I'll most likely be. Not only will I be live at that point, but I'll most likely be doing regular coverage. Maybe I'll go to the Pico Robertson one. I don't know. No Kings Hollywood, 11:30 a.m. to 2:30. No Kings Historic Filipino Town, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. This address is private. What the fuck? SoCal Flag Day March, 9:30 a.m. to 1. Why are they so early? What is this? What is happening? I've never seen anything that's like brunch. It's because that's when the Trump birthday thing is. I think most people plan to go downtown in the afternoon. Yeah. The one near me is 2 to 4 p.m. Maybe to make it similar time on the East Coast. Oh. It's never too early to love America. Kamala Harris says Iran is the greatest adversary of U.S. This is from when she was running. Yeah. I wanted to go in Kentucky, but they're literally all done before 4 p.m., which is when I get off work. Yeah, I think it's probably early. No, not because of the fucking curfew. I think it's early specifically so that it is aligned in time with the East Coast one. The Iranian people are begging for a nuke. An illustration of how much public opinion has changed on acquiring nukes inside Iran. A woman not wearing a hijab tonight in Tehran passionately demanding that the Islamic Republic build an atomic bomb. Those around her start yelling in agreement. Wow, this is incredibly anti-Semitic. She's demanding Iran get a nuke anti-Semitically. That other guy really wants an atomic bomb. The Hasanabi doctrine remains strong. Hasanabi doctrine at work. Yay, let's start nuking to win shit. Dude, virtual meal, take a day off. You're consistently the most annoying person in the fucking chat. Okay? I'm tired of you. You're always fucking asking the most annoying goddamn questions and saying the most annoying goddamn shit. Like consistently. Virtual bozo. Lately. I thought I was the most annoying. Don't worry, you're annoying too. Are you reacting to the Trump parade tomorrow? I mean, if I'm back in time from the Libda protest, then yeah. everybody instantly starts, am I annoying? Am I annoying? And it's ironic because it's very fucking annoying to ask that question. So you guys are trying to go up on the who's the most annoying tab. Oh, here, let's do one fun video. This is from Ted Nivison. I live like a morning routine influencer for 1 week.
I am terrible at waking up in the morning. No matter what I do, I cannot seem to consistently wake up and live the life that my caveman ancestors dreamed for me. Waking up with the sun, hearing the sounds of the birds, and going off into the wilderness with just a loincloth over my balls to pick some berries. Or expedite an extinction. It sounds like a dream. I am so terrible at waking up in the morning that I pay legal tender for an alarm app that forces me to do math in order to turn it off. Unintended result of that strategy, I've gotten really good at math while I'm half asleep. I started on easy mode and now I'm on hard. But I want to be better. Every time I've woken up in the early hours of the day, there's a certain sense of baseline achievement that comes with that. Like I'm not wasting my life away in bed and I'm getting up and changing the world by making YouTube videos. Which is why I became very interested a little bit more than a month ago when this influencer started blowing up all over the internet for his phenomenal morning routine, and his name is Ashton Hall. Ashton Hall is a fitness influencer who this year has morphed into a morning routine influencer due to the explosive popularity of his new content strategy, where he documents a minute-by-minute walkthrough of his daily routine starting at 3:52 in the morning, which is earlier than the birds are awake. Since he began posting these in January, he has gained over 12 million followers, the majority of that in the last 2 months. And people have been loving these videos, mainly because of how ridiculous and strict his morning routine is, with pretty much everyone on the internet making their own parody of his.
Yeah, he raced iShowSpeed, and iShowSpeed smoked him 4 times. And he kept demanding to race him over and over again, only to have iShowSpeed smoke him every single time, which is crazy.
Ridiculous routine or other fitness influencers trying to follow in his footsteps. And as I was witnessing all of this unfold, I began to ask myself, well, how reasonable is a morning routine like this? Obviously it's not normal, but Ashton implies that he does this routine every single day. So surely that means as a normal guy, it is possible to do this every single day. So I challenged myself to live like a morning routine influencer for 1 week. Let's dive into what makes Ashton's morning routine so special. Day 191 of the morning routine that changed my life. 3:50 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. 3 a.m. to me seems like an almost mythical hour to be awake in. The only times I've had to use it in the context of being awake is for emphasis of pain. Like, oh, I gotta wake up at 3 a.m. in order to catch my 6 a.m. flight. I'm saying that to highlight how much pain I'm gonna be in. That it's a painful experience to be awake that early. Not because I'm enlightened or something, but Ashton's done it 191 times in a row, allegedly. Sin lives late at night. If you're dealing with a weak mind, bad decisions, or lack of productivity, go to sleep early. Sin lives late at night? That's a crazy thing to say when your routine starts during the literal witching hour. Sin lives late at night. You're in it. You're in the sin. You're drowning in sin as you brush your teeth. You're brushing your teeth with demons. Ashton then washes his mouth out with a freshly cracked bottle of Saratoga spring water. This water brand is a significant theme across Ashton's entire persona. You're never gonna see him take a lick of tap water. And then he goes outside to begin his very regimented pre-gym process, where he's out on his balcony, he does some very loud push-ups, sipping on that Saratoga, and then he heads downstairs to meditate for 2 minutes. That's how advanced he is at meditation. A Tibetan Buddhist monk might spend an entire lifetime to get to this level of effectiveness in meditation. For all intents and purposes, we could assume that Ashton Hall has reached nirvana. Then he does some journaling. I'm not sure what I would be able to journal about at 4:42 a.m. other than my toothpaste tasting a little bit more like sin than usual. Next, he does what I originally thought in my first watch through.
My red alert going off. What the fuck? Israel's getting bombed again? Bro, are the Iranian, is the Iranian fucking guard watching? What's happening here? Round 4, they were like, oh, Hasan, he is now starting to watch Ted Nivison. Time to send the Shahed missile. Time to send in. Time to send in the Shaheds. Wake up. That's crazy. Nah, bad Persian accent is a Persian. Sorry. It's like a little bit, it's like a bass boosted version of the Turkish accent. The AP live feed you have on has birds chirping. I guess they are doing like the little drip. They're doing like, they're drip feeding missiles to be like, they'll stay in the shelters. Bullshit. The IRGC loves Ted Nivison. Bro, you say red alert, turn the live feed on, but like, even Al Jazeera is not covering it anymore. They're like, all right, it's boring. It's not in Tel Aviv. Where are they fucking hitting? Wait, what the fuck? Are they striking settlements? Military bases are around the area. Iran previously said they would ruin the Israeli economy by launching thousands of missiles and disrupting commerce. Breaking, the occupation army has detected rocket launches from Iran and is expected that warning sirens will soon be activated across wide areas of occupied Palestine. Mehrabad airport hit in emerging news. Yeah, we covered it when it happened. Hasan lütfen Türkçe konuş, buna ihtiyacım var. Yalvarıyorum sana, o boka çok ihtiyacım var. Damarlarıma enjekte et. Siktir lan. Israel blocked Al-Aqsa today too and declared full siege on the West Bank. I think it's very dangerous to try and fucking target the West Bank because there's a lot of military bases and a lot of settlements, but it's given the targeting capabilities that you have from afar, you're more likely to hit Palestinians. New rockets just hit Tel Aviv. Wait, really? Like, actually? No, bullshit. Israeli civilians are currently being targeted by the Iranian regime. The world cannot stay silent. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, brother. Show me the fucking AP live feed. Sirens sounding in northern Israel. Around the Sea of Galilee. Israelis are currently running for shelter in northern Israel as sirens sound due to another missile launch from Iran. Let's see the live feed. Jerusalem skyline as Iran strikes Israel in retaliation after attacks. Oh. IDF spokesman is shaking during the propaganda now.
الهجمات الإيرانية العدوانية على تل أبيب بعد الهجمات الإيرانية العدوانية على
He might just be an alcoholic or some shit. Probably not going to be visible on this if it's northern Israel. This is not normal. Settler colonies only do this when they're in distress. Yeah. Here's a map showing all the... Wait. This map was created by a user showing all the Israeli military bases. Why does Israel not allow pictures of destroyed buildings but they have a constant live feed on? Well, they can't stop fucking Western press this aggressively from showing, there's a lot of Western press there. This is the Tel Aviv feed. The one you have now is Jerusalem. Yeah, the Tel Aviv feed is irrelevant, and so is the Jerusalem feed because the areas of impact are going to be in northern Israel. So this is not even going to show it, but this would be a better feed to show than the Tel Aviv one. Anyway, let's just continue because it doesn't seem like the missiles have been hitting yet.
Was his designated TikTok time, but that's actually just him watching sermons.
Be serious about the Lord's business.
Next up is one of the most critical portions of Ashton Hall's day. So critical that he does it twice in one morning, and that is the Saratoga Ice Water Bowl Facial. That's right. No tap water is allowed in any circumstances, ladies and germs. It'll burn his skin. It's like holy water to a vampire. He is a man of luxury. He cracks open a fresh bottle just to dunk his face in it. He doesn't even drink it. This was one of the parts of the routine that I was weirdly excited to see how it would affect me. I imagine if you're waking up that early in the morning, this is possibly the only thing that's keeping you awake. He's got to expose himself to Arctic temperatures so he enters survival mode just so he can keep going. After this, Ashton prepares to go to the gym, making sure to acquire shots of him putting on every piece of prohibitively expensive jewelry he owns, which, as we know, is incredibly important when you're going to the gym. He then starts absolutely blasting his thighs on the treadmill like a monster before heading out to the pool to engage in one of the most famous rituals of his routine that we shall call the time dive. Did you catch it? That's right. Ashton Hall was suspended in the air for 4 minutes while he was doing that dive. There are a lot of
guys. Scott Jennings is in Israel and he heard the booms. How many booms, Scott? New. Just heard air raid sirens and loud booms here in Tiberias, Israel. Didn't see anything. Oh my God. Iran knows Scott Jennings is in Tiberias. That's why they struck Tiberias. Oh my God. Oh my God. 5 big booms from Scott Jennings.
theories on how this is possible. Some say the footage is sped up and he is floating in the air over the course of 4 minutes. Some say he manipulated the flow of time. Others say it's an editing mistake. I consider the merit of all of these theories to be equal. From there, Ashton returns to his apartment, he takes a shower, and then he eats a banana and then wipes the banana peel on his face. This is apparently some type of skincare routine. It remains to be seen if this is actually effective or if Ashton's just being a fucking weirdo here. Then Ashton sits down at his desk in a full suit and a mystery woman brings him his second ice facial, and then that mystery woman makes Ashton an entire full breakfast. And while he's waiting for that, he pretends to have like a conversation with a client where he delivers his most famous line.
So looking at it, bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
Gotta be at least 10,000.
At least 10,000.
This is great because nobody really knows what this number is measuring. It could be money, but the possibilities are endless. He could be talking to his best friend and telling him how many kisses he's gonna give him the next time he sees him. All right, how many kisses am I getting?
At least 10,000.
Either way, by 9:25, his routine is finished, taking him a total of almost 6 6 hours. This means throughout the week, Ashton Hall spends almost 40 hours of that week just getting ready for his day. And it's also what I'm going to be doing. There's a lot more I'll go into about Ashton's content, but let's get prepared to try his routine. Beyond Ashton's original routine that made him go viral, there's a variety of other routines that he's posted online that throw into question what an ideal Ashton Hall routine might be. For instance, sometimes he's sprinting at the gym, but other times he's lifting weights or playing tennis or basketball. Sometimes he's got an entire film crew shooting him sprint against the toughest challengers in the world, like a German Shepherd or DJ Khaled. Sometimes he's putting cucumbers in his ice facials, other times he's squeezing a lemon in there. So in order to assemble the perfect routine, I've simplified some stuff. I'm gonna be switching up what I do on certain days in order to cover as much of Ashton's routine as possible. Also, just gotta mention this, shortly after Ashton's original routine went viral, he also released a night routine, starting at 5 p.m. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Because if I added this into the regular routine, I'd be spending close to like 60 hours a week either getting ready for the day or getting ready for the next day. So I'm gonna settle for 40 hours, all right? I'm just doing the morning routine. This is the official finalized version of the morning routine I'll be doing. Here's some things that you should know about this routine. I don't have access to a pool as I'm going into this routine. I was in the process of figuring out how to have access to one, but I for sure couldn't do it every day. I'll be switching the cardio portion of my routine between running at the treadmill at the gym or doing basketball like Ashton does, amongst other things. I will be trying to use only bottled water, specifically Saratoga water. Ashton doesn't specify what type of shower he does, but there is an Instagram post he made where he talks about cold showers being a thing for him. So I have to assume that that's what he does in his routine. Cold showers every day. And for breakfast, I'll need to be making it myself because I don't have a mysterious assistant that does everything for me. Each day I'll be trying reasonably my best to achieve Ashton Hall's morning routine time, which is finishing by 9:25 a.m. I knew that most of the time I probably wasn't going to achieve.
Why didn't you let Ted use your pool? Wait, what? He never asked me for that. I would have let him use my pool.
This, but hey, it's good to shoot for the stars. So with all that being said, it was time for me the night before to go to the grocery store. But before we do that, we've got our sponsor. Thank you to Midas Merge for sponsoring this video. I've been playing this game for the last week, and honestly, I've been having a blast. Midas Merge is a Merge 3 game where players combine creatures and treasures strategically, completing quests and harnessing the sun's energy to dispel the darkness cast by Nyx, the goddess of night. She might be the goddess of night, but she's not the goddess of nice. She's diabolical. Basically, the story in the game is that you've got to team up with King Midas and Queen Leah to revive the Gardens of Gold from the darkness cast by Nyx. The game is filled with all these little cute creatures, and you can evolve them by merging them together to make them look even cooler. Also, I got to a point in the game where I can rename my creatures. It's become very fun for me to rename them to like ridiculous names. Some of my best work is the Drowned One, Wretched Little Weasel, Cerberus's Weird Brother, or my personal favorite, that Freaky Diesel Drinker. I'm having a lot of fun with that. The game is free to download. It's ad-free and there's no dead ends. Plus, the game's perfect for offline play, so you don't need Wi-Fi or internet connection to play, which is sick because I'm gonna be traveling abroad in like less than a week, and I'm definitely gonna be playing this on the plane. Now listen up. Be among the first 100 to install via my link or the QR code on screen, and you'll get a unique U-Turtle level 1 that is personalized with my name. That's a Ted Turtle right there. Don't miss out and download now. I know this is sponsored, but I've genuinely been enjoying this game. It's actually fun to play, it's ad-free, which is cool, and it's very satisfying to merge things together. So if you're interested, absolutely check it out. Now let's get back to the video. So I headed off to the only grocery store I could see near me that carried Saratoga water, Whole Foods. Picking up the main groceries was a breeze. Avocados, bananas, some bread, bacon. Everything was going smoothly until I realized to my horror, this Whole Foods was out of Saratoga water. Was it possible that Ashton Hall's virality was clearing Saratoga water off the shelves? I didn't know what to do, so I scanned the shelves in a panic, and I chose what I assumed was the next best option, Mountain Valley Spring Water. I gotta admit, I was a little embarrassed about this, but I had to start the routine tomorrow, so I loaded up the truck and I headed home. I'm back in my apartment right now. It is 9:25 p.m. I'm actually really tired right now. I think my body knows that I'm about to go on a journey that I've never quite been on before. And it's like, you gotta get to sleep. We're gonna have to deal with the mountain water for now, but I'm definitely gonna try to get some Saratoga tomorrow. I'm just gonna toss a bunch of this in the fridge so it's like cold, because I'm gonna be using it to do an ice bath on my face. Now all there is to do is just to go to bed. I'm actually super late to going to bed. I totally screwed myself for the first day. It's 10:45 p.m. I got a little distracted. Time to head up to bed. I'm ready for bed. So all there is to do now, really, start putting on these hostage tapes onto my mouth and onto my nose. What? These are the self-mummification.
That's what it's called?
Devices you see Ashton Hall wearing in the morning. The mouth tape is meant to encourage nose breathing, and the nose tape, I think, also does that. I'm a little bit concerned that I'm gonna suffocate in my sleep. I've never done this before. It's alleging that I will breathe better than ever before. Come on. Okay, it's time for the mouth tape. Here I go. This is the last time I talk until the morning. Okay, this is the part where I take over. How are you feeling? What are you doing? What is that, so-so? Well, whatever. It was time to go to bed for day 1 of the morning routine.
Oh my God. What an inopportune time to be waking up.
That was a delectable 4 hours that I just got.
It's already 4:03 right now, so I feel like a psychopath.
First step was to grab some water downstairs.
Hello? Usually you can't see all the colors of my eyes like this. Now I look like I'm in that movie Pretties or something. I get like turned into like the fancy people.
Hi, welcome. I wake up at 4 a.m. every morning. And I love it.
Anyways, I grabbed some Mountain Valley and I headed up to brush.
It's 4:10 a.m. I'm already 15 minutes behind. It honestly took me kind of an embarrassing amount of time to finish the math problem. I was like, oh, time to wet the brush with bottled water. That water's so cold.
Then it was time to head out to the balcony.
Good morning, Los Angeles. I'm supposedly supposed to do push-ups for like 13 minutes or something. I feel like I'm a stray cat that got...
How much do I gotta pay you to do this? Dude, you'll see when I come up in the fucking video in a minute, but I already have a morning routine. It's just a little bit more adjusted to normal time, but my morning routine doesn't start at 6 a.m. or 4 a.m., but it starts at 6 a.m.
Caught digging through the trash.
I did my best to do my push-ups, but admittedly, it had been a while since I'd done some.
I already do this.
For?
I wasn't the biggest fan of this part.
This fucking blows, dude. This fucking blows.
And then I immediately started rationalizing not doing push-ups for the full 13 minutes.
We have no idea how many push-ups he actually does, right? I did like 30 since we're on the balcony right now.
It was time to sip on that bottled water.
That's the good stuff. The next step in the Ashton Hall routine is to do the ice facial. And now I gotta add my Mountain Valley water. This feels like an obscene waste of fresh spring water, which is a little bit of a bummer. I just don't think that having this much...
No, I didn't cover the plane crash, and I'm not going to cover the plane crash unless you come to the protest with me tomorrow. It's going to be a libbed up protest. It's going to be like the Pussy Hat Women's March, and therefore you have to come to the protest with me, Austin. But if you cover the protest with me, Austin, look, there's fucking 43,000 people in here. You cannot disappoint the 80,000 people that'll be watching, nor the 43,000 people that are watching currently. You have to come. Yeah, I pulled you out. I pulled you out. I'm putting you on the spot. I have a meeting. Shut the fuck up. No, you don't. What time is your meeting? What time's your meeting? Shake him. What time's your meeting? During the protest? You don't know when the protest is. The protest is a whole day. Yeah, exactly. You're fucking lying. You're coming with me. You have to come with me.
Much spring water at your disposal is reasonable at all. I've never... That's cold.
Oh, God. Here we go.
God, I feel like a wet cat. I gotta hand it to him. That did wake me up. Should I go for another hit? Let me try it again. Second time was a mistake. Shit, I got a brain freeze. I got like a brain freeze in my face. Oh, that's painful. An obscene waste of water. I feel like I should save this for later. I'm gonna put it in the fridge.
I tried my best to do some meditation, but because I was on camera, I was having a hard time taking it seriously.
Seems so ridiculous to try to do that with a giant light in my face.
So I moved on to the journaling. I basically just used this time to free write, sort of just writing whatever was on my mind without stopping.
It's actually
Judy and I are scared.
Out.
You have to come.
A sermon on my phone. So I'm gonna go do that right now.
Can you find Jesus in Shrek? Now, if you see baby Shrek, double tap the screen quickly.
At this point, we run into a little bit of a problem. Ashton Hall normally goes to the gym at 6 a.m. My gym doesn't open until 7. I'm gonna be an hour behind. Luckily, later on in the week, it opens up a little bit earlier. Let it be known right now, when I go to the gym, I'm not gonna be filming myself in the gym. I think that that's kind of disrespectful to the other people who are just literally going to the gym. And I don't really want to film myself working out. I don't think anyone really wants to film themselves working out unless there's someone like Ashton Hall.
So I used this time to work a little bit on my computer, which would have been totally fine if I didn't lose track of time.
Okay, it's 7:20. I worked on my computer a little bit. I'm far behind where Ashton would be at this point. Time to go to the gym. Hitting the road. It's been perhaps several months since I've gone to the gym. First of all, I've wasted a lot of money not having gone to the gym. I'm gonna walk in there and they're gonna be like, it's been a while since we've seen you.
As if they fucking care.
Your boy is just finished at the gym. I got a juicy pump going. That's what Tucker would say. I got a juicy pump in. However, I do have to get my cardio in, so I think it's time for me to take a little visit to the most Ashton Hall adjacent content creator I know.
Hasan Piker, internet streamer, political commentator, filthy commie, but most importantly, the guy I occasionally meet up with to play basketball. Hasan is an enigma in my view. He manages to work out every day. And one of my greatest struggles on playing with him more frequently is that he plays so goddamn early in the morning. So needless to say, he was excited I was awake this time.
Shall we ball?
We got to ball at least 10,000.
Okay, that's...
I'm so excited.
You're really excited about this because you're going to be like, oh, I'm going to school Ted basketball. I'm excited about this because I'm going to be able to get video footage of Hasan bitching for about 30 to 40 minutes. Oh, that was my arm. That hit me so hard.
I hadn't played in a while, so this went really, really badly for me. I was exhausted the whole time since basketball is mostly running, but I did get a good pass in.
Yes!
And I did manage to make one basket, and damn...
Off of Chris. Oh my God. Off of Chris too. Hey, yo. He got fucking posterized. God damn. Chris is a baller too. Be real. Do you text like that? No, those text messages are real. Literally. Those text messages are all real. That's not fake. Like, and yes, I do complain a lot. I haven't watched this yet. I know I was in the thing. I know I was in the... Let me see. Where is it? Like, if I'm looking at our back and forth, and it's mostly just like... It's ball today. Ball. Basketball emoji.
Did I look good? Unfortunately, my team lost to Hasan's team, but I would have a chance to redeem myself in a couple days. So I decided to cut my losses and move on with my routine.
All right, that's it for me. That's it for me.
You're done?
I got other parts of the routine to do. Oh my God, I'm sweating. I know it's bad when my glasses are fogging up. I may have just made a single basket, but I still got a lot of cardio in. It's 10:09 right now. So at this point, I'm possibly like 2 hours behind where Ashton Hall would be. Next up on the docket, I gotta take a cold shower. Growing up in the cold winters of Massachusetts, my mornings for school were defined by a hot shower that was like, maybe 10 minutes longer than it should be. Maybe I took such long showers that my dad would have to turn off the water manually to get me to stop. I like my hot showers, man.
This week would have no hot showers, though. Only cold, cold showers. Fuck.
All right, here we go.
My tripod fell and broke.
This was miserable beyond belief.
Dude, fuck this.
It like hurts my head. Free at last. That was a nightmare.
Okay, we're at the breakfast portion of the video. Basically the main breakfast.
His nose is red from the nose tape.
What I've been seeing Ashton Hall eat is avocado toast, bacon, scrambled eggs with Mike's Hot Honey. And this is the thing that excited me the most. I don't know what it is about the name, but even before I knew what it was.
Has Ted not watched the content nuke? Is he stupid? Good one. Yeah, why is Ted hanging out with this anti-Semite who has, since the context nuke, been featured in New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS, the Politics Institute at the University of Chicago, and virtually every other international outlet. What? You paid for it. Yeah, that's so funny. Vulture 2 recently. Yeah, I haven't even gotten to New Yorker. I haven't even gotten to the Vulture article, which, from what I understand, Ethan Klein is suggesting I paid for, which is hilarious because not only do I don't think that's how it works, first of all. I don't think you can get these outlets to like write articles about you. You could hire a PR firm to get good media coverage, except... If you know anything about me, you know I do not even have a fucking assistant, let alone a publicist. So Vulture was a bit of a puff piece. Yeah, of course. These guys write puff pieces. I don't know if you know this. But there are a lot of fucking journalists in this chat. Okay? Like, the clients are rumored to be worth like 10x what Hasan is. If good press can be so easily bought, why is it that only positive articles written about H3H from some Israeli PR firm posting AI-generated slop on Medium? Lol, this is getting pathetic. People don't like you, bro. You can't buy your way out of that. This is the funniest thing, to be like, people don't like you, bro. I'm pretty sure people like me, man. I don't know. My manager just texted me and said, "You do have a publicist, bro." And then he said it's his name. Yeah, that's my publicist, my manager. I mean, unironically, he does handle all the inbound requests coming from media. Holy fuck, the subreddit is so bad that nobody bothered to post your article to the sub. We can't do anything. Yeah. I can't even fucking reach this goddamn article. Holy shit. I'm working on the assistant thing for the record. Okay? This guy's suing people into liking you, by the way. Oh yeah, I have a publicist called the CCP. It's true. Remove the paywall. It's been a hectic year for Hasan Piker. On top of broadcasting the slow death of liberalism nearly every day out of his home in West Hollywood, 33-year-old social streamer has left his desk to appear at Bernie Sanders' Fighting Oligarchy tour, kneecaps Coachella performance, the Palestine rally in D.C., an interview with New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, and most recently the ICE protest in Los Angeles, taking his massive Twitch audience along for the ride. Once widely known as Woke Bay for his sharp yet horny daily broadcast, Piker, who was raised in Turkey, has recently amassed enough respect to ignite feverish debates on whether he can be the long-awaited Joe Rogan of the left. As legacy media hemorrhages his youth audience, Piker's viewers turn to him to explain the news and analyze often unprecedented moments in global history. Piker sees the current political moment in stark terms, and his recent output suggests he's operating with a new sense of determination. Liberalism is failing, fascism is rising through the ashes, and God forbid the alternative. Any sort of socialist thought is terrifying for the masses to actually develop any kind of allegiance to, he said when we spoke on the phone earlier this year. But after years spent amassing a devoted audience as his profile has grown, so has the target on his back. In the last month alone, he has had his Twitch channel suspended, been detained by Customs and Border Protection, and gotten caught up in a tortuous feud with frenemy Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein mentioned. There you go, Ethan. His Twitch stream, however, to which he still devotes hours a day, remains his primary focus. While his work has resulted in a good deal of notoriety, the job itself can be unglamorous and painstaking. Before logging on, Piker says he spends his mornings perusing every corner of the media before setting an agenda that he'll post to his social media channels. The lineup for a recent broadcast: New Pope, Trump drama with Israel, Remains Osterk free, I am still suck in France. Pikers is a new version of leftist news broadcaster. Liberal media MSNBC Bill Maher, Pod Save America, is making a very cold, calculated decision to demonstrate loyalty to liberalism at a time when it's very clearly failing ideologically. Everything's fine. Plug your eyes. Keep the ideological zealotry going. They've given up, he says. What he delivers is clearly finding an audience with a young, eager, very online audience. There's a structural hurdle that they cannot clear. They cannot turn around and get people to go back on TV. When you look at the audience numbers for 18 to 35 or even under 50, and this even includes Fox News, it's gone. I, on my own, as a singular content creator from my living room, reach a larger audience of 18 to 35-year-olds than numerous TV channels combined. That's crazy. Outside of his own show, Piker frequently appears on other podcasts and live streams. After watching him play Assassin's Creed, talk about Vinland Saga, work out with Dr. Mike Israel, or pal around with fellow streamers Maya Higa and Valkyrie elsewhere on the internet, people might tune in to hear Piker make a case for a political figure that includes Medicare for all, political future, Palestinian freedom, and transgender rights. Where did these disparate interests all come from? Piker described the influences that shape his Twitch broadcast. Mainstream media. My media diet consists of everything. I pride myself on looking at everything all the way down to a hyper niche subset of an online movement, while also consuming more Fox News than your grandfather. My mornings consist of listening to NPR and the New York Times to get a good grasp of everything that's going on. I probably watch a lot more right-wing commentary now because I'm trying to figure out exactly what Republicans are saying and doing, what they're focusing on, and then also trying to figure out ways of dismantling these arguments that they put forward or see what kind of misinformation campaigns they're running nowadays. Democracy Now! With Amy Goodman, The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. Amy Goodman has been very influential for me. I don't even know when I started watching Democracy Now!, to be honest, but I think it was during college, 2009 or so. I can't point to a single event, but broadly during the war in Iraq, The Daily Show was basically one of the only voices out there that was genuinely critical of both parties. So that definitely influenced my commentary. I wouldn't say Jon Stewart influenced me ideologically. I already had this opinion. Growing up on that side of the world, I already felt what America was doing was wrong. But seeing someone tackle it in an entertaining and palatable manner and give it to both sides was very influential for me. Ironically, I filled that void for many of my international fans who were like, is there an American out there that's criticizing a lot of the stuff that America's doing around the globe? The way Amy Goodman and Jon Stewart actually filled it for me. Someone recently asked me, what unlocked their social consciousness? Growing up in Turkey, I only saw black culture as fascinating commodity to consume. If you're coming from a country where there's not a lot of black people, your introduction to American culture is simply black culture, and everyone is fascinated with that. And for me, it was Aaron Magruder's The Boondocks that was influential in my understanding of black revolutionary history or issues that pertain to black and brown communities. The Boondocks predicted thing is actually kind of annoying because they're not predicting anything. They were leftists. That's it. The people who were making it at the time had a closeness to historical materialism. It's not prophecy. It's just looking at the way things are and interpreting them correctly rather than engaging in silly liberal good bad dynamics. That's mostly the reason why the Boondocks and old Simpsons come across as brilliant and prophetic. By the way, I'm kind of spitting, like, not to self-glaze, playing video games. I think gaming is a very good way to approach a broader audience, and I see people and have people see me engage in something that they are also interested in. Charitability is the most important thing for my commentary because for a lot of people, they're hearing the way I view the world for the first time ever. So I need that, and I think gaming plays a big role in that. I get to be able to share something that I love and something that I enjoy with my audience, and I try to be as entertaining as possible in that process. Shut the fuck up, everyone complaining that I'm not playing games. Video games also play an important role in preserving my mental sanity, but there are some rage-inducing games that I have to quit after a while, despite of how addicted I get to them, because they have a negative impact on my mental health, like Valorant. I love Disco Elysium. It has something for every flavor of anti-capitalism. It was not a very good stream game, unfortunately. I think the YouTube video afterwards did well, but during the stream, people were getting kind of bored because it's like a novel. Bill Burr. I try to be funny. It's really important to be entertaining, cool, and fun while you're doing your news coverage, especially when you're trying to teach people. These are like they asked me, I think, this was such a long time ago, but I think they just asked me like what my media influences are from like each specific subsect. Sirens all over, sirens in Tel Aviv. What the fuck? A message that keeps on giving to all the haters. Post the context nuke
to stop.
Yeah, I know. He will never let that go. He gets more and more mad every time someone brings that up. All right, well, what is happening? Did they just see
Bet Yatir, Eliphaz and Timna Mines.
They heard me say I'm reading my Vulture article. Iran, cut it out. Okay. They heard me be like, oh, I'm reading my Vulture article. And they're like, oh, time to send in the fucking Shahed missiles again. We shall see. Khaybar. Yeah, they're like, nope, time for the... Oh, yeah, there's some... I think those are some interceptions. I can't really tell. Oh, whoop, there's one falling back there in Jerusalem. We'll get those journals to add that you call American citizens dogs and watch them be violated for their basic rights. You really do support terrorism, just not the kind that people think. In time, Hasan, thank Mitchell. What? SoCal Boy 99. We'll get those journalists to add that you call American citizens dogs and watch them be violated of their basic rights. You really do support terrorism, just not the kind that people think. In time, Hasan, thank Mitchell. What? I don't even know what this guy was trying to say. Watch them be violated of their basic rights. Yeah, I think Americans who watch other Americans get violated of their basic rights and salivate at the prospect and demand more are dogs. It's very surprising that you don't think that they're servile little fucking piglets. They watch a tyrannical boot of fascism stepping on the necks of their goddamn neighbors and go, I want more of this. Yes, I think that's a dog-like. I stand by that decision. Schizo poster.
Commerce. Shalomi. Rosh Hanikra. Hanita. Your own. Avnei Eitan.
This guy's just reading shit. That's why I don't have the fucking audio on. I think that was a threat. Oh, really? Was he trying to threaten me? It's so funny when someone tries to threaten me, but they're so stupid that like they can't even threaten me correctly, so I don't even understand that they're threatening me. Siren stopped on the Tel Aviv. Israel's morning routine. Okay, we're going to get back to the Israeli Air Force shot down 3 drones apparently launched from Yemen about an hour ago. The IDF says the attack did not set off any sirens in Israel. Can you believe there's people gambling on this? Yes, it's the most believable thing. It's something that I would assume is happening. People gamble about literally everything that's going on nowadays. I'm going to get back to the Vulture article, and then I'm going to get back to the Ted Nivison video. Calm down. All right. Comedy is the greatest way to do that. I'm not one of those people who's like, comedians are the philosophers of the world or whatever, because I laugh at a fart joke just like everybody else does. There are plenty of things that make me laugh that aren't brilliant or thought-provoking. Bill Burr does this really well. He's carrying the torch of George Carlin. He's not perceived as a crazy guy who's a radical, who has scary opinions. Why? Because he's a comedian. Sci-fi films, I weirdly enough love the movie Elysium, which is so embarrassing to admit because it's a dog shit movie. It's not a good movie at all, but the world building is what I like the most. I just really like tech dystopia future movies. Movies can critique power. The greatest example of that is Star Wars, right? George Lucas very clearly defined Star Wars as an interpretation of the Viet Cong against the American Empire. It is supposed to be an anti-imperialist work. That's not a secret at all, yet everybody misses the point. I wouldn't consider George Lucas a revolutionary figure at all. Gaining that level of power and prominence does have the capacity to kind of stunt your radical approach to the world, or your revolutionary fervor goes away when you become very comfortable. It's something that I also think about in my own personal experience. Movies can create real critique of power, but once it's commodified and it's ready for mass consumption, you can't really control the ways in which the masses consume it and interpret the message you're putting out there. Another great example is obviously Starship Troopers. The novel it's based on is supposed to be pro-fascist, but the movie is a critique of fascism and ultranationalism and patriotism and war, imperialism, all that. Good luck explaining that to anybody. Most people look at that and they go, no, I don't care. Bugs are stupid and they must be eradicated. It's up to interpretation, and therefore a lot of people will miss the message. And I guess that's the end of the article. I can't see the comments because I'm not signed in, but I assume they're all wonderful. This is before I watch. That's how you know this is so long ago, because I didn't even mention Andor, because I would have absolutely mentioned Andor. Here, before we get to Ted Nivison, here's a 42-second clip.
I made this video for 2 reasons. First, to stop Hasan infiltrating mainstream media.
Shut up, bitch!
Popular left-wing Twitch streamer and YouTuber Hasan Piker.
This is Hasan Piker.
Mr. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker, one of the top streamers on Twitch.
Hasan Piker, what's up?
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan.
She lie to your face, I really don't get it. She say what you want her to say. At the end of the day, I'm still getting money, regardless, I'm still getting paid. She want Gucci, Louis, and the Fendi. Fuck around and leave your pockets empty. Swear I ain't a killer, but don't tempt me. Missy, do you really miss me?
My lawyer can't do fucking shit.
Bro, that is a fire edit. Yeah. Could you imagine wasting 6 months of your time to make a video that failed miserably in every way? It not only failed miserably in every way, but it also basically became a permanent point of record that people can always look back at throughout history to see exactly how wrong.
This is Hasan.
Exactly how wrong Ethan Klein was. Hold on, I'm gonna retweet that. Like, I'm gonna retweet the video. Yeah, I just retweeted this. The Kleins are rumored to be worth like 10x what Hasan is. If good press can be so easily bought, why is it the only positive articles written about H3 or some from some Israeli firm posting AI generated slop on Medium? Tell people to subscribe. Yes, subscribe so that I can buy more articles. That's right. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers. Ethan finna post 35-hour videos about this. I mean, fuck it. Who cares? I don't think people... I think the problem with like identifying a target and constantly harassing them and constantly attacking them is that it doesn't necessarily work unless it's like a valid target to criticize. Like Keemstar, valid target, right? Everybody despises them for understandable reasons. But if it's someone like myself, especially at a time when like unprecedented fascism is taking place and you're trying to tackle me off of the perspective of like politics, and I'm a political commentator and you're not a very knowledgeable party to begin with, and you're on the fucking unpopular wrong side of an issue while simultaneously presenting yourself as like a person that is on the right side of the issue, it's just like all distorted and twisted. I'm also not like a fucking shadowy billionaire who doesn't have like an audience or anything, like Brian Kavanaugh or whatever the fuck his name is. But I guess that also he got packed up on in the courts on that one too. Damn, I guess he can't fucking win against anybody at this point. It's really fucked up. But yeah, it's just like it's dumb. The world is ending right now. Fuck his shit. You got way more to focus on. He's just getting smaller and can't get any motion with all this going on. Eating alive, I'm sure. Yeah. Let's get back to the Ted Nivison video now. Red alert. Okay, guys, stop saying red alert. Dawn breaks in Israel and Iran is still firing missiles at the country in retaliation. I mean, these are tinier missiles, I think, or they're all getting intercepted. I mean, they're not little missiles. They just look little. The motion of the ocean. It's not the size of the wave. It's the motion of the ocean that matters, obviously. Is the war of missile attrition, Iron Dome versus drones and ballistics? China's going to be sending missiles and drones. Daytime is making them look smaller. They're trying to make Israel use up their defense supplies so they can come in later with more guaranteed hits. That's what I suspect. But I assume they're fucking, you know, the gears are properly polished. Is it me or just every mainstream big Twitter account all of a sudden anti-Israel? My entire feed is filled with Iran/Israel memes. No, that's just your feed. Another barrage of ballistic missiles has been launched from Iran at Israel, the IDF says. The military says civilians should remain in shelters until further notice. Meanwhile, medics are responding to reports of an impact in central Israel in the last barrage. Watching them lob missiles at each other is crazy. I mean, the crazy part about this is that for the first time ever, we're watching Israel get lobbed missiles at. And the reality of the matter is, like, we've been watching Israel lob missiles at everyone without any protection whatsoever. No cover, no fucking, no shelters, no nothing. So that's the crazy part. The crazy part is, like, Israel is for once the recipient of missiles and not the deliverer of missiles.
First time I saw this on a menu on a food item, I was like, sign me up. Something about the fact that it's named after a guy, maybe. It makes whatever the food item is, maybe 300% more interesting to me. Whatever the case, I gotta do this as fast as possible so I can stay as close to Ashton's time as possible.
Which would mean this morning routine challenged me with something I hadn't done in a couple of weeks. Cooking.
Pushing the lead, focus and speed, I'm in the mode. Over the hill, icy green, go for the gold. I gotta build all that I be, watch it unfold. 5, 4, 3, set, ready, turn up and go. Give it some gas, you know I'm hitting the road. Ain't got no time to look back and get all in the
Bro sprayed the pan to put bacon on it. Dog, that's bacon. It's literally, it is already, it's fat. It's mostly fat.
Emotions when you come from a loss, gotta be so devoted. Forward motion and I gotta give them a show. 1, 2, whatever I do, watch your head spin. I come through and prove I deserve this win. Yes, the pressure, the force can push the best off course. So watch your step in the door, come from the depths and soar.
I burned everything. Besides the eggs. I didn't burn the eggs. Turns out when you're trying to film a little montage, you forget to turn things over and then they end up like this. Hey man, bacon is bacon though. This is what I was looking forward to all day. And now for the piece de resistance of this meal. The Mike's hot honey over the eggs. Oh. Okay.
That's probably good.
I bought these avocados yesterday, so a little bit lacking in ripeness. Sort of a strange flavor profile for eggs. I'm with it a little bit. I'm kind of with it. I haven't eaten any food today. It has been like 7 hours. Basically fasted most of the day. And I've only pretty much been working out or putting myself in cold situations. I mean, this is a good breakfast. I'm enjoying myself deeply. I think the most exhausting thing out of anything today, though, is the thought in my head that I have to do this 6 more times. I bodied that meal. Ashton Hall does this final ice dunk bath while he's fully dressed. Here we go. Into the fray. That's so painful. All right, give me another one. Why did I do it a second time? The first one, it's surprising, but it feels kind of good. When I go for the second one, it hurts. Final time, 11:58 a.m. So not quite as fast. Here's the time split that we need to make up for. Accounting for the hour off that we were at because my gym wasn't open yet, I would say that we pretty much were only behind by an hour. That's pretty good. Day 1 complete. I'm exhausted.
So if you didn't realize at this point, Ashton Hall's morning routines are probably a lie. They're probably false. And at the very least, Ashton's filming process surely takes longer than he says it does. I know this because I had to directly set up each of these shots. It's taken me longer than I'd expected to, and I'm not doing it on a camera where I'm gonna get lens blur. I'm doing it on this little thing because it's super light and I can move it around really easily, and not
this camera setup I filmed the beginning of the video on because that would be ridiculous.
Like, look at him doing those push-ups in the morning before he knocks over the Saratoga water. That's a match cut. Are we doing cinematic editing here? Look at him when he's journaling. That's a shot reverse shot. He's making a movie. The actual action that Ashton Hall is doing here is creating viral content by portraying something so ridiculous that it's shared across the internet and everyone has something to say about it, including me. I'd be foolish if I didn't recognize that me making this very video is playing into the hand of his viral marketing strategy.
I noticed that too. Like when I was watching, remember, like I said it, when I first watched his videos, I was like, this is like the cinematography is unironically way better than the average TikTok.
At the same time, though, it's clear to a certain degree that he takes himself quite seriously. Previously, he had simply been creating gym workout content, where it was just him showing off various workouts he'd do for people to see online. And this is also Ashton can create an image of himself as an authority on health and wellness so he can funnel people into his main job, which primarily from my research is that he is a fitness coach that coaches other fitness coaches, which if I'm following the hierarchy correctly, that would make him the fitness coach Pope. But on his official website, he also offers services to the lowly small bicep peasant class, which is one-on-one personal fitness coaching. It starts at $3,300 for the base plan, and it expands all the way to almost $10,000 for 1 year of remote coaching, which interestingly enough is the only program in which you'd actually get one-on-one coaching from Ashton, which makes it kind of silly that all of them are titled Train With Me. Right? But if you're worried about whether or not it'll work for you, the 10K program also comes with motivational support from Ashton. I like to imagine it's just a text message every other week that's just like, bro, lock in. While Ashton has this entire business that's centered around being this serious workout coach persona, he also surprisingly plays into the memes that he unintentionally created. Like the first time that he said,
looking at it, bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
That was a serious attempt by Ashton to act. But later on in his content, you'll start to see him reference it more.
You've made your first 10,000. Congratulations. We gotta do at least 20, bro.
Tomorrow, we gotta do at least 10,000.
And then what you start to see is this intentional attempt to create moments that will create engagement for him. One is by creating strange moments that go unaddressed. Like there's an increasing amount of...
No, he's not talking about 10,000 steps. It could be 10,000 anything.
Moments where things are just getting shattered all the time.
I don't know why he keeps breaking shit.
I don't know what sort of reaction Ashton is trying to get from this, but it's coming off like he's a big toddler that hasn't figured out motor skills yet. He seems to have a fixation on wearing socks when people normally wouldn't, like taking a bath. Brother's just walking around with soggy socks. But then he doesn't.
I think, yeah, all of that is on purpose. It's not someone say he's autistic. No, dude. First of all, I think an autistic person would rather kill themselves than get wet socks in the bathtub. I cannot imagine, like, I'm not autistic, obviously, but, you know, I cannot imagine, like, if I were, I would probably die before I would fucking get into the goddamn tub with socks on. Oh my God. I don't even want to think about it. Holy shit. Okay.
Doesn't wear socks in scenarios he should, like wearing shoes. It drives people in the comments crazy, so that means it's working. As his virality has waned over the last month, he's been introducing new steps into his routine to keep people interested. My personal favorite he posted on May 12th. For now, he's introducing a red light mask at 4 a.m. He's just sitting there looking like Dr. Doom as this woman pours water for him. What could he be scheming about? And at 8 a.m., he engages in the strangest thing I've ever seen. He puts his nose tape and his mouth tape back on and then begins to saran wrap onions to the bottom of his feet, puts socks on, and then takes a 15-minute nap. Then takes it all off and continues on with his day. What the hell was that? Did he run out of routine ideas and now he's taking inspiration from the Brothers Grimm? This looks like something I'd be told to do by a witch doctor to cure my plague. And amongst all of this nonsense that Ashton is posting to his social media, at the same time he posted a video, The Truth About Stealing Content, where he decides to address all of the people copying his video.
I came here to address the nonsense. So many videos are being sent to me, duplicates of my videos, This is for the creators that are sick and tired of their work being copied.
This video has been perceived in two ways by the public. The first is that Ashton is seeing all of these people making joke versions of his viral routine and being upset that they're copying his lifestyle, which is what the majority of the comments think that he's doing. On the other hand, some people think he's referencing this other content creator, Marvin Achi. This guy is another fitness coach content creator. He's got a website, he's got an app to sell. And when Ashton started blowing up, this guy started doing the same thing, but to like a cartoonish degree. He's also trying to start a little bit of a water war between him and Ashton by only using Voss water instead of Saratoga. This is the type of person I think Ashton is talking about, but the way that he frames this problem is that he used to care about this stuff, but he doesn't now.
I used to get pissed off. The running videos, the ASMR with workouts,
I think judging by what I saw, as far as his reaction to losing the speed, I do think he cares about this stuff. Like a lot. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think this is exactly the type of shit he cares about. We would rather not be tweeting the same thing many times a day, but millions of Israelis keep running to shelter as Iran keeps shooting more ballistic missiles at Israel. Like, I know this is for them to try and garner sympathy, but given how much everybody fucking hates Israel, the only thing that this causes for many people is to look at that and at most, like even the average person goes, oh, okay, yeah, sucks, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, and of course, the other response is people engaging in joyous celebration, but like, I don't think this is actually causing people to develop any fucking sympathies for Israel at all. Why would anybody, like, this is, dude, you have been doing ethnic cleansing to Gaza, to the Palestinian children for the past 20 months. They don't have fucking this kind of alert system. They don't have shelters. I mean, even if they did, you would have fucking destroyed the shelters anyway, but it's so crazy. I think even people who don't hate Israel will say you started in this case. I know. Yeah, this was my favorite tweet from the process. Iran has kidnapped an innocent civilian Israeli flying his fighter jet above Tehran just because he's Jewish. This could have happened to any of us. You know? Posting this. Sniping. Boring. To attack. The pilot was an American woman, by the way. Wait, oh, the pilot was a woman? No. No way. Is that a joke? That's a joke, right? Ain't no fucking way. They're anti-Semitic and hate women. Oh my God. And America. Anti-Semitic, anti-America, anti-women. That's crazy. That's crazy. She's just a girl, dude. What the fuck? Fellas, we got to have ladies have some hobbies, you know? Sometimes the hobbies is doing ethnic cleansing for the ethno-state that also happen to find some time throughout their daily routine to go bomb a regional power with an actual standing military and missile systems. That's just called being a fucking girl boss. They didn't shoot down one jet. They're claiming they shot down 3 F-35 jets. One of the jets did have a pilot that seemingly hit the parachute, and they're saying that they captured the pilot, and now people are saying that the pilot was a woman. I don't fucking know the veracity of some of these claims. I do not support women's wrongs. Anyway, does Iran have the military capacity to go toe-to-toe with Israel, assuming minimal U.S. support or U.S. support only in air defense? Does Iran have the capacity to go toe-to-toe with Israel without U.S. support? Fucking absolutely. Not 3 F-35s. It's 1 F-35, 1 F-16, and 1 F-15. Okay. A denuke amiss an ongoing denuclearization agreement. Sorry, I'm posting a tweet. I'm going to ratio the Israeli occupying forces account. It's so wild to think you can farm sympathy posting this from the occupying forces account currently sniping starving children desperate for a form of aid, all because you chose to attack a regional power that has missile systems amidst an ongoing denuclearization agreement. What is this? Israel versus Iran by the numbers? Iran says that Israel's attacks on Friday, which have reportedly killed 6 nuclear scientists and struck the Natanz nuclear site, underscored its need to pursue uranium enrichment and missile development programs. If you look at the military, Israel has a total active personnel number of 169,500 with reservists at 465,000. Iran has active personnel at 610,000. With 350,000 in reserve. Their defense budget is 10.3 billion. Israel's defense budget is 27.5 billion. Combat capable aircraft. Israel possesses several advanced US-made F-35 stealth fighters, 340. Iran mostly operates older Russian Sukhoi and MiG fighter jets, 312, plus 23 for the IRGC. Their air defense systems. Israel has Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow systems. Iran has Bavar 373, S-300, and Hordad systems. Artillery, Israel has 530. Iran has 6,798. Israel has 46 helicopters. Iran has 34 plus. Israel has 5 submarines. Iran has 19 submarines. Why do they have so few helicopters? What, you mean Israel or Iran? Why does Iran have so few helicopters? I don't know. Maybe because they've been under a fucking crippling sanctions regime in perpetuity. That probably has a big role in this. Also, helicopters suck anyway. Iraq was stronger, but it didn't matter. You saw the shock and awe campaign. Iraq was stronger than modern day Iran. Are you insane? Do you know? Do you understand like combat readiness, for example? Iran has been actively working in the region for the past 20 years against ISIS. Iran has an insane military force. I believe it wasn't ready. Us just too strong with air superiority. You're talking about also post-war on terror Iran. Bring us the new caliphate, white boy. Maybe Iran 2016 would have been stronger. Right now, no. I'm sorry, Hassan, but yes, Iraq was. Iraq spent a lot of time building up its military. I think the current combat experience that the Iranian military has is not comparable to any other regional actor, with the exception of maybe Turkey. Like, that's the only other counterinsurgency ready standing military in the region. Like, Israel's counterinsurgency revolves around killing children. For Iran and for Turkey, well, Turkey also, sometimes kills children too. Come on, let's be real. But Turkey is fighting Kurdish militias, which they shouldn't be, for the record. I'm not saying that that's a good thing. And Iran has a lot of experience fighting. Iran has a lot of fucking experience fighting ISIS and also numerous other troop formations in the region. Sure, but we invaded Iraq with 49 countries and there's no coalition of the willing here, and modern day warfare is a lot more equal than combat was in 2003 with cheap drones. There's cheap drones, but it's not just cheap drones. War is won and lost through attrition and logistics. Obviously, if we're talking about like a full tilt invasion of Iran by the American military, like the American military will have a much harder time, I think, invading Iran than it did destroying Iraq. But yeah, the obvious tech gap here is, this chatter is correct, Israel has a massive tech gap in comparison to Iran. A ginormous tech gap. Having said that, Israel it would never be able to fight against Iran on its own. That is not even a question. Like, are you kidding me? Israel would not be able to fight. Israel can't even fucking on its own cleanse the fucking Gaza Strip without getting all of their 18-year-old brigadier generals getting their shit smoked in the process of killing children. What the fuck are we talking about? Look at southern Lebanon. Israel has air superiority against a defenseless population of civilians, and the only areas where they can get fucking any sort of gains, the only place where they can make territorial gains is fucking bombing buildings filled to the brim with civilians. That's it. When it comes to ground combat, they get their shit smoked every fucking time. Their tech superiority, the tech gap that Israel has, as opposed to Iran's like dusty ass equipment, is significant. But I think in any sort of like direct 1v1 combat, Israel gets their shit pushed in by most people. I mean, look at the tech versus tech or tech gap. I wouldn't say that like Ukraine has the best gear, but they do have a lot of American weapons. They do have a lot of Western weapons. They do have a lot of Western tech. Russia, on the other hand, has dusty ass equipment. It's not a direct comparison here because Russia has also air superiority over Ukraine, but they have still dusty ass fucking equipment for the most part. But when you have more people in general, you end up overwhelming the smaller country. Like, it does become a numbers game, especially when you're just basically pushing troops over and over again. It takes time. Russia doesn't have air superiority in Ukraine. Okay, fair. That's true. You're right, actually. I shouldn't have said that. They do have, I mean, they do still have coverage. They still bomb a shit ton of places in Ukraine. That was actually to talk about, I was trying to explain that, like, regardless of the tech advantage that one side might have, having numbers on your side and, you know, rushing is still unfortunately a fairly effective way of dealing with things. Will Iran's response cripple the psytrance DJ industry, or is that a pipe dream? Who knows? Why Iran is attacking civilian? Let me tell you why. It's because they're using human shields. Yeah. Israel's using human shields. It's really fucked up. Direct violation of international human rights, too. Is really fucked up how Israel's doing this.
I can act like I'm a saint. I used to block anybody who was doing
I've been waiting for this moment.
things similar to me.
And then he somehow works in a way to compare himself to Jesus Christ.
Then I realized, bro, like, people follow Jesus. Why? Because he was great. As a Christian man, why are you angry if they're following you?
Ashton, you're right. That dude is copying you. Totally fair. He is definitely copying you. That doesn't make you Jesus, though. Overall, what's strange to me about this whole situation is that Ashton doesn't really seem to know what the tone of his content is. Because you can't market yourself as this serious, God-fearing fitness coach that's gonna make you shed all that fat if you follow this simple routine, but then be saran wrapping onions to your feed for a 15-minute nap as part of that process. It kind of takes away from any chance that people were gonna take you seriously, doesn't it?
Okay, it is bedtime number 2. I can't believe that we're already here. But there's been an update. Look at that. I got the real thing now. Glass bottle. I've never actually had Saratoga water before, but goddamn was it expensive. Tastes like water, Moses. This time around I'm doing a little bit better than last time. It's actually 8:30 right now. I found myself getting exhausted pretty much around like 4 p.m. So I'm hoping that that won't happen tomorrow. It's time to tape up.
So I mummified myself and it was time for day 2. Welcome to day 2. First problem today, the mouth tape had fused with my mustache. I couldn't get it off.
This is gonna hurt. That's pulling my mustache hairs out. I'm having a bit of a slower start this morning already. I'm hard behind the Ashton schedule, so I gotta get moving immediately. I made a couple mistakes last time I did this morning routine. I didn't do the banana scenario.
I think I was stressed and trying to keep track of so many parts of his routine that the banana wipe somehow slipped my mind. But never again. So I brushed my teeth.
And today's a special day. We're going pure Saratoga. God, that got water everywhere. Привет, comrades.
These push-ups once again were a pain in the ass. And then I assumed maybe Ashton Hall did other workouts on the balcony, so I tried doing sit-ups, and that was just as miserable.
I love that he has still remaining tape on in and around his mouth.
I just don't want to do this. I just woke up. I don't want to do this.
But I pounded some Saratoga, and I did even more push-ups until my misery hit a peak and I moved on.
Fuck this.
I gotta say, I definitely feel a lot better than I initially felt yesterday morning. It's probably because I have more sleep in my system because I went to bed at 8. Nobody's going to bed at 8 p.m. unless you're a regular at bingo night. What's crazy about this morning schedule, motherfucker doesn't take off this nose strip until like 6 a.m. He keeps this thing on for an extra 2 hours. Why? Why do I have to keep this on, Ashton?
Then instead of meditating, I decided to use the time to instead call my parents, who I hadn't spoken to in a while.
I woke up at 3:50 in the morning.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been going to sleep at like 8.
Ted would have a dad that says redonkulous. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is the most Theodore Nivison thing I have. Wow.
p.m. because I'm doing this morning routine thing for a YouTube video.
They live on the East Coast, so they were awake, and it just seemed like a better usage of my time. And of course, I have to watch my daily sermon.
Adam and Eve were caught on camera.
Then I did the journaling.
5:49, it's time to move on to the next part of the routine.
Here we go.
That is adorkable.
Doesn't get any easier. Man, fuck that.
So I got dressed, made sure to bring some Saratoga with me, and headed off to the gym.
I'm so excited to go to the gym. I'm not. Okay, I made it to the gym now. Today I'm gonna be doing my cardio here. Okay. I'm ready to go home again.
Then it was time for my favorite part of this routine.
This is gonna suck. No, why have you forsaken me?
I gotta say, I am not a fan of that. Least favorite part of this journey.
It is now time to do the banana skincare.
I thought I was filming myself, but I wasn't. I ate this whole banana.
How does he do this specifically?
Okay. So he wipes it on like his cheek. Okay. This feels counterintuitive. I'm making myself dirty again after having just showered. Appreciate that, Ashton. Get it on the forehead, of course. I feel like I just did something dirty. I feel like a new man already. This isn't the last time that my face is getting wet, though, because I have to do another water thing. It hurts every time. Ow. Some of you might be wondering, Ted, is there a difference between submerging your face in Mountain Valley water versus Saratoga water? No. Next on the docket, make some food.
This time I focused entirely on cooking this well, because I don't think I could handle the embarrassment of burning everything twice.
I did not burn it this time. I think it actually looks pretty good.
Then I pounded the food to finish off the routine.
With this meal finished, that is my morning routine. All I gotta do now is just walk into my office and the morning routine will be done. It's 10:05 right now. With this, I'm only 50 minutes behind him. Yesterday was like 3 hours behind.
So we got a little bit closer to Ashton's time. Let's keep going. Ashton Hall is obviously the first person in a while that's gone very viral for his specific morning routine, but what he does is not new.
Ridiculous morning routines have always been a part of the online space, and as is law in the ecosystem of commentary, it is our job to point out why it's ridiculous.
This pandemic, it's gonna weed out the weak.
But the reality is, Ashton Hall's content is a much more packaged and mainstream-friendly version of what people generally call manosphere content. There are so many versions of what this looks like, ranging from the most extreme examples that would come to mind, such as like Andrew Tate.
Next time your girlfriend says, let's go movies, say, no movies. I'm locked in, I'm in the trenches, I'm getting rich. Stand by me and enjoy the fruits of my labor, or be gone.
To others who are just obsessed with constantly behaving like they're in a state of like berserker rage.
Ashton Hall signals similar themes as these other
Was that guy doing the anime I'm coming face? What is the face called? There's a term for it. Ahegao, yeah. That was Ahegao.
Content creators. But in his most popular content, it's done in a much quieter way. He's refined this sense of alpha male grind set into like a chic aesthetic. Something seemingly peaceful and satisfying with these ASMR-esque sounds edited into his content.
Backshots, Manosphere style.
as if engaging in this world is in itself a form of meditation. What's ironic about this is that very similar imagery was used in the movie American Psycho,
with the character Patrick Bateman doing an extensive morning routine where he points out every little detail and facet on how he gets ready for his day.
After I remove the ice pack, I use a deep pore cleanser lotion.
And that movie was meant to help illustrate an obsessive and unnatural fixation with the superficial, and helps build out the character of Patrick Bateman, the murdering psychopath.
I don't think that Ashton Hall is a psychopath. I'm sure that he's probably a nice guy. But it's interesting how this sort of community of online personalities has shifted into behaving this way. In the modern era, there's clearly some level of desire by some men to somehow reactivate a hunter-gatherer context in their life. And if I'm having a bad week in terms of motivation, I would be lying if I said that listening to one of these guys tell me that working at my computer every day was the same thing as killing a fucking wildebeest with my bare hands didn't hype me up like a little bit, because it does. I've got testosterone flowing through my veins. I do. And yeah, he's speaking at a specific frequency that when I hear that, I'm like,
you must learn how to be by yourself.
No movies!
I might transform. If you asked me unprompted if I could land a commercial airliner if both of the pilots passed out, I'd give you an optimistic answer. I would. I know it isn't realistic, but my soul wants it to be true. There's this one guy that's been memed on to hell where he worked like one double shift and now he's acting like he can manipulate time.
So I measure time. I've compressed and condensed time. I've bent it.
I
You're
love
crazy
this is my
thinking it
favorite
takes
guy.
24 hours, just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago. My second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m.
My favorite guy.
That's day 2. And then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I'm gonna kick your butt. Stack that up over a year, you're toast.
Stack that up over 10 years, I got a higher GDP than some developing nations. Stack that over 20 years, you're donezo. I'm already hunting humans for sport. Stack that over 40 years, I'm way ahead. I don't have a body anymore. I'm fully bionic. I don't need to sleep. I've tripled my tripled weight. Stack that over 80 years, I've bought the sun. I'm selling people light. Stack that over 160 years.
Also, a guy living in a cave 300 years ago?
Just like some dude in a cave did 300 years ago.
Who was living in a cave in 1725? These guys are always going on.
Yeah, there were dudes living in a cave in 1725. They were just as insane as this guy is. This tracks. Okay, you're nitpicking and biased. Bye-bye. He wins. Clearly, a person who was doing the same insane shit that this guy's doing would be insane enough to be living in a fucking cave.
Podcasts and making content talking about how this is the ideal lifestyle to get what you want out of life. But when I listen to these people speak and talk about their lifestyles, it seems more like a really roundabout and complicated projection of their own ego. We don't necessarily need to know or have proof that these guys are waking up at 4 a.m. every day, grabbing Loki by the nutsack and manipulating the time stream. All they really care about is being able to say that they wake up at 4 a.m. every day, so that they can fabricate a hierarchy where they're above the average person. Because what authority do they really have to speak on these things other than being an early riser, having suspiciously large deltoids, and speaking like they're mad?
Now, for me, $250,000 is not much money. As you guys could understand, $250,000 is not much money.
Well, a lot of the time it's the appearance of being rich.
Ashton Hall's entire brand is drenched in this thick outer coating of luxury.
One of the funniest parts about this is that, like, there was a time and place where I think people understood that, like, most actually rich people don't flex how much wealth they have. Like, that was like the dumb guy's aesthetic of like showing Jay-Z, like, back when he wasn't rich, he had the jewelry, and then when he became actually a billionaire, he stopped wearing the jewelry. Like, that was like a dumb guy meme on Facebook, and now I feel like we've just completely fucking flipped it. And these guys are totally back on the actually you have to flaunt your wealth all the fucking time. And for most people, ironically enough, for most people that say like $250,000 is not that much money, like, those motherfuckers are just faking it. Like, they rent cars, they rent Airbnbs and shoot all their content when they do that sort of stuff. So they don't even have the fucking money to begin with. Making the money comes from acting like you have money to begin with so that people will buy your stupid ass fucking courses.
that's very hard to ignore. We'll see him looking out from the balcony of his luxury apartment, sipping his needlessly expensive bottled water. Bottled water that has less in common with a 30-pack of Poland Spring you'd pick up at the grocery store than it does with a luxury vodka you'd see at a Miami club. He casually will put on a $5,000 bracelet just to run on a treadmill at the gym, or make it quite clear that he has money to spare in any circumstance he realistically can. As a result, there's this weird hypocrisy mixed into this entire alpha male persona that Ashton has cultivated. Because a lot of his thesis is work hard, wake up early, lock in sort of messaging. But then a lot of the stuff in Ashton's life is done for him. He has assistants preparing his meals, men in suits carrying his bags and driving him places. And many of these things that are done for him, I know from firsthand experience that he is perfectly capable of doing in the time frame he's given himself. So this image of having a hired person to take care of anything he might need is meant to give an essence of authority and power. There's even this one video that Ashton did where he engaged in his entire morning routine to eventually go on a helicopter ride to somewhere. The video ends before he gets anywhere. I'm assuming that this was probably one of those like helicopter tours you can do around a city. Let me look it up. Yeah, so looking for like 2 seconds, I found a helicopter tour in Miami that looks exactly like the helicopter that Ashton Hall was in. But he's clearly framing it like, oh, I gotta take a helicopter tour to go meet with some business partners somewhere on a yacht somewhere, maybe. He also makes very sure to keep his Saratoga bottle in frame and makes gestures like he's telling the pilot where to go. It's ridiculous. And finally, probably the strangest.
I love that. Like you got into a cab in a hurry in a neighborhood that the driver is unfamiliar with. Like you're just like, hey, when you get to the pointy building, hook a left, but you're on a helicopter. That's awesome. Oh, that's so good. It's so fucking stupid.
Just aspect of Ashton's videos are the various women that we don't even see the faces of, but they do everything for Ashton. They cook his meals, they draw him his bath and light his candles. Whenever Ashton has a broken glass bottle, they are there.
I know, I'm not alpha. I'm not alpha. I don't know what it's like. Fiona.
They're picking it up after him. They even dress him sometimes. So there's this underlying sort of misogynistic tone that's happening here in like a domestic sense. These women exist as a prop for Ashton to support his image of power, luxury, and masculinity. And we know this because the bodyguard characters are given a totally different frame. They stand like bouncers at his door ready to work for him, but they're on the same level, in lockstep as they move down the hallway to drive Ashton to his helicopter tour, while the women are on the floor, picking up after him, cooking his meals, essentially tending to him hand and foot. This fulfills a traditional view of masculinity that gives a lot of these alpha male content creators and a lot of the people that genuinely believe in this content a big, fat, fucking boner. That's all I've got to say for now. Let's move on to day 3.
My lip fell out, and I don't know how that happened. I'm up way too late. I'm like an hour and 40 minutes late. I probably got my alarm off by 4:20. I'll be honest. I've been sitting in bed for like an hour, knowing full well that I would have to face the music in my video, but I still didn't. And honestly, it felt good to just be able to rock for a second. Maybe that's like a little bit of rebellion in me. Can't control it. It's just a part of my fighting spirit.
Nevertheless, I started the day trying to catch up and invigorate my heart with the power of the grind.
Grinding, having so much fun.
I hit some balcony push-ups and then continued to cope with not going the full 13 minutes.
Like he goes out there and he goes like, and then that's it. And then he's just like hanging out on the balcony. I think that counts.
2 minutes of meditation.
Yeah, I nailed it. I nailed that.
Journaling. Then it was
time to put my face in water. Let it be known, Ashton, I don't want this.
Then I hit my sermons.
Like I said, Jesus is the epitome of everything good.
And headed straight to the gym.
It's 6:57 right now. I'm technically an hour behind again. I'm always an hour behind Ashton. I ended up working out too good. I only got like a half an hour in before I was like, oh shit, I'm getting a little dizzy. I should move on to basketball. Seems like a really good idea.
This day of basketball would be different than last time though, as it would be a 1v1 between Hasan and I. After my deeply embarrassing performance on day 1, I knew that if I wanted to succeed in an Ashton Hall grind set, I had to defeat him. And lucky for me,
I assume he's gonna manipulate the footage, right? Let's see if he's an honest man or not.
I was showing up to the court early. If I was gonna beat Hasan, I had to train.
Hustle, I gotta make plays, try to keep up with the pace, I shoot the shot, I got range, ends on I'm winning the game. We finna lock in, we finna lock in, we finna lock in, lock in, we finna lock in, we finna
At first I thought this was a fun little exercise for you, but now I'm a little worried that you're like legitimately becoming this person.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I lived for the grind before. I clearly live for the grind right now.
You make 3 YouTube videos a year. You do not live for the grind.
But enough small talk. It was time to shoot for starting possession.
All right, shoot for it.
For the 3?
Sure, wherever you want to shoot from.
This might go differently than I thought it would.
That was crazy.
This was false hope because what preceded was me getting my absolute ass handed to me by Hasan. Okay. I was missing basket after basket, only having some lucky moments which I took full advantage to gloat about.
I just fucking drove you into the grave.
So good.
But Hasan's score was quickly growing. Times became so desperate that I had to use the only thing that could distract a leftist commentator like Hasan from the game. Conservative talking points.
I don't like socialism. Yes! No, you cursed me. What the hell was that?
All right, before we go into this, I just want to tell you that bird that landed on Bernie Sanders' podium.
You watch your mouth right now.
In that one rally, I'm just saying.
Was it fake? Is that what you were gonna say?
Well, hand it to me. It was a crisis actor.
What the fuck then?
My curse was working. Hasan began to miss shot after shot.
Oh my God, what is happening?
The president should become the Pope. Yes.
What?
You know the Department of Education?
Yeah, it's good.
I don't even know what that is.
No!
Unfortunately, this strategy only works if I myself could make a basket, which was not happening. So it ended with Hasan making his final shot, and I had lost once more. Damn it.
I blocked you a bunch of your coping.
And with that, Hasan, thank you for joining me on this journey. On to cold shower time.
Wow, respect. He's an honest man. He's an honest man. I thought he would have manipulated the footage to make it seem like he just cooked my ass. Damn, he's a tall boy, huh? Yeah. And he is Jimmy Buckets. Okay? He actually plays ball. Perhaps a little too hard sometimes, but
I'm now. No. Always miserable, never good, always pain. Banana time.
Oh, God, this is so weird. This is so weird.
And I gotta say, I'm getting pretty good at making this breakfast. Probably the only thing I'm getting better at.
It's 11:23 right now. I put this together in like 15 minutes, so that was pretty cool.
Oh, also, obviously I paid for this publicity. As you guys already know, if you're watching the journalist Ethan Klein, who has exposed me time and time again, I of course paid for this collaboration. Ted Nivison would never be around me.
Cool. I felt like a fucking demon in the kitchen just now. I would say that this is the best version of the eggs I've made too. Now it's time to do the ice facial. I just gotta go for it. Is it bad that I feel like I'm getting better at this? And with that, our routine for day 3 is done. It's 11:34 right now. Here's the split. Time to start the day.
And things got even worse for day 4.
I lose a little bit of my mustache every time I do this.
I'm losing energy for this challenge, the skill and the excitement. I don't know if that speaks to my ability to keep with a routine or the feasibility of doing a routine like this. It's like 5:20 right now. I did wake up at 3:50. I've just been sitting and laying in bed and I've just been like, I don't want to do it.
It seemed like each day the mouth tape left more and more residue on my face after taking it off.
I don't want to have to remove adhesive from my face every morning. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
I was struggling a lot this morning. My vibes were not good.
I'm so sick of this.
The push-ups were worse when the sun had risen because now I was worried I was being perceived by my neighbors as a crazy person, but I had very little fucks to give at this point.
I have to journal, so journaling time.
That stomach flu, it needs to go in the name of Jesus Christ.
Oh, this is what he was telling me about. He got really into watching this woman as well. I was wondering, I was like, what the fuck is this about? Yeah, this is...
I'm kind of looking forward to this to wake me up.
You're so ass at basketball, looking like Shrek mixed with Donkey. Fucking got me, dude. You're a dog shit basketball player, by the way. You're not good, dude. You are doggy sheet. Sorry, man. You got smoked. You're right. I'll still fucking cook you, though. And then make fun of you for getting fucking destroyed by a guy who plays like doggy sheet.
Right now. Why is my ear ringing? I did that and then my ear started ringing. Rise and grind, ladies and gentlemen. Rise and grind.
If you can't tell, I'm starting to slip a little bit.
That's all we do. We rise and grind every day.
I had never done something like this 4 days in a row.
And let me tell you, it is taking a toll on my body. I'm going to bed at 10 p.m. at the latest. And I'm still getting fucked.
Then I had some work stuff come up that slowed me down even more.
It is 7:45. I'm pretty sure this one is not going to be very, very close. Gotta take the nose thing off.
That was more painful than I expected it to be. So I headed to the gym.
All right, we're at the gym now.
And I continued to make mistakes from there.
I worked out too hard again. For some reason, I thought it was a good idea to run like a mile at a 10% incline. That sucked. I don't know how to go to the gym consistently every day. Going to the gym is like a once in a while thing. Where I go as hard as possible, I get sore, and then I don't go for like a month because I'm traumatized.
This day was truly my lowest point. At every turn, things were weird for me.
I do wonder after all of this is done, that's a naked man walking on the highway. Fully naked man walking on the highway just then.
The shower was as fun as usual. Time for the banana. And somehow even the banana part got worse.
Banana in my eyebrow. I hate it when I get banana in my eyebrow.
At least I got to have a meal that could potentially lift my spirits.
Today was a bit of a disappointment, to say the least. No! No!
Did I piss off a witch in a past life or something? Today's second ice bath. Here I go.
Ashton.
And at 12:03, it's time to start work. A whopping almost 3 hours behind Ashton's schedule.
And that's the end of day 4.
I'm not done talking about the Saratoga water either, because Ashton's obsession with it is a little bit ridiculous. With all the product placement and the specific intention to have the Saratoga brand in frame, you'd think that Ashton Hall is sponsored by Saratoga. But he's not. The CEO of Saratoga's parent company, Primo Brands, specifically pointed out that they don't work with Ashton Hall in an interview with Business Insider. But at the very least, I hope that Ashton has stock in Saratoga, because at the peak of his virality in March, the parent company's stock went up by like 16%. Also at this point, because I had only been drinking Saratoga water on and off camera, I had a pretty good idea of how much water Ashton Hall would consume in a month. I have gone through 12 bottles of Saratoga water in 4 days. And since I'm following Ashton's routine directly, and we're supposed to assume that he does this every single day, that would mean that he spends probably more than $300 a month on Saratoga water. That's ridiculous. You're paying for a second water bill every month? Either way, let's move on to day 5. Things had clearly hit a low for me on day 4, but I was determined to change my future, and I had 2 motivating factors to do so. The first was that at 9 a.m. on day 5, I had an appointment with my therapist. This appointment was in person, so I had to finish my entire morning routine in order to make it there on time. And in doing so, complete the routine faster than Ashton does his. Also, I had finally secured an opportunity to do Ashton's most famous move, the time dive. That's right. Finally, I had access to a pool and the motivating need to do this routine as quickly as possible. So I went to bed that night with a fire in my heart, because I was going to change my destiny on day 5. Starting off the morning, my timing was impeccable. Let's do this thing. I knew if I wanted a pure Ashton routine, it would be this morning. The push-ups were miserable as usual, but I had to push through. I could feel a new dawn for me was soon to be unearthed. As I meditated, I imagined perfecting this routine, visualizing myself as various apex predators, like the tiger or the grizzly bear. I then used my journal time to chronicle these revelations.
You'll never believe what they say about Dubai.
The ice facial would be elevated too, as I was now involving lemons into the water. And I opened not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 mini bottles of Saratoga for it.
Lemon time. I have no idea if this is going to improve the feeling of the cold water on my face. Definitely smells better. Before it was stinky water. Oh shit, oh, it kind of burns my eyes.
Oh shit, water got everywhere too. If anybody asks you guys, I definitely did not pee my pants.
Then I thought for sake of accuracy, I would do a little bit of grooming like Ashton does, but I made an unbelievable mistake.
Whoops.
Yeah, I messed up. I put on the length guard wrong.
Well, I don't have a mustache anymore. Surprise.
Guess that's how things are going this week. But we gotta keep going. I suppose now that I don't have a mustache, I won't be like ripping hairs out when I have to put on the mouth tape. No! Otherwise, I've kind of screwed myself. I've been working on that. It's 6:14 right now.
He shaved
Time
it
to
off.
go to the gym. Okay, I ran a mile. That's what I assume Ashton does in his official routine. It's 7:06 right now. All right, let's move, because it's almost 7:36.
Our trip to the pool was upon us to see if Ashton was telling the truth, and it seemed like I'd have the perfect timing. When I got to the pool though, one thing became quite obvious to me. This was not a pool for diving. They made it very clear this was a 4-foot deep pool. If I dove like Ashton did, I would knock myself out on the bottom and drown. But I had no choice. This was my one chance to understand what Ashton was smoking. So I positioned myself for a mini dive. Basically all of the factors necessary in my opinion to count as a dive, but I won't kill myself. The clock struck 7:36. The stars had aligned, and I began my dive. And I thought I would surely be underwater soon. But no. Suddenly I felt a silence around me. And it was then that I realized that everything was moving slowly. Yet at the same time, time was moving fast. I was in it. I was time diving. In my mind, I saw visions of glory, of grind, of the horrors that waited for me past 10 p.m., of the sin that lives late at night. And I saw what had to be at least 10,000 possibilities of where my life could take me. But as I soared above the water like an eagle in what felt like specifically 4 minutes, only one seemed to make sense. The Alpha Way. As I emerged from the waters, I felt born anew, ready to take on the rest of this challenge, knowing just maybe Ashton isn't crazy. So I headed home, right on schedule. I cold showered without fear.
You know, not as bad as it has been in the past.
And with very little time before I had to leave for therapy, I built my meal faster than ever before.
If I can finish this in like fucking 7 minutes and do the ice bath, I will have completed Ashton's routine in the same time that he does it.
And I housed it like an animal.
It's funny because Ashton Hall has never done his routine in the actual time frame that he suggests, which is why trying to do it in the same time frame is extra silly.
And with minutes to go, I reached my final step.
Here we go.
Like, it's just impossible.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, starting at 3:50 in the morning.
In a way, he has surpassed Ashton Hall. He has become the true Ashton Hall. Because if Ashton Hall is faking the times, then Ted is the real Ashton Hall now.
Ending at 8:56 a.m. I have completed Ashton Hall's routine in a faster split time than Ashton.
So I went into day 6 with a newfound glorious perspective. It was all about the routine, baby. But seriously, after having done this routine for 5 days, things were kind of getting easier to do. Maybe Ashton wasn't crazy. Yeah, sure, my bedtime is now absurdly earlier than the average person, but I felt like I was getting a lot done. Then I tested out Ashton's next ice facial variation, this time with cucumbers. And I still haven't gained a resistance to the cold, but for the first time in a while, I think I might be going for a second hit. Nope, yeah, second one's always painful. That didn't change. And I went to the gym.
It's 7:58 right now. I just finished at the gym. Got a good pump in, got a good run in. It has gotten surprisingly easy at this point to keep going to the gym over and over again. I used to dread it, and then I kind of came over a hill or into a pool of knowledge, perhaps. I'm feeling good.
Also, at this point, Tucker and his wife Emma had arrived last night for a weekend of filming our podcast, but they arrived after I had gone to sleep. So when I would return from the gym, I'd be seeing them for the first time.
I'm returning home, and Tucker's waiting for me there, and I bet he's gonna have something to say.
Oh, I'm here.
Why are you wet?
Oh, my allergies is terrible.
The cold showers don't scare me anymore. Honestly, not bad this time. Then all there was to do was do my completely reasonable banana step, cook my breakfast, consume it once more, and then just one final ice facial, and I was done with day 6.
Morning routine number 6 is now complete.
And with one final day left of my morning routine, it seemed appropriate to attempt to recruit another to Ashton's Legion.
It's got cucumbers in there. What's your first thoughts?
I thought those were pickles.
Why would you think that they're pickles?
I'm really nervous. Am I going?
Yeah, go for it.
I feel great.
Give it a second hit.
Okay. Oh, that second one hurts.
Yeah, second one hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Second one hurts.
Then I explained to Tucker I'd be pouring this bowl out.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I would have blown my nose in there. Can I go back in and blow?
If you want. I've never witnessed a 3-time. Get in there.
3-time ice bucket champion here. I couldn't even blow out of my nose.
Evan and I both witnessed you go like.
Mass Israeli censorship of Iran's retaliatory ballistic missile strikes is preventing NATO nations from understanding what has taken on. What? Why did you just link me this fucking random account? According to Israeli Channel 12, at least 14 Israeli settlers were wounded as a result of the latest Iranian barrage of missiles launched against Israel. Additionally, the Asaf Harofeh Hospital in Tel Aviv declared a mass casualty event. That's crazy.
I couldn't do it.
This TEDx Iran missile collab is something I thought I'd never see. You get everything on this broadcast.
It's incredibly cold. I bet that's 33 degrees.
At this point, I don't know what had shifted in me mentally after that pool dive, but kind of like I always get, I was radicalized. I had the spirit of the grind tiger, or the alpha lion in me now, and all I had to do was one more day in Ashton Hall's routine on day 7. And my God, was the grind paying off. Waking up early was a breeze for me now. Thinking of thoughts nobody.
The fuck is this, bro? We haven't ratioed the IDF. What are we doing here, chat? What are we doing here? Get after it. Ratio the IDF. This broadcast is sponsored by the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, who ratio the IDF. And also with your subscriptions.
He had thought of before. I truly had manipulated time to my liking. Crack open that bottle of Saratoga. We're doing at least 10,000 a day, 10,000 brushes, 10,000 swishes, 10,000 gargles. You didn't see that. Man, I was looking good. I was looking strong, looking hotter than anyone's looked, probably. And I'm definitely not lonely. My push-ups were perfect now, and I definitely did like 200 of them. My journaling was pristine, Shakespearean even. The sermons inspired me beyond belief. And the ice facial, I was taking it to the next level. We weren't just doing cucumbers or lemons, we were doing both. Lemon and cucumber water. Fight me now. I was obsessed with grind, with routine. One ice facial wasn't enough. I was doubling up with no problem. No pain actually at all. No, zero. I don't even know what pain is. Not only that, I had a disciple to teach. So we're headed to the gym. We're discussing high-level business strategy. And once we arrive, yeah, we're getting a juicy pump in. But the gym doesn't stop on weights. Oh no. We had to hit the courts. We're addicted to growth, baby.
The people call me all sorts. From a G to a Don. You lot are all talk. I'm just keeping it strong. And setting trends takes precedence. I make a lasting impression when I'm basking in my decadence. From my Genesis to Exodus, I'm turning heads. I'm rocking certain threads. It's cause I'm earning bread, calm and collected. My charm is perfected, and that's why the woman on my arm is respected.
The grind was flowing through my veins. I had perfected every facet of Ashton's routine. I was reaching heights I never thought possible. I hadn't just learned to be Ashton Hall, I had become him.
I was destined to shine, I was born great. I'm truly gifted, I've learned to control my fate. I never stick to the script or the guidelines. It's my life, it's my world, it's my time, it's my life, it's my world, it's my time, it's my life, it's my world, it's my time, it's my life, it's my world, it's my time, it's my life, it's my world, it's my time. We were destined to shine, we were born great, we're truly gifted, we've learned to control our fate. We never stick to the script or the guidelines. It's our life, it's our world, it's our time, it's our life, it's our world, it's our time, it's our life, it's our world, it's our time, it's our life, it's our world, it's our time, it's our life, it's our world, it's our time.
Fuck, what the hell just happened to me? What the hell just happened to me? Then I remembered I'm not Ashton Hall and I'm making a YouTube video.
Oh, right. Okay. So I just completed 7 days living as a morning routine influencer.
It's been about 2 weeks since I finished living like a morning routine influencer. I suppose I should start off by answering the question, did I continue doing this routine? Of course I didn't. It's a ridiculous routine. I was starting to get a little brainwashed there, but no, I snapped out of it right at the end. And yeah, maybe the pool dive went something more like this. And yeah, maybe the timing was like fully inaccurate on day 7. There were some pretty clearly defined positives and negatives from this experience, and I'm gonna be genuinely honest about what I thought here. The first very clear positive that I felt during my week was an improvement in my overall mood. This is something that should be expected from doing a challenge like this. I work at my desk for the majority of my job, whether it's writing or editing.
This is literally why I have a morning routine, by the way, which is an infinitely more manageable one and not fake, unlike Ashton Hall's fake morning routine. But yeah. People always ask me, like, how do you keep sane? And in spite of sitting in front of a live audience of people constantly screaming at you, covering the atrocious nature of the world day in, day out. And the reason why I am able to maintain my sanity is because I go out, I touch grass, I work out.
Editing or filming right now. I also play a lot of video games, and while I like to get out and do things, I generally lean towards a sedentary lifestyle. I'm on my ass a lot. So being able to get up every day and move my body and go to the gym had very clear benefits for me. These are benefits that are very well documented as well. Pretty much everybody knows that if you work out on a consistent basis, you will feel better, but it still blew me away. Part of me was also feeling like I was being more effective and getting more done in my day, but when I thought about it for a little bit more, the only reason I was feeling that way is because the routine itself was me doing doing my job. Making this video about the routine was me working. Here's a weirder one. I'm kinda not too mad about the mouth tape, and I've genuinely used it a few times after the experiment was over. I actually used it last night. I can't tell if it's placebo or not, but I feel like I'm seeing some of the improved sleep quality claims that the mouth tape advertises. That being said, don't go out and buy mouth tape because of that. Where things stand right now, I don't think I could see myself buying another package of it, especially because the main way I see mouth tape being advertised on platforms like TikTok is creators shilling themselves out by saying that wearing mouth tape will improve your jawline, which it doesn't. Wearing mouth tape is in no way related to one's jawline. And if you're seeing those advertisements and they're showing you before and after evidence, they're lying. They lost weight and that's it. The final advantage I found from the morning routine was just being up in the morning. I said this earlier in the video, but I do genuinely like the idea of being able to wake up earlier in the morning than I do now. Maybe not 3:50 a.m., but if I get enough sleep, 6 a.m. does make me feel better about myself. That's just a personal reason because I find I can't really get anything productive done once I can tell that the sun is setting. My brain starts telling me, well, you're not gonna get anything else done today, so you might as well just boot up Helldivers. Now, onto the negatives. This incredibly strict routine, even done by me for only a week, started to make me feel pretty antisocial. In order for the routine to be feasible so that I wasn't suffering from extreme sleep deprivation, I had to be going to bed by around 8 or 9 p.m. It turned into this situation for a lot of the time that I was awake, nobody in my time zone was. And when those people were awake, I was asleep. There was this growing sense of isolation I started to feel during this routine. And I'm sure that if Tucker and Emma hadn't been visiting towards the end of my week, these feelings would have continued to grow. I started having feelings of not having time for anyone else. Because once I had done my work for the day, I had to start thinking about getting ready for bed. Let's say you do Ashton's routine to a T. From the time that you finished his morning routine to when you need to start his night routine, you've got about 7 to 8 hours. And for most people, that's the work day, sometimes more if you're factoring in commuting, not to mention all of the people that work longer hours. When are you gonna do everything else you'd wanna do in your life? His routine doesn't take weekends off, and I'm sure that Ashton would say that he doesn't either. Something as simple as playing a video game or spending time with friends and family. All of these things become an afterthought. Hot showers, staying up late at night to play the latest video game, sleeping in. I love all of these things. In excess, nothing is good, but being able to do them once in a while is a gift. A gift you are depriving yourself of because of this self-imposed perception of weakness in pleasure. And yeah, sure, while there are certainly aspects of this routine which, if done in continuation, would objectively improve my health or working life, what is the point if I have no life? What is the point of spending all of this time preparing for my day, doing my work, and then preparing for the next, if the fruits of my labor are never seen? I'm under the impression that the meaning of life is somewhere close to finding a truthful happiness for yourself. And that happiness does not exist at the gym at 6 in the morning. It does not exist in that banana you wipe on your face. And it certainly does not exist in the cucumber ice facial. These routines should be investments in yourself, so you can enhance your existence when you're doing the things that you actually want to do. You don't go to the gym so you can continue going to the gym, unless the gym's your favorite thing in the world. You go to the gym to keep yourself in shape so you can experience life longer and do the things that you love longer with the people you love. These behaviors and routines are all a means to an end. But if your life is all about getting ready, when does it start?
Damn. Had to hit it. Had to fucking hit it with a saucy ass note at the end. God damn. Great video by Ted Nivison. Go watch. Give it a like. Go watch his other videos as well. That'll be all for today. Obviously, another freaking half day. Another freaking half day, as you know. Series tied 2-2. If it goes 7 games, you got to buy Gizmo and take it to game 7. Okay. OKC in 5? Nah. Quiet quitting. Netanyahu fled to Greece. Love you guys. That'll be all for today. And tomorrow I'm going to the No Kings protest. We're doing a rally protest again. March is not here, so I have a different camera op. I'm going to see if I can bring some people with me, or at least like one other person, hopefully Austin, if I can like pressure him enough. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. I love you guys. Peace. See you tomorrow. And obviously we'll keep a close watch on all of the things that are going on as well outside of the protest. So love you all. Bye-bye.
again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.